Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2258. No one had expected that Long Tian would suddenly accept Liu Kei's challenge, and they all became even more excited. Liu Kei was rumored to be the most powerful expert of this generation, even surpassing the successor of the Four Directions Libra. He was comparable to the four young masters of the past. Long Tian was originally from the four young masters, so the battle between the two of them was something that even the culinary god was interested in. He kept his distance from Long Tian, afraid that he'd be discovered. He looked at the blood pool, then back at Long Tian. No wonder he'd rejected the challenge before, and now he'd accepted the challenge. Liu Kei was Long Tian's test subject to attract the students. The culinary god and the others also realized that Mr. Tang did not want Liu Kei to take action. However, Liu Kei did not care why Long Tian suddenly accepted the challenge. He had been looking for the four young masters for a long time. Xia Shenfei had been hiding in the unbounded realm and Long Tian had been staying in Dragon Mountain. He had no chance to come in contact with them. Now that he had the chance to fight, how could he give up? When everyone arrived outside the cave, Long Tian and Liu Kei faced each other. Long Tian's expression was calm and there was a faint smile on his face. Compared to the cold and aloof Long Tian back in the days of the four young masters, the current Long Tian was more like an elder. "You're a junior, you go first," said Long Tian. Liu Kei did not hold back. His long sword flew out from its scabbard and flew in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed it. In just one step, the sword tip had already arrived in front of Long Tian. Except for a limited number of people, the rest could not see the sword clearly, including Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. Only now did they realize how fast Liu Kei's sword was. Back in Yixian Academy, Liu Kei had never truly fought. Now, facing the fourth young ancestor, this was his peak sword technique. Long Tian calmly looked at Liu Kei's sword coming from the west. A long spear had appeared in his hand out of nowhere, but he didn't thrust it out. Instead, he used it to block in front of him. Liu Kei's sword collided with the tip of Long Tian's spear. With a bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Then, the void shattered into pieces. Liu Kei's sword was deflected, and the tip of the sword pierced towards Long Tian from above. Long Tian held the spear in his hand and spun it rapidly, forming an impenetrable defense around him. Liu Kei attacked 3 times in an instant, but none of his sword managed to pierce through the defense of Long Tian's spear. Instead, it was pushed away by Long Tian's vibrating force. Lu Yin watched Long Tian attack. Compared to several decades ago, the current Long Tian was much more stable and powerful. Even though he was only at the first origin tribulation stage, his true battle prowess was no less than someone at the third origin tribulation stage. Liu Kei was far inferior to Long Tian. Liu Kei took a few steps back and stared at Long Tian. "I want a fight, not a target." Long Tian's lips curled up. "All right." Just as he finished speaking, his body disappeared. White dragon roaming steps caused Liu Kei's pupils to shrink. He couldn't see where Long Tian was, and he couldn't even find the trajectory of his attack. Liu Kei immediately tore open the void and entered the stellar source universe with his countless battle experiences. Breaking into the astral source universe as an enlighter was something that only the four young masters had been able to do. Naturally, Liu Kei could do it as well. He wanted to use the stellar source universe to avoid where he was and at least evade Long Tian's spear. However, the gap between them was too big. When Liu Kei entered the stellar source universe, what appeared in front of him was not the void, but the tip of the spear. He forcefully controlled his body and retreated. Half of his body was distorted in order to avoid the spear. However, Long Tian's spear pressed down and whipped Liu Kei's body. He was pressed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding crowd was silent. They knew that Long Tian would win, but they didn't expect him to win so easily. He only used one move, and Liu Kei couldn't fight back at all. This was Liu Kei, an existence that everyone in the same generation looked up to. Bai Weiwei, Xia Xingguang, and Wang Xiaofan all stared at Long Tian in shock. This was the four young ancestors? They were clearly stronger than Liu Quebec. They could challenge a first tribulation cultivator, but they couldn't even fight back against the four young ancestors. Even if the four of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to make Long Tian struggle, let alone Liu Quebec. Long Tian held his spear and looked down. Get up. Your sword intent hasn't disappeared. Is this a battle technique? Bai Weiwei and the others were stunned. The sword intent hadn't disappeared. Lu Yin and the others weren't surprised. For sword intents had been left in the void, and Liu Kei had just attacked 4 times. It was very strange, as each strike had left a sword intent in the void that was invisible to ordinary people. Only experts could sense it. When the dust settled, Liu Kei walked out from the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body was visibly torn apart. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. This was the feeling of being crushed without being able to resist. Only in this state could he improve. Long Tian looked at Liu Kei in admiration. Your strength is comparable to what we were back then. It's not enough. Although I didn't fight with you back then, I know it's not enough. Liu Kei's voice changed, and his eyes turned cold. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed out. The sword was strange, it was a sword technique. Long Tian stabbed out with his spear. No matter how strange Liu Kei's sword technique was, Long Tian could always find it. The tip of the spear collided with the sword's edge every time. This kind of eyesight was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Qin Feng's breathing stagnated. If he were Liu Kei, and Long Tian saw through every move, the pressure he would face would be unimaginable. Liu Kei did not give up and wanted to find Long Tian's weakness. However, up until now, apart from using the White Dragon swimming steps, Long Tian had not used any other battle skills, including the White Dragon race's White Dragon transformation. The White Dragon transformation was the White Dragon race's trump card. There were already 10 sword intents in the void. Long Tian's gaze swept across the area. Is your sword intent enough? Liu Kei leapt up and faced Long Tian's impenetrable defense. He turned his sword and slashed down. At the same time, the 10 sword intents in the void merged into a single sword intent that attached to Liu Kei's blade. This attack was so powerful that even Long Tian took it seriously. This was the first time he was forced to attack Liu Kei's sword, and his spear went up from below. He had never used astral sources to suppress Liu Kei before, and this time was no different. Bang! There was another huge collision. Mr. Tang moved his finger, and a domain appeared in front of the students. Otherwise, this collision would have killed everyone who heard it. Liu Kei's 10 sword wills combined into one was very powerful, enough to instantly kill a cultivator at the first tribulation origin stage. However, Long Tian still managed to knock it down. Not only that, but the tip of Long Tian's spear pierced into Liu Kei's body. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Liu Kei's sword was still some distance away from Long Tian. Long Tian was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the gap on Liu Kei's sword had been filled up. No. The next moment, another gap appeared on Liu Kei's sword, and the 10 sword intents that should have disappeared flashed again. Long Tian subconsciously tried to pull his spear back, but he found that Liu Kei was holding it tightly. A terrifying sense of danger rose behind him. The culinary god, Lu Yin, and the others stared behind Long Tian. A broken sword had appeared in the astral source universe, and it was the gap on Liu Kei's sword. using the broken sword to combine 10 sword intents and break through the astral source universe, slashing at Long Tian from behind. This was Liu Kei's trump card. Liu Kei's own strength was enough to kill a cultivator at the first tribulation origin stage, and with this trump card, he could kill two at the same time. A tribulation origin stage expert. He was worthy of being on par with the former fourth young ancestor. Unfortunately, the gap was still a gap, and even his trump card couldn't hurt Long Tian. Long Tian held the spear with his right hand and grabbed the void with his left, twisting it like a curtain. Finally, the broken sword was caught in his hand, and he clamped it between two fingers. Many students were shocked. They hadn't expected Liu Kei to have such a move. It was impossible to guard against, and the key was that it came from the astral source universe. Even if Bai Weiwei and the others could temporarily break into the astral source universe like the fourth young ancestor, they wouldn't be able to block this attack that came from the astral source universe and combine 10 sword intents. Once Liu Kei used this move, they would definitely die. At this moment, their fear of Liu Kei rose again, and Long Tian was no longer in their range of comparison. This is your hidden trump card. Not bad, Long Tian praised. He hadn't expected Liu Kei to force him to use his innate gift. Liu Kei coughed up blood. I still lost. Long Tian put down his spear and put Liu Kei down. He looked at Liu Kei's weak body and laughed. You don't think you can defeat me, do you? Liu Kei stared at Long Tian. Why not? The fourth young ancestor isn't invincible. Liu Shaoxian defeated all of you at the same time. Long Tian's expression changed. Liu Shaoxuan's name was taboo. The four young masters were said to be invincible among their peers, and that was indeed the case. However, decades ago, Liu Shaoxian had appeared and defeated them in the sovereign realm. That was their humiliation. If Liu Shaoxian can do it, so can others. Liu Kei was unwilling to give up. Wait until I become an emissary, then I'll challenge you again. Long Tian didn't argue with Liu Quebec. Their thoughts back then were different from Liu Kei's. They also thought that they could defeat Liu Shaoxian, so they had almost joined the expedition. In the end, only Wang Su had gone. I'll give you one more chance. I know your innate gift is useless. Soak in the ancestral Mang blood. Not only will it increase your strength, but it will also allow you to recover and challenge me again. Liu Kei wasn't stupid. He knew that Long Tian wanted to use this method to attract the Academy's students to join the White Dragon race. Even if I want to challenge you, it will be after I become an emissary. There's no need for that now. Long Tian said indifferently, Liu Shaoxian knows swordsmanship. Liu Kei's eyes flashed. His swordsmanship is the 13 swords. Liu Kei's expression changed, and he was shocked. The 13 swords. Long Tian replied, I can try to imitate Liu Shaoxuan's swordsmanship. The 13 swords used to be your Liu family swordsmanship. Don't you want to see it? Liu Kei thought about it and then turned around to enter the cave. He then jumped into the blood pool. Compared to Long Tian, he was more interested in Liu Shaoxian. That genius had suppressed the four young ancestors and escaped from the astral trees. If there was a chance for him to compete with Liu Shaoxuan's battle techniques, he would definitely be willing. He hadn't expected Long Tian to use his name to tempt Liu Quebec. When he had first come to the astral trees, he hadn't known the 13 swords at all. He had only learned it after returning to the fifth mainland and merging with Liu Qianjue's body. Long Tian was obviously trying to trick Liu Quebec. The only reason he knew about the 13 swords was because of Liu Tian and Mu Qianjue. Everyone looked at Liu Kei in the blood pool and saw that his injuries were healing at a visible rate. At the same time, the blood flowed into his body, causing his face to pale. It was as if he was enduring something. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2259. There's ancestral Mang blood in the blood pool. The ancestral Mang is a progenitor, and its blood can improve a cultivator's physique. Conservatively speaking, his power level will increase by 10 to 20% after he comes out. If he absorbs the ancestral Mang blood well, his power level will increase even more, Long Tian said. All of the students looked on expectantly. If Liu Ke could improve, so could they. Who wouldn't want to break through? Liu Yin's lips curled up, as he was also looking forward to seeing Liu Ke's condition after he came out. After 2 full days, Liu Ke finally walked out of the blood pool. When he did, there was a faint pressure around his body, and a white stream of air circled around him like the ancestral Mang before disappearing. Long Tian praised, 2 days. It's already not easy for an enlighter to stay in there for even a day. Very few can stay there for 2 days. We can begin. Liu Ke looked at Long Tian, as he really wanted to experience the 13 swords. Long Tian's smile did not change, and everyone returned to where they had been. Look carefully, this is the technique that Liu Shaoxian used before, the 13 swords. Long Tian still held a spear in his hand, as he wanted to use a spear in place of a sword. Liu Shaoxian had defeated them, and this was a shadow that they could not overcome. Even if Liu Shaoxian had made up the 13 swords, Long Tian still wanted to use a spear in place of a sword to prove that he had not imitated Liu Shaoxian, but had instead surpassed him. Liu Ke's gaze turned cold. You're looking down on swordsmanship. Long Tian did not mind, as Liu Ke's use had already ended. Now, it was his time, and there was no need to be courteous. He stabbed out with his spear. Didn't you want to see? Liu Ke raised his sword to block, but his body was pushed back by the spear. Long Tian stabbed out again while using the white dragon roaming steps. The same scene as before appeared again. Liu Ke could only retreat when faced with the spear that had come from Astral Source Universe, but this time, he forcefully turned the situation around and even had the strength to use his sword to deflect the spear that should have been pressing down on him. Long Tian stabbed his spear into the ground at an angle, and across from him, Liu Ke retreated a few steps. He raised his sword and pointed it at Long Tian. This isn't the 13 swords. Long Tian smiled. It is, but the way it's used is different. Liu Ke was furious, as he had been used. Long Tian turned to look at the people from Yi Xian Academy. Students, did you see it clearly? It's the same move, but Liu Ke has a different ability to deal with it. This is the effect of the blood pool. The students were able to clearly see the difference in Liu Ke's reaction ability before and after. They now had a clear understanding of the effects of the blood pool. The culinary god was displeased. Long Tian had used the 13 swords to tempt Liu Quebec. After all, Liu Ke was a student of the academy, and he had gone overboard. Even if the 4-way scales wanted to rope in these students and take over Yi Xian Academy, there was no need for them to show such goodwill. If Liu Yin was the master of the 4-way scales, then he would have plenty of ways to rope in these students. Liu Yin did not believe that the 4-way scales would not be able to find out the backgrounds of these students. But why was it so strenuous? Temptations, roping in, gifting resources, and so on. Now, he was even using deception. Although Long Tian's actions reflected the effects of the blood pool, it made the culinary god unhappy. Was it really worth it to offend the culinary god? The culinary god and the others had a good attitude toward the White Dragon clan among the 4 sides of the balance. Doing so would easily make them hate the White Dragon clan as well. Why would Long Tian do this? It gave Liu Yin the feeling that he was doing everything he could to win over a student. What was their purpose in doing this? It wasn't as simple as just roping in students. Long Tian ignored Liu Quebec. In any case, Liu Ke would not be roped in by the White Dragon race. His goal was just these students. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The four-way scales had plenty of ways to rope in these students, so why would they go through so much trouble? In Long Tian's eyes, he might not even be willing to rope in these students. To the four-way scales, even if they lacked talents, they would not sacrifice resources to rope in these youths. They were doing this for the sake of the quotas. Yi Xian Academy was bound to be controlled by the four-way scales, as they cared about the mountains and seas the most. However, there was only one mountain and sea, and the four-way scales had reached an agreement on how to distribute the quotas. Whoever roped in the most students would receive a larger allocation. At the same time, they also stipulated that they could not use underhanded methods to rope in these students. They could only rely on their own abilities to rope in these students during Yi Xian Academy's training sessions. This way, they avoided conflicts and also did not harm the four-way scale's reputation. At most, they would sacrifice some resources. The number of students roped in would determine the allocation of quotas for the mountain and sea inheritances. This was why the Wang family and the White Dragon clan were doing everything they could to rope in these students. Otherwise, why would they care about these students? Since ancient times, not many progenitors had been born, and they had never thought that they would encounter a second Chongyue. These students had not displayed any aptitude comparable to the four young ancestors, so roping them in was purely a matter of the rules. If the Lu family still controlled the fruit tree astral region, then there would be no such thing. However, the culinary god, Din Wen, and the others did not know about this rule. Only the four-way scales knew about it. Thus, even the culinary god could not understand why Long Tian had risked offending him by deceiving Lu Ke and showing off the effects of the blood pool. He wanted these students to be attracted, as he was certain that cultivators valued themselves more than anything else. As long as there was a way to increase their cultivation, it did not matter what their standpoint was. The White Dragon clan's foundation was too shallow, and he needed to use the blood pool to attract them. This was their only advantage. The results were as he had expected, and he could see the desire in the students' eyes. They wanted to enter the blood pool, and that was enough. Just as Long Tian was about to organize the students to soak in the pool, Lu Yin walked out. Wait, I feel like there's a problem. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. The culinary god's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had given him a surprise in the Wang family, so could he give them another surprise in the White Dragon clan? He was not afraid of offending the White Dragon clan, as Long Tian's actions had already angered him. If Lu Yin could do something about it, then that would be even better. Long Tian frowned. Mr. Haoyu, my White Dragon clan's blood pool has existed for countless years, and you're saying that there's a problem. Are you questioning my White Dragon race? Lu Yin was amused. Young Master Long Tian, you're too anxious. Is there a problem with the blood pool? Long Tian froze, but he did not speak. Lu Yin continued, but you guessed right. I'm saying that there's a problem with the blood pool. Long Tian's gaze turned cold. Are you doubting my clan's blood pool? As soon as he finished speaking, many white dragons appeared around them, all of them glaring at Lu Yin with unfriendly gazes. Lu Yin did not mind and looked at Lu Quebec, come here. Lu Ke was very obedient and walked over to Lu Yin. He was also filled with anger towards Long Tian, and he was more than happy for Lu Yin to cause trouble for the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin calmly said, attack me. Lu Ke's brows rose, and he did not hesitate to stab out. His speed was no slower than when he had faced Long Tian. Lu Yin raised a hand and casually swatted the attack away. Do you feel any difference between facing me and facing Long Tian? Lu Ke thought about it and then shook his head. No. Lu Yin looked at him. You do. Lu Ke was at a loss. Long Tian sneered. As expected of a mentor. Everyone else says that there's no difference, but you're forcing it on your student. Lu Yin was indifferent. I can sense that Liu Kei's internal state is different when you attack him before and after he soaks in the blood pool. He's being suppressed. Long Tian's expression changed slightly, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Yin explained, it's very simple. He's not soaking in the blood pool. He's himself, and although soaking in the blood pool has no effect on his bloodline, there's a layer of substance on his body that absorbs the blood pool. That substance is suppressed when facing you, thus suppressing his state. The more times he soaks in the blood pool, the more obvious this state will become. Long Tian stared at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with unprecedented killing intent. Do you think that you can slander the White Dragon clan just by spouting nonsense? Mr. Hao Yu, you should know the consequences of slandering the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin raised his head. My control over astral sources has reached the profound creation realm, and I'm also a realm plane array master. I can sense that although Liu Kei's power level has increased, his body's surface is being suppressed. The next moment, the difference between you and him is too great and resisted but if he faces an opponent of similar strength and is from the White Dragon clan, expression changed, then he's finished, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable chill and killing intent. How you, bastard, you're courting death by slandering the White Dragon clan. Long Tian and the rest of the White Dragon clan from the White Dragon clan shouted. In the distance, they still had to ask from the White Dragon clan walked out and grabbed the culinary god stared at a corner of Dragon Mountain, and an unparalleled berserk aura accompanied by a frighteningly high-temperature sword into the sky. The old woman to spit out blood. The void distorted as it continuously collapsed. Many experts from the White Dragon clan immediately appeared and surrounded the culinary god's group, and an ordinary-looking blade took shape. Dragon Mountain source box array was activated, and it was even uglier than a normal person's war blade. Academy paled. However, against one of the four scales, the pressure from the White Dragon clan, Lu Yin stared at the culinary god and the butcher's knife that he had raised, and an intense sense of danger made his hair stand on end. Everyone had assumed that there was no half-ancestor the culinary god like this before. Mr. Tang's face the culinary god as he had also never seen the culinary god definitely have come out to greet him. Senior, this is Dragon Mountain. Long Tian shouted. The culinary god did not have anyone else in his eyes, and he only stared at a corner of Dragon Mountain. The butcher's knife wrapped in flames viciously descended. Long Tian's expression changed drastically. The other members of the White Dragon clan were shocked, as they had never thought that a butcher's knife would appear on Dragon Mountain one day. Master, so many years have passed, but you still haven't let go. When will you become a half-ancestor? The speaker was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. His gaze was gentle, but it was filled with helplessness and grief. The butcher's knife descended from above his head, and he raised his hand as well. The butcher's knife, which was identical to the culinary god's, slashed upwards. The two butcher's knives collided in the air, and the source box array protecting Dragon Mountain trembled as a terrifying pressure swept out. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2260. Mr. Tang and Lu Yin hurriedly stood in front of the students. The White Dragon tribe also sent emissaries to block the shockwaves. However, how could these emissaries block the shockwaves of a half-progenitor? Fortunately, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and an invisible force blocked the shockwaves, preventing Dragon Mountain from being hit. The culinary god's eyes turned red. Bastard, you're courting death. He raised his head and was about to use his inner world when the middle-aged man bowed. Ancestor, please descend. Just as he finished speaking, an eyeball appeared on Dragon Mountain and stared at the culinary god and everyone else. At the same time, an indescribable force stopped the culinary god from attacking. Everyone felt an irresistible heavenly might. This was the power of a progenitor. Lu Yin looked at the eyeball above his head, and his heart sank. Was the dragon ancestor here? Everyone else looked up at the eyeball in a daze. This was the power of a progenitor. The culinary god's body swayed, and he wanted to forcefully use his inner world, but he did not attack. If the power of a progenitor appeared, he would not have a chance to kill that bastard. He could only hate himself for not knowing that the bastard was hiding in the White Dragon tribe. The White Dragon clan, it was the White Dragon clan. He stared at Long Tian and the others. I've thought of many possibilities, but I never expected that bastard to be hiding in your White Dragon clan. Good, very good. Long Tian felt bitter. That senior had been exposed, and their relationship with Yi Xian Academy was now completely at odds. However, they had no choice. If they did not invite that senior, they would not be able to summon the power of a progenitor, and they would not be able to stop the culinary god's pressure. If the White Dragon tribe was suppressed by the culinary god on their own Dragon Mountain, they would not have the face to be one of the four scales. Forget it, so be it. Yi Xian Academy would soon become history anyway. At worst, they would just have to protect their bottom line. Right now, the most important thing was that the secret of the blood pool could not be exposed. This was the most important matter for the White Dragon tribe. As for the mountains and seas, it was not that easy to inherit their legacy. One person was enough, and the rest could even be tried by everyone in the starry sky of the trees. If one was not qualified, then one was not qualified. Adding more spots would only increase the chances of success. Master, you're still so impulsive. Why? It's been so many years. The middle-aged man walked out of the void and stood in front of Long Tian and the others. He faced with the culinary god, the eyeball above his head. The progenitor's is, but it did not represent the progenitor himself. The progenitor himself, of the progenitor's progenitor. Mr. Tang and the others also saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. The culinary god of the progenitor. Of the progenitor of the ofs of the gods. The progenitor. The culinary god stared at the middle-aged man, no longer looking as calm as before. Instead, he looked like a madman who had been blinded by hatred. Bastard, I hate that I made the wrong choice to take you as my disciple. I hate that I didn't realize that you were the one who killed little Ping. I hate that you escaped. I hate that I didn't find you, bastard. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He looked at the culinary god with pity. Master, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? Junior sister did it willingly. She wanted to help me, and the more I loved her, the more pain I had to endure. This pain helped me improve my cultivation, and it was because of this pain that I was able to become a half-progenitor. Master, look, your disciple has become a half-progenitor. The culinary god was enraged, and he clenched his fists. His entire body trembled with rage. Bastard, I'll kill you one day. The middle-aged man laughed. Master, how many years have you been in the ancestral gazing pavilion? Unfortunately, you were unable to do so. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have broken through to progenitor long ago. Why bother? It's because I caused the humans to lose a progenitor. I've sinned. Lu Yin did not understand their conversation. What's going on? Mr. Wei whispered, it looks like that person was Sir Yu. He's senior culinary god's disciple, and their matter is related to an old case. Senior culinary god's innate talent is extremely high, and he became a half-progenitor at his peak. He's on par with the Myriad Daos clan's ancestor Myriad Daos and the White Dragon clan's elder Anai Huang. He's the most likely powerhouse to break through to progenitor in the universe. However, due to an accident, senior culinary god has not dared to break through to this day. It was his disciple, Sir Yu, who killed senior's other disciple, a female disciple. His methods were extremely cruel, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. Senior culinary god has engraved this matter in his heart. He has been dominated by hatred for countless years, and the reason why he went to the ancestral gazing pavilion was to forget his hatred. After countless years, no one knows if Senior has truly forgotten his hatred. The more Senior forgets his hatred, the easier it is for him to become a progenitor. Lu Yin understood. That's why the outside world is so afraid of Senior. The longer others drag it out, the harder it is for them to become a progenitor. It's the opposite for Senior. The longer you drag it out, the more likely it is for you to forget your hatred and break through to progenitor. Mr. Wei nodded. But now, it looks like this hatred is far from being forgotten. Senior hated Suryu so much just by sensing Suryu's existence. He even took action at Dragon Mountain and forced the White Dragon clan to use their progenitor's power. This knot in Senior's heart will be difficult to untie. As he spoke, Lu Yin also listened to the conversation between the culinary god and the others. Master, everything I did was taught by you. Are you the same person as you are now? You shouldn't blame me. Look at how cruel and terrifying your inner world is. Who would dare to mention it? Compared to you, this disciple is simply too benevolent, Suryu said helplessly with admiration. The culinary god stared at Suryu. My inner world will only allow you to experience it. Aside from you, it will not attack anyone else. I will let you fully experience it. Suryu smiled. This disciple looks forward to it. He then looked past the culinary god at Lu Yin and the others. This is Dragon Mountain. Master doesn't want the dragon ancestor to descend, right? This disciple will take his leave first. Otherwise, Master might not be in the mood to chat with the White Dragon clan. Right, let me remind you, Master's current appearance. He smiled and pointed behind him. It's easy to scare children. He then retreated and disappeared. At the same time, the dragon ancestor's eyeball also disappeared. The disappearance of the progenitor's power made the others heave a sigh of relief. It was only then that they realized that their backs were drenched in sweat. Wait, the bastard, get out here, the culinary god shouted angrily and wanted to attack again. Mr. Tang hurried forward to stop him. Senior, this is Dragon Mountain. It will be difficult to deal with a progenitor's power. The culinary god panted heavily and stared in the direction that Suryu had left. His eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. This was the first time Mr. Tang had seen the culinary god like this. That old case was too far away, and even he did not understand it. If not for Mr. Wei's familiarity with history, no one would have told them about it. The culinary god took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Across from him, the White Dragon clan looked at each other. Long Tian stepped forward. Senior culinary god, my apologies. The culinary god looked up at Long Tian. I never thought that the White Dragon clan would take in that bastard. Long Tian fell silent. This was something that had happened a long time ago. He knew of Suryu, who was a half-ancestor, but he did not know much about him. Not many in the White Dragon clan knew of his existence, but because of the culinary god, Suryu had not dared to appear and had become the hidden guardian of Dragon Mountain. If not for the blood pool, Suryu would not have appeared. To think that I was so polite to the White Dragon clan. The scales are all the same, so it's no wonder that you would join forces with the frigid immortal sect to banish the Liu family. Even that bastard was willing to take him in. Do you have any bottom line? The culinary god said coldly. Long Tian was helpless. That was not my decision. The culinary god looked up at the top realm, or more accurately, at the sovereign realm. Indeed, taking in that bastard was not something that a child like Long Tian could decide, but rather the high and mighty dragon ancestor. Only the dragon ancestor could decide whether to take in Suryu, and only the dragon ancestor had the ability to take in Suryu at the risk of exposing himself and becoming his mortal enemy. There were some things that could only be thought of, and the culinary god did not say them out loud. Unless Suryu became a half-ancestor, even if progenitors respected him, it would only be on the surface. Even Wan Zi might not be able to become a half-ancestor, let alone him. They respected all half-ancestors, but there was still a fundamental difference. Long Tian sighed. He understood why his clan had taken in Suryu, but the clan's foundation was too shallow, and they could not compare to the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Heaven, or the Wang family. During the Daosor sect's era, they had 9 mountains and 8 seas, so what did the White Dragon clan have? If not for their ancestor coincidentally reaching the progenitor realm under the guidance of a senior, the White Dragon clan would not even have the qualifications to join forces with them. The White Dragon clan had been willing to take in Suryu, who had not even been a half-ancestor, because they knew that he would definitely become a half-ancestor and become the guardian of Dragon Mountain. Unfortunately, this powerhouse could not be exposed. Senior, it's not appropriate for this junior to comment on the matter between you and Senior Yu, but regarding the blood pool, I hope that Senior will not listen to others. There is absolutely no problem with the blood pool, Long Tian said respectfully. The culinary god no longer had a good impression of the White Dragon clan, and his impression of them was even worse than that of the other 3 clans. You know very well whether there is a problem or not. The White Dragon clan's training will end here. We still have to go to the frigid immortal sect, so goodbye. Long Tian hurriedly blocked the culinary god. Senior, you must clarify this matter today. The culinary god's gaze turned cold. You still want to attack my Yi Xian Academy? Senior, you must have forgotten why Yi Xian Academy is training at the 4-way scales, Long Tian said directly, no longer being respectful. The culinary god had indeed forgotten, as Suryu's appearance had thrown his thoughts into disarray. The reason why Yi Xian Academy was training was because of the conditions that the 4-way scales had given them. They had reached an agreement with the 4-way scales to rope in the students and distribute the resources of the mountains and seas. It was also an opportunity for Yi Xian Academy to be smoothly taken over by the 4-way scales. Of course, the culinary god did not know about the allocation of the quotas. If everything went smoothly and the students joined the 4-way scales, Yi Xian Academy would naturally be taken over. However, if Yi Xian Academy was unwilling to train, the 4-way scales might not be so gentle. At the very least, an progenitor would appear. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2261. Actually, Yi Xian Academy was not afraid of the 4 cardinal scales using force. The culinary god had already said that at most, he would risk his life to pass the tribulation. This was also the reason why he had been able to protect Yi Xian Academy for so many years. However, if he used force, the 4 cardinal scales would know that the mountain and sea had a master. This was what Yi Xian Academy did not want to expose. For a moment, the culinary god stopped. Long Tian thought that the culinary god was worried about Yi Xian Academy, worried that he would fail his tribulation and die, so he said again, Senior, if it was before, the 4 cardinal scales would be worried that you would succeed, but now, there is no need to worry. Your performance just now was very reassuring. Although it is a pity that the human race has lost an ancestor, many things have become easier for us. The culinary god raised his eyebrows. Junior, the ancestor's origin tribulation does not only look at one state of mind. This old man's countless years of accumulation is not something you can see through. Therefore, Junior does not want to fall out with Senior. The matter of the blood pool must be explained clearly. Senior and the others, please stay in Dragon Mountain for a few more days. My white dragon race will definitely produce evidence that the blood pool is normal, Long Tian said. How could they produce evidence if the blood pool was normal? Normally, the other party would produce evidence to prove that the blood pool was abnormal. However, how could the white dragon race dare to let this matter spread? Even if the blood pool was normal, it would be disadvantageous to the white dragon race. The blood pool was the white dragon race's greatest method of recruiting foreign cultivators. Once it was destroyed, with the White Dragon race's weak foundation, they would only be pulled apart by the other 3 families. This was not something the White Dragon race could accept. Moreover, there was a problem with the blood pool itself. He had to report to the ancestor and think of a way to hide this matter. The troublesome thing was that there were still people from the Bai, Xia, Wang, Nong, Liu, and other families present. This was what the White Dragon race needed to deal with. They needed time. No matter what, the White Dragon race would not let the people of Xian Academy leave. The culinary god could only agree to stay for now. Sir, the White Dragon race won't do anything to us, right? Nong Xinyang was worried. Lu Yin comforted her, don't worry, they won't dare. The White Dragon tribe would not be so crazy as to attack them, but Lu Yin was curious as to how they would resolve this matter. After all, he was the root of the problem. Coincidentally, Long Tian looked at him with a strong killing intent and helplessness. Given the status of the 4-way scales, it was rare for them to be helpless against a 3rd tribulation origin cultivator. The huge courtyard stretched across the mountains and rivers. This was a place provided by the White Dragon clan for the people of the academy to rest. Everyone had their own courtyard. The food and drinks were the best, and even cultivation resources were provided. Lu Yin had originally wanted to chat with the culinary god, but the culinary god had shut his doors and was clearly not in the mood. Lu Yin could only return to his residence and take out Mount Supreme before releasing Long Shi. Lu Yin was quite familiar with Dragon Mountain, not because he had been there once, but because of Long Ke's memories. He had been in Long Ke's body for a long time, and his memories were mixed. A considerable portion of them were related to Long Shan. Of course, it was also because he deliberately searched for the location of Long Ke's private stash of resources that he found Long Shan's memories. He knew that he wouldn't be monitored here. The White Dragon race wasn't the Wang clan and didn't have the mountains and seas hanging high up in the sky. Even if he wanted to invite the power of the progenitor realm, he would need a half-progenitor to do it. Who would be monitoring him? Lu Yin released Long Shi without worry. Long Shi was confused. Where are we? She looked outside, and her expression changed. Long Shan. Lu Yin nodded. Since we're here, I think I should let you out to take a look. Long Shi's expression was complicated. She had been away from Dragon Mountain for decades, and she was already used to it. Now that she had suddenly returned, she was not used to it. But that's fine. I can't wander around. My current identity is a teacher from Xian Academy called Hao Yu. Xian Academy is currently. Lu Yin told her everything that had happened. Long Shi looked at him. Did you attack the White Dragon clan again? Lu Yin pursed his lips. It's a small matter, not a big deal. Long Shi retracted her gaze. Is there really a problem with the blood pool? Lu Yin nodded. You don't know. Long Shi shook her head. No. Long Shi looked outside and seemed to be lost in her memories. The problem with the blood pool naturally came from Long Ke's memories, but too few people in the White Dragon clan knew about it. Even Long Shi did not know. Lu Yin asked, do you miss Long Tian? Long Shi replied, the White Dragon clan has a long lifespan. A few decades are only a few years for us. She then looked at Lu Yin strangely. You want to capture him? Lu Yin replied, no, why would you think that? Long Shi stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt guilty. I don't like to capture people. I have no choice. Like when Shigui and the others, Xia Taili and Yu Qin. Long Shi asked. Lu Yin coughed. Don't worry, this is Dragon Mountain. How could I capture Long Tian? Something will happen. Dragon Mountain has a half-ancestor and your ancestor's power protecting it. Long Shi said, based on my understanding of you, there's nothing you don't dare to do, but you can do it flawlessly. Luin did not want to talk about this, but he thought of Long Ku. He looked at Long Shi's melancholy face and felt a little upset. Do you miss your father? Long Shi's eyes dimmed. It doesn't matter. He never thought about us. If you want, I can let you meet him. Luin felt guilty. Long Shi was stunned and blinked at Luin. You really did capture him. Luin was speechless. Not here. It was many days ago. It was an accident. Is my father at Mount Supreme too? Long Shi looked at the nearby Mount Supreme and asked. Luin nodded. If you want, I can let you meet him. Of course, you can always meet him, but you can't let him out. Long Shi shook her head. Forget it, I don't want to meet him for now. Luin was helpless. Then, do you want to leave Mount Supreme? He had asked this question more than 3 times, and Long Shi's answer was the same every time. I've seen enough. I can go back now. Long Shi said after a while. Luin was a little embarrassed and hesitant. Long Shi looked at him. Just say it. Luin coughed again. Well, I have a favor to ask. I don't know if you're willing to help. I know you wouldn't ask me to come out and reminisce about the past for no reason. What favor? Long Shi was annoyed. Luin explained, I really want you to see Dragon Mountain. After all, you live here. It would be unreasonable if I don't let you out. Long Shi was helpless. Okay, tell me. What favor? Luin took a deep breath. Long Ku has a secret stash of resources in Dragon Mountain, but it needs his bloodline to open. Long Shi was speechless. Didn't you capture my father? Can't you just use his blood? Luin laughed dryly. It's best if you don't let him know. He didn't know if he would be able to use Long Ku in the future, so he naturally didn't want Long Ku to know that his resources had been taken away by Luin. Long Shi was here anyway, and her bloodline could still open that place. It was always good to have a backup plan. Long Shi frowned and looked at Luin for a while. Take me there. Thank you. Luin relaxed. He had been afraid that Long Shi wouldn't agree, so he could only use Long Ku's blood to open it. Dragon Mountain had Suryu, and Luin knew that it would be difficult to reach Long Ku's stash on his own. It was at Long Ku's residence. Long Ku was the leader of the White Dragon tribe, so his residence was definitely the most heavily guarded place in the White Dragon tribe. Fortunately, Luin had the Mist Ancestor. The Fog Ancestor came out and was rather impatient. However, when he saw Long Shi, he originally wanted to get angry, but he forcibly suppressed it. Yo, which family's girl is so beautiful? Not bad, kid. One after the other. Luin was speechless. Senior, what do you mean one after the other? Don't spout nonsense. Long Shi bowed to the Mist Ancestor. Before Luin had invited her out, he had told her, Junior Long Shi of the White Dragon tribe greets Senior Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor nodded and helped Long Shi up to take a closer look. Not bad, not bad. White Dragon tribe. Is Long Air your ancestor? Luin was confused. Long Air. Long Shi was confused as well. Long Air. The Mist Ancestor replied, yes, Long Yuan. Long Yuan is this junior's ancestor, Long Shi said respectfully. The Mist Ancestor sneered, these fellows don't even dare to say their nicknames. Long Yuan is Long Air, and he's quite silly. However, this fellow was born with different pupils and has some talent. After some guidance, he became an ancestor. Not bad, not bad. I wonder if he still recognizes me now. Ancestor will never forget Senior's kindness, Long Shi said respectfully. The Mist Ancestor was satisfied. You're much more polite than this kid. This kid only knows how to use me, and he's never been so respectful. Luin hurriedly flattered the mist ancestor, and only then did he stop the mist ancestor from praising himself. When she found out that this was Long Shan and that Long Shi had helped Luin steal her father's hidden resources, the mist ancestor looked at Luin as if he was looking at a saint of love. Not bad, kid. You stole someone's daughter and even made her help you steal my resources. How despicable. Lu Yin's lips twitched, but before he could speak, the mist ancestor suddenly recalled something. One of the people you asked me to capture was from the White Dragon tribe. Right, he looks quite similar to this girl. Could he be her father? Long Shi looked at Lu Yin in amusement. Lu Yin's voice was hoarse. There's a reason. The mist ancestor looked at him with disdain. You stole someone's daughter, captured her father, and now you're making her help you steal her father's resources. Kid, you're too ruthless. Lu Yin felt that he had gone overboard after hearing her words. Sigh, if Xia Shang had been like you back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. That guy is a blockhead, and there's also Ku Jia. A bunch of blockheads, the mist ancestor lamented before using Wei to bring the two of them to Long Ku's residence. The mist ancestor's words confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that she might have liked progenitor Qin. As for Ku Jia, she couldn't have thought that he didn't dare to confess because he liked her, right? That was just nonsense, but the truth was something that only their generation knew. Given Ku Jia's temper, he probably wouldn't have admitted it even if he was beaten to death back then. He was too low-key and introverted. Long Shan had countless peaks, rivers, oceans, and even a pond civilization. Long Ko lived not too far away from the Blood Pond, and it was in the direction of Suryu. As he watched Wei lead them in that direction, Lu Yin panicked a little. After all, there was a half-step ancestor who could use progenitor's power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2262. Soon, Wei brought them to the mountain where Long Ko lived. It was a solemn hall that fully displayed the White Dragon clan's prestige. Lu Yin liked environments that returned to their natural state. He didn't like buildings like this, but he couldn't deny that they represented a certain kind of power. There was no one in the hall, and it was very cold. Lu Yin knew that this hall should be very lively with guards and maids everywhere. However, with Long Ku's disappearance, no one knew where these people had gone. I don't like it here, Long Shi said slowly as she stood in the hall. If the mist ancestor hadn't confirmed that there was no problem, Lu Yin wouldn't have dared to let her speak so loudly. This was one of the four scales, the residence of the White Dragon clan's leader. It's too cold here, Long Shi said softly. Lu Yin replied, there should have been a lot of people here, but your father went missing. Long Shi shook her head and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes bright and filled with an indescribable emotion. It has nothing to do with the number of people here. The people here are just too cold. She looked around. Our bloodline has replaced the main bloodline. Before this, we didn't live here, but after the main bloodline disappeared, we moved here. Father built this hall and brought Long Tian and me here. At that time, he told me that everything had changed, and that I could go anywhere in Dragon Mountain without needing Fourth Sister to bring me around. But I like it more when Fourth Sister brings us around. I like it when he brings me around. Lu Yin sighed, Long Tian must like your father's words. Long Shi replied, what he thinks has nothing to do with me. I just know that I can't stay here for even a day. So you often live in the Central Realm? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi nodded, where is the place you're looking for? I'm not familiar with this place. Lu Yin followed Long Ku's memories to the seventh pillar at the back of the hall. This place wasn't hidden, but it didn't need to be hidden either. Long Ku had thought that it would be better to hide the resources here rather than spend time looking for a hidden place. This was the place where the White Dragon clan's main bloodline was represented. Long Ku wouldn't give up on this place, and no one else could enter as they pleased. Without his bloodline, no one else, including the guards who stood here all year round, would be able to find the resources. Your father really knows how to hide things, Luin said as he pointed at the bottom of the pillar. Long Shi was not surprised. That's his style. After saying that, he raised his hand and a drop of blood dripped onto the stone pillar. As he watched the stone pillar rise and the void ripple, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was a greater world. In the fifth mainland, the great worlds were mainly places where some races or forces could survive in the Neoverse. However, the Starry Sky Tree was the best place to hide resources. The Starry Sky Tree was dangerous, but it was also not. It was not like the Neoverse Glory Plane, which could easily be destroyed if one did not live in a great world. The Hall of Honor did not have the ability to control the entire fifth mainland, including the Glory Plane. However, the Starry Sky Tree was different. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, either the Lu clan, the Frigid Immortal Sect, the Lu clan, or the Four Cardinal Scales, the School of Agriculture, the Lu clan, and the other powerful forces were in charge of the Starry Sky. Therefore, the Starry Sky was generally considered stable, and the Great World was not very useful. As for the transportation of troops, there was no need for that at all. The back of the battlefield had its own plans for mobilizing troops over the years. Luin entered the Great Realm where the resources were hidden. The space was very small, and Luin directly plundered everything. Long Ke did not hide many resources, and there were only a little more than 2 billion star essence. Including the other items, it was not even worth 3 points for Luin. Although it was not a lot, it was still enough for him to personally take it. It was better than nothing. After all, Long Ke had not been the clan leader for long. The two quickly left the hall, and Long Shi asked the Fog Ancestor to take her to the place where she had once lived. It was not the Crouching Dragon Lake that Luin had once lived in. The Crouching Dragon Lake was a place that only the direct descendants of the White Dragon clan were qualified to live in. Back then, Luin had changed his name to Long Qi, and after arriving at Dragon Mountain, he had been arranged to live in the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the time, Patriarch Mu Xia had said that he would be accepted as a disciple, and the White Dragon clan had sought out Celestial Master Qiuling and wanted him to become her disciple. At that time, Long Qi's name had resounded throughout the Starry Sky Tree. At that time, Long Qi had been qualified to live in the Crouching Dragon Lake. Before him, Long Shi had lived there, and before that, Long Tian had lived there. Long Shi wanted to go to the place where her bloodline had not yet become the main bloodline's residence, and she longed to return there. It was also a tall mountain, but it was much shorter than the one Long Ke had lived in. However, it was still not far from the blood pool. The area around the blood pool, including Long Ke's mountain and the ancestral grounds, was the center of Dragon Mountain. The higher one's status, the closer they were to the center. Long Ke's bloodline had not been able to replace the main bloodline because of luck. They were the strongest of all the bloodlines, and the Longquan bloodline was second only to them. The bloodline had replaced the main bloodline, and the former mountain had been abandoned. No one would come back to take a look, they would only look forward. Long Ke had even hidden the resources in the hall, a testament to his determination. Long Shi walked in front of the abandoned mountain and saw familiar courtyards, familiar flowers, and trees. There were also many strange but cute animals. He looked to the right and saw a huge cat-like creature pouncing over. It did not attack, but instead approached Long Shi and meowed happily. Long Shi's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she hugged it. "Nini, is that you, Nini?" The big cat meowed happily and wagged its tail. Luin was surprised to see Long Shi laughing so happily as she hugged the cat. He had never seen her laugh so happily before. Suddenly, the same scene appeared in his mind, a young girl hugging a pet and laughing happily. That girl's face was beautiful, and he thought it was Long Shi, but it wasn't. The girl had the same beautiful face as Long Shi, but her temperament was completely different. She was more elegant, less cold, more calm, and less naive. At the same time, she was more holy and less worldly. Perhaps it was because of the pet she was holding. It was a 7-colored deer. A 7-colored deer, Luine suddenly said. Long Shi's expression changed, and she stiffened while hugging the big cat. She turned to look at Luine in shock. You remember? Luine was stunned and confused. What? Long Shi stared at him and saw confusion in his eyes instead of the hatred and complexity she had expected. You know about the 7-colored deer? Luine nodded and recalled the scene that had appeared in his mind. It's by Siener's pet, right? Long Shi sighed and patted the big cat's head. She still had a smile on her face, but it was no longer as pure as before. Bai Siener was the idol of many people, but she was also the target of many people's hatred. In Long Shi's heart, she belonged to the latter category. If possible, I'll definitely kill her. The big cat blinked and meowed softly, as if it had understood Lu Yin's feelings. Feeling Long Shi's mood, it stopped wagging its tail and kept rubbing Long Shi's face with its head. Long Shi smiled again. It's fine, Nini. Go play. The big cat's ears drooped down, and it licked Long Shi's hand before leaving, looking back 3 times with every step. Is this your pet? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi's expression dimmed. You've seen it before. Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Shaoxian had seen it before, and it had lived for a long time. It didn't have any cultivation and was just an ordinary animal. Long Shi didn't say much, but she was still depressed. Lu Yin sensed it, but for some reason, he thought that it was because she had seen the place where she used to live. After walking for a while, he thought that the mountain was completely deserted, but he soon found someone familiar, Long Shi's maid, Xiaoqian. Long Shi hadn't expected Xiaoqian to be here. She had a good relationship with the girl and was about to go find her, but Lu Yin stopped her and gestured for her to keep quiet. Within a courtyard, Xiaoqian didn't sense their arrival and was conversing with someone using a Cloud Connect stone. That's all. The White Dragon tribe ordered us not to spread this news. Not bad, you're finally useful in the White Dragon tribe. A voice came from the stone. Continue to keep an eye on her. The White Dragon tribe won't let news of the blood pool spread. Let's see what price they'll pay to silence those from Yi Xian Academy. Understood, Xiaoqian replied. By the way, is there any news about my father? You're in the White Dragon tribe. If there's news about Elder Ni Huang, then there's naturally news about your father. Or do you think that your father can return before Elder Ni Huang? Xiaoqian's face paled. Sorry, I spoke too much. Originally, when Long Shi went missing, some people proposed to transfer you back. You no longer have any value in the White Dragon race, but many things have happened, and it has been delayed until now. If we had transferred you back then, you would have either followed your father to the battlefield on the other side, or you would have only been an ordinary disciple. But now, the opportunity has come. Find a chance to get close to that Mr. Hao Yu from Yi Xian Academy. It would be best if you could seduce him. You're also quite beautiful, and our people in the White Dragon race will help you. Xiaoqian hesitated. What, you don't want to do it? No, I'm just thinking about what to do. Do your best. That Hao Yu isn't that easy to seduce. If the White Dragon tribe finds out, just say that you've had enough of that place and want to borrow his power to leave. Xiaoqian gritted her teeth. Yes, I'll do my best. Outside the courtyard, Long Shi's expression was gloomy. She had always been cold and arrogant, and she would only reveal some of her true feelings towards Xiaoqian. She had long since treated Xiaoqian as a younger sister, and even if she scolded her sometimes, it would not be too severe. She had never thought that this person had been a spy sent by an outsider from the start. Lu Yin hadn't expected such a thing to happen, but he wasn't surprised. It was very common for powers to plant spies in each other's territories, and if they dared to plant spies in the White Dragon tribe and had people within the White Dragon tribe to provide support, then it had to be one of the four scales. He just didn't know which one. How did she become your maid back then? Lu Yin asked. Longshi answered in a low voice, the last maid was allowed to leave Dragon Mountain to marry someone else. I accidentally saw her being bullied, but her eyes were resolute, so I took her in. Lu Yin nodded, it's an old story. He wanted to say something else, but Longshi rushed into the courtyard and appeared in front of Xiaoqian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2263. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The more aloof a person was, the more violent their outbursts would be when they couldn't control their emotions. Xiao Qian stared blankly at Long Shi, who had suddenly appeared. "PR, princess." Long Shi stared at her with a solemn expression, "Who sent you?" Xiao Qian panicked and dropped the cloud pass stone in her hand. She instinctively jumped in fright and took a few steps back. "Who sent you?" Long Shi barked. Xiao Qian trembled and stared at Long Shi in fear. She was usually aloof like Long Shi, but at this moment, it was as if her disguise had been torn apart. Fear spread like a tide. "PR, princess, I don't know what you're talking about." Long Shi looked at her in disappointment. "I heard everything you said. Tell me everything and I won't let you die." The word "die" terrified Xiao Qian. She had been in the White Dragon tribe for so many years and had never experienced death. She was even more terrified now. "Princess, I didn't hurt you or the White Dragon tribe. Speak." Long Shi barked, her voice shaking the entire room. Xiao Qian's legs went soft and she collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead and her eyes went blank. It's the frigid immortal sect." Long Shi sighed and looked at the paralyzed Xiao Qian, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Lu Yin walked over. "What did the frigid immortal sect send you to do in the White Dragon tribe?" Xiao Qian looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Long Qi." "No, Lu Xiaoxian." Lu Yin had returned to his original appearance when he released Long Shi. He smiled and bent down to stare at Xiao Qian. "Since you know who I am, you should know that I won't go easy on you. Answer my questions and I might let you live. Otherwise." Xiao Qian hurriedly hugged Long Shi's leg and begged, "Princess, please spare me. I didn't do anything. Even though the frigid immortal sect sent me to Dragon Mountain, I really didn't do anything. I didn't hurt you or the White Dragon tribe." "Then what were you doing just now?" "The White Dragon tribe tried their best to cover up the matter of the blood pool, but you spread the news back to the frigid immortal sect." Xiao Qian's face was deathly pale. She had no way to argue. "By the way, I remember something. Back then, I used the name Long Qi and Long Shi to visit the ancestral Mang in the mortal world. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy for others to find out about our itinerary. However, the cold immortal sect managed to find us. They knew the time of our departure and accurately calculated our location." Lu Yin suddenly asked. Xiao Qian hurriedly denied it. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Also, after I arrived at Dragon Mountain, I went to the hidden Dragon Lake, but I was challenged by the other White Dragon branch disciples." "Did you tell them?" Lu Yin asked again. Xiao Qian panicked. "No, I really didn't tell them that. With the strength of those subsidiary sect's disciples, they wouldn't be able to affect you. I really didn't say anything this time." "So you were the one who told me about the itinerary to pay respects to the ancestral Mang?" Lu Yin sneered. Xiao Qian trembled, her face pale. Long Shi looked at Xiao Qian and asked, "How many times have you betrayed me?" Xiao Qian was terrified and didn't dare to say anything. "If you don't want to talk about it, does that mean you've done a lot? If that's the case, then there's no reason for you to continue living. Xiao Qian hurriedly replied, no, I didn't do much. It was just that junior ancestor Bai wanted to pursue the princess, so I told them about her itinerary. What else? Lu Yin barked. This woman was not afraid of death, so he just needed to scare her a little. Xiao Qian was frightened by Lu Yin, and she blurted out, and those subsidiary sex disciples? I told them about the itinerary of the White Dragon Branch disciples. Lu Yin understood. No wonder all the White Dragon Branch disciples who wanted to marry Long Shi were killed. I was wondering how the frigid immortal sect had the ability to search the entire central realm, as they couldn't have sealed off every single location. So you were the one who gave them the locations. Xiao Qian lowered her head, and her heart continued to sink. The fear of death enveloped her, and she didn't dare to hide anything. Long Shi closed her eyes. She had also wondered how the frigid immortal sect had been able to find all the subsidiary sect's disciples. There had been at least 100 of them, and they had come from all directions. The frigid immortal sect couldn't possibly have so many people to seal off every single direction, but they had still managed to do it. So this was the reason. She had harmed them. Princess, I've never hurt you. Please spare my life. Spare me, Xiao Qian begged. Long Shi's eyes were filled with grief, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of her eyes. Lu Yin didn't doubt that she would kill Xiao Qian on the spot. He pressed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin walked past her and squatted down, looking at Xiao Qian at eye level. Let me ask you, who is your father? Xiao Qian's body trembled, and her eyes flickered. This question was even more terrifying than Long Shi's, and she didn't dare to answer. She didn't even dare to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only asked out of curiosity. After all, he had heard from the person across from the Cloud Vision Stone that Xiao Qian's father had gone to the Fifth Mainland to join the expedition, just like Elder and I Huang. However, Xiao Qian's behavior was too abnormal, especially when she faced him. She had a strange fear, or rather, an instinctive fear that was even more terrifying than when she faced Long Shi. Even though he had caused a ruckus at Dragon Mountain under the alias of Long Qi and caused the White Dragon clan to lose face, it wasn't enough to make Xiao Qian so terrified. His words had been threatening, but Xiao Qian's reaction didn't seem to be as simple as that. I'm asking you, who is your father? Lu Yin asked again. Xiao Qian's voice trembled as she replied, Elder. Elder Green Apricot. Lu Yin was stunned. Elder Green Apricot. Even Long Shi was curious. You're the daughter of Elder Green Apricot from the Cold Immortal sect. Xiao Qian nodded. You seem to be very afraid of admitting it, Lu Yin commented. Xiao Qian panicked. Father has helped by Xiao Hong force the princess many times. Many of the assassinations against the White Dragon clan's branch disciples were done by him. He even contacted the boundless assassins. She paused and looked at Lu Yin. Assassinate Long Qi, so I don't dare to say it. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the limp Xiao Qian on the ground. He hadn't expected her to be Elder Green Apricot's daughter, and he hadn't expected someone as old as Elder Green Apricot to have a daughter. Long Shi hadn't expected this either. No wonder you betrayed the White Dragon clan so easily. So you told your father. To be honest, this isn't betrayal, but rather theft. Xiao Qian kept begging Long Shi to let her go. Long Shi was about to attack, but Lu Yin suddenly said, wait. Xiao Qian looked at Lu Yin hopefully. Long Shi didn't understand. You want to save her? Lu Yin replied, keeping her alive is more useful than killing her. We can use her to steal information from the Cold Immortal sect and even use them. Then what about what she did in the past? Long Shi's tone turned cold. Those branch disciples died because of her. Who's going to avenge them? Princess, I can help you mislead the cold immortal sect. I can help you steal information from the cold immortal sect, but please don't kill me. Please, Princess, Xiao Qian begged. Lu Yin replied, I won't stop you from killing her, but think about the White Dragon clan situation. Using her is more valuable than killing her. Long Shi lowered her head and looked at Xiao Qian, her eyes filled with anger, killing intent, and disappointment. I thought that you were like me, but I was wrong. She then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Xiao Qian heaved a sigh of relief, but her eyes were filled with bitterness. After so many years, she had feelings for Long Shi as well, but their positions were different. Lu Yin's voice rang out, being alive isn't necessarily better than being dead. If I can keep you alive, then I'm confident that I can control you. He then raised a hand and sent the Grim Reaper's seal into Xiao Qian's body. Xiao Qian wasn't even an enlighter, so the Grim Reaper's seal didn't have much control over her. Some people would rather die than have their astral origin cyclone destroyed, as losing one's cultivation was far more painful than dying. However, to Xiao Qian, death was the most terrifying thing. I can kill you with a single thought. If you don't believe me, you can ask the cold immortal sect for help. Of course, there's only one chance. If you try and fail, you'll die without a complete corpse. Xiao Qian's body trembled. I wouldn't dare try. Thank you, Long Shi. Thank you, son-in-law. Lu Yin raised a brow. He hadn't heard the words, son-in-law, in a long time. Aside from the killing technique planted in your body, there's someone else I want you to meet. Part of the reason why you're still alive is because of him. He then took out Mount Supreme and released Elder Green Apricot. When Elder Green Apricot came out, he looked at Lu Yin in confusion, not knowing what to do. Lu Yin replied, don't say that I'm heartless. I'll protect your daughter for you, but whether or not she can atone for her crimes will depend on her own luck. Elder Green Apricot was still confused. Daughter? Xiao Qian, who was paralyzed on the ground, stared at Elder Green Apricot in a daze. Why was he here? An indescribable feeling of having seen a ghost grew in Xiao Qian's mind. She would never have dreamed that Elder Green Apricot would be carried around by Lu Yin. Who would carry someone around with them? Lu Yin pointed at Xiao Qian. You don't even recognize your own daughter. Elder Green Apricot looked at Xiao Qian and frowned. She looks familiar. Suddenly, he recalled something. Aren't you Princess Long Shi's maid? Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard this, and he suddenly stared at Xiao Qian. He reached out and grabbed her hair, pulling her up. Xiao Qian's face paled, and her eyes filled with despair. She tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. Outside the courtyard, Long Shi walked in, not understanding why Lu Yin had suddenly attacked Xiao Qian. You dare trick me? Lu Yin's tone was icy. He had never thought that he would be tricked by a nobody who could control his life and death at any time. He had really thought that Xiao Qian was Elder Green Apricot's daughter, which was why he had protected her and kept her for his own use. He hadn't expected this woman to lie to him even before her death, and her lie had been almost perfect. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had used all sorts of methods to stay alive. He had hidden, disguised, lied, and used all sorts of methods, but he had still fallen into the hands of a little girl who could be crushed to death at any time. Elder Green Apricot couldn't figure out what was going on. Long Shi stared at Xiao Qian. You're lying even before your death. Either everything you said before was a lie, or you can't reveal your father's identity. Tell me, who is your father? Lu Yin tightened his grip on Xiao Qian's hair. I need to know who your father is. Tell me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2264. Xiao Qian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She could have fooled everyone with this lie, but Elder Green Apricot appeared and was brought along by Lu Xiaoxian. How could she have known that something like this wouldn't happen? Lu Yin's killing intent enveloped Xiaoqian, but it was far more intense than Long Shi's. Xiaoqian closed her eyes, knowing that she couldn't hide it any longer. Her voice was dry and despairing as she uttered a name, Bai Zheng. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously let go. Xiaoqian fell to the ground, her face ashen. Beside him, Long Shi looked at him. You know Bai Zheng? You're Bai Zheng's daughter. Elder Green Apricot was astonished. Lu Yin took a deep breath, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. Bai Zheng again. He turned to Long Shi. Lu Zheng. Long Shi's expression changed drastically, and a violent killing intent swept out. Lu Yin moved his finger and suppressed the killing intent. Lu Zheng. That servant of yours. Long Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This wasn't anger, but outright killing intent. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoqian. No wonder she'd made up Elder Green Apricot, she was actually Lu Zheng's daughter. Lu Zheng had been his servant, but he betrayed the Lu family and joined the frigid immortal sect, changing his name to Bai Zheng. He was one of the people the Lu family wanted to kill the most. This time, Lu Yin believed that Xiaoqian wasn't lying. There was no point in lying anymore. The fact that she was Lu Zheng's daughter was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. What could be more important than hiding that she was Lu Zheng's daughter? That was impossible. At the same time, Long Shi also understood why Xiaoqian had been placed by his side. Lu Zheng sent you, right? Xiaoqian nodded. She'd already said everything she needed to, and there was nothing left to hide. Long Shi clenched his fists, not out of anger towards Xiaoqian, but hatred towards Lu Zheng. That traitor had not only betrayed the Lu family, but had also placed his own daughter by his side. It was obvious that he'd done it to steal the matter between him and Lu Xiaoxian. What did Lu Zheng ask you to do? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoqian's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible. Father said that Princess Long Shi is very close to Lu Xiaoxian, and that she's always by the side of the 7 heroes. There are some things that even the Lu family doesn't know, but Princess Long Shi might. That's why he sent me here. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He felt that he had made a mistake. Lu Zheng had died too easily, and he shouldn't have let him die so easily. As far as I know, Bai Zheng went to the battlefield on the other side after joining the Cold Celestial sect. Where did his daughter come from? Elder Qingxing asked. Not long after Father joined the Frigid Immortal sect, he found my mother and had me soon after. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it out alive if he went to the battlefield on the other side, so every time he talked to me, it was through someone from the Frigid Immortal sect. He was also the one who made the arrangements for me. The Frigid Immortal sect wouldn't refute anything he said, because it was related to Lu Xiaoxian and the 7 heroes. As for my existence, only 2 people know about it. One is my father, and the other is the current acting sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect, Bai Su. Elder Qingxing sighed. So that's how it is. Bai Su doesn't have much of a presence in the sect, and his cultivation is always weaker than Bai Ting's. However, he's always been the strongest in the side branches. I thought that he wouldn't be able to do much and that his fate would be to die on the battlefield on the other side. I didn't expect him to be your contact with Lu Zheng. The more inconspicuous a person is, the more likely they are to be useful, Lu Yin said coldly before looking at Xiaoqian. Now that he knew that she was Lu Zheng's daughter, should he kill her or not? The choice was in Lu Yin's hands. From the perspective of an enemy, she deserved to be killed. Even if Xiaoqian wasn't Lu Yin's enemy, Long Shi would still kill her. But from another perspective, as Lu Zheng's daughter, Xiaoqian's value was even greater. In the end, Lu Yin didn't kill her. Outside the courtyard, Long Shi looked at Lu Yin deeply. Aren't you afraid that she'll inform the frigid immortal sect? She understands the enmity between Lu Jing and the Lu family, and she knows that she can't live. Lu Yin said, even those who seek death will think of survival before they die, and she's not seeking death. As long as there's a chance, people like her will grab it. Lu Jing is like that, which is why he betrayed the Lu family. This woman is the same. She'll betray the frigid immortal sect and everyone she can betray in order to survive. Long she looked away. I hope you're right. There was a certain amount of danger in Lu Yin's actions, but he was sure that Xiao Qian wouldn't reveal his existence unless she had absolute confidence that she could keep herself alive. She definitely didn't want to die, so who could give her absolute confidence that she could keep herself alive? It had to be at least a half-ancestor, and she wouldn't have the ability to find one unless she returned to the frigid immortal sect. By then, Lu Yin would have already been exposed, and it wouldn't take long for him to have a showdown with the four cardinal scales. When he returned to his residence, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. Long she was probably in a bad mood right now. There was no end to the schemes between people, both now and in the past. However, Lu Yin believed that when the Lu family had taken control of the fifth mainland, there hadn't been much of such schemes. With the Lu family suppressing them, no matter how much they schemed against each other, it wouldn't mean much unless it was out of hatred. The four cardinal scales seemed to be balancing each other on the surface, but in reality, the moment the Lu family had been exiled, a seed had been planted to replace the Lu family. It was just a matter of when it would blossom and bear fruit. When that time came, unless one side could suppress the rest with a thunderous force, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Humans had to fight amongst themselves, but they also had to deal with external pressure from the Eternals. To them, this was an unbearable pressure. They couldn't afford to lose, and their civilization couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the mother tree. The battlefield on the back of the mother tree could be supported, and it all came from this region of space. It was this expression of peace that the Eternals wanted to break. Thus, the witch spirit god had increased his influence and exaggerated his innate gift, but he had also allowed himself to be hunted down by the four cardinal scales. Rather than saying that they were hiding among the humans to steal information, it was more accurate to say that even if they died, they still had one use, which was to create chaos. For example, when Unbounded's headquarters had been destroyed, the list of assassins and employers had been exposed, which had caused chaos in the top realm and middle realm. The Eternals' methods against the humans were like a trickle. They weren't grand, but they would eventually drain the human civilization dry. The true strength of the four cardinal scales was definitely not what it appeared to be. The reason why they had reached this point and why their experts were stretched thin was because of the expeditionary army. This was also one of the Eternals' methods, but their target was Lu Yin. Once the four cardinal scales fought amongst themselves, their resources would be depleted even more, and they wouldn't even be able to support the battlefield on the back of the mother tree. The only way to end this situation was for the Lu family to reappear. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland for far too long. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to take control of the fifth mainland. If Shun took over the fifth mainland again, he would not encounter too much resistance. If any of the four sides of the balance wanted to take over the fifth mainland, the resistance they would encounter would be completely different. The Seed Garden, the Lu family, Leisure Memory Academy, and the others would not give up so easily. Lu Yin looked at the mother tree. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his thoughts were all over the place. However, it seemed that he now had a reason to do what he wanted to do, a reason that was even more convincing. He collected his thoughts and continued with what he needed to do. It was time to roll the die. He tapped out and watched the die slowly spin before stopping at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was he that lucky? The next moment, his consciousness appeared in the dark space. Lu Yin looked around and then chose the brightest ball of light to merge with. Based on the brightness of this ball of light, it should be a cultivator with 2 origin tribulations. There were no other balls of light brighter than this one, and Lu Yin didn't want to waste any more time. As his consciousness merged with the ball of light, a familiar scent filled his nose. Lu Yin opened his eyes. Why was the sky shaking? The world spun, and there was a thud as something hit the ground beside his ear. He saw a headless corpse slowly fall to the ground. Was this the battlefield on the back of the mother tree? In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body through the dark space. Lu Yin panted heavily. Dead. The person he had merged with had died in an instant. His head had been chopped off the moment he merged with his body. He hadn't expected to be so unlucky. He had just merged with his body, but he hadn't even read his memories before dying. That person had been unlucky, as his death hadn't been caused by his merging. He hadn't even been able to see his enemy before being killed. The difference between them had been too great. If he had merged with his body earlier, his fate might have been different. What a pity. Lu Yin tapped out again, and the die slowly spun. His luck seemed to be especially good this time, as he rolled 6 pips again. This was something that rarely happened. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space and looked around. There weren't any balls of light that were too bright, but he wasn't trying to obtain any important information. Most people in the Alliance were only at 1 or 2 origin tribulations, so these balls of light were just right for him. With that in mind, he directly merged with his body. When Lu Yin merged with someone else's body, they were usually in a stationary state, such as standing or sitting. However, this time was different. The person he had merged with was in a hurry, so he had fallen over. What's going on? Did that woman yesterday make your legs go soft? A deep voice sounded. It came from a rather handsome man. He looked young, but his gaze was extremely deep. Lu Yin felt awkward. He had actually fallen over after merging with someone who was in a hurry. It's nothing. Let's go, Lu Yin said. At the same time, memories flooded into his mind. There were 3 people around him. Aside from the handsome man, there was also an old woman. They were all emissaries, and the person Lu Yin had merged with was also an emissary at 1 origin tribulation. He was surprised, as it wasn't common for 3 emissaries to walk together. However, as his memories flooded in, he understood. The person he had merged with was called Qingshi, and he was a member of the Roots. His status within the organization was quite high. The Roots were an organization in the cosmic astral tree that specialized in helping the mother tree clean up its roots. There were all sorts of people in the organization, and they spent most of their time in the mortal realm. They faced life and death situations that weren't much better than those on the other side of the battlefield. However, the people here were also respected because the mother tree was the foundation of the cosmic astral tree. Protecting the mother tree's roots was the same as protecting the cosmic astral tree. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2265. There were many masters in the Root organization. This Qingli had a high status in the organization as an emissary. As for the 2 people in front of him, the handsome man was also an emissary who stayed in the Root organization all year round and fought in the mortal world. The old woman was from the Cold Immortal sect. Their destination was the nest of a creature that the handsome man had agreed to meet with the King of Adventure. The handsome man had a good relationship with the King of Adventure, and they often worked together to clean up the creatures that were destroying the mother tree's roots. This time, the handsome man had invited the King of Adventure to take action, but his true goal was not to clean up the creatures, but to kill them. The handsome man had been bribed by the frigid immortal sect to lure the King of Adventure to kill him. And all of this was related to Lu Yin. Back when Lu Yin had disguised himself as Draconic 7 and fled to the Central Realm after being exposed at Dragon Mountain, the King of Adventure had helped him once. The King of Adventure had not been exposed, but he had accidentally told the handsome man, who had then sold him out in exchange for benefits from the frigid immortal sect. The frigid immortal sect had long since known that the King of Adventure had a good relationship with the Liu family, and that he was one of the surviving members of the Liu family. Thus, they had forced him to complete the route's missions every year, which was the same as sending him to his death. However, the King of Adventure had survived, and his contributions to the routes made it difficult for the four cardinal scales to act against him. However, the handsome man's information had given him a reason to act against the frigid immortal sect. Although they had decided to act against the King of Adventure, the frigid immortal sect had not acted yet because they wanted to keep an eye on him and see if they could find any of the surviving members of the Liu family. Unfortunately, so many years had passed, and the King of Adventure had not contacted any of the surviving members of the Liu family. The frigid immortal sect did not want to waste any more time on him, so they decided to lure him out and kill him. This was a small matter for the frigid immortal sect, as they did not need any of the sect's experts to act. They only needed to poison the King of Adventure at the right moment to render him defenseless. This was the handsome man's mission. The three of them continued on their way, and Liu Yin looked up at the handsome man. He sighed that he was lucky to have encountered such a situation, otherwise, the King of Adventure would have been in danger. The handsome man and old woman were definitely no match for the Adventurer King. After all, the Adventurer King was at the 6th origin tribulation stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to help them back then. The difference between the handsome man and old woman was just too great. Even so, they were still confident. They relied on a type of poison, and their target this time was a creature called Che-Ku. This creature was adept at controlling air currents. It had an extraordinary ability to sense and control air currents. The handsome man's mission was to spread the poison in the air. As long as King Adventure attacked Che-Ku, Che-Ku could use the poison in the air to kill King Adventure. There was no need for the handsome man and the others to do anything. Their mission was to spread the poison, record the scene, and seal it in the cold immortal sect. Will the King of Adventure detect the poison? In the eyes of the handsome man and the old woman, Liu Yin's words were the words of a successful official. The old woman coldly replied, "That won't happen. This poison isn't very toxic, so it won't attract the Adventurer King's attention. However, after Che-Ku uses it, it can be used to kill the Adventurer King. You just have to remember to retreat in time." The handsome man sneered. "Don't worry. Even if we don't want to retreat, the Adventurer King will think of a way to throw us out and let us live." He then sneered. "How sad. Based on my understanding of him, he'll definitely do that." Liu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the handsome man with killing intent. This person didn't seem to have any regrets, and he was even mocking the Adventurer King. Even the old woman didn't like him. The cold immortal sect's stance was to kill the Adventurer King, but in reality, many people admired him. The Adventurer King had not relied on the Liu family to obtain this title, but rather on his own. The four cardinal scales would not show mercy to the remaining members of the Liu family. The missions that the Adventurer King completed every year were extremely dangerous, and even if he managed to survive, the four cardinal scales could not openly attack him. If it weren't for the fact that the Adventurer King had helped Liu Shaoxian a few decades ago, the Adventurer King would have continued to live until he was eaten by a creature from the mortal realm. Such a person was worthy of respect, but it was a pity that he would die at the hands of such a despicable person. The handsome man did not care about the Adventurer King at all. The reason he had been able to curry favor with the Adventurer King in the past was because of a seemingly life-or-death situation, but in reality, the Adventurer King had seen him in a different light. The Adventurer King had helped him complete missions for so many years, and he had successfully obtained a large amount of resources and fame in the Root organization. He had also improved his cultivation, but now that he no longer needed the Adventurer King, his next step was the Cold Immortal Sect. With his cultivation as an emissary, he could easily join the four cardinal scales, but he did not want an ordinary position. The Adventurer King's death would allow him to take a high position in the cold immortal sect, and he would obtain far more resources than other cultivators in the same realm. This was his true goal. The handsome man was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy, but he did not notice that a blade had been stabbed into his neck. It was a blade that he was very familiar with, one that they had supported each other in the past. This blade's owner was Qingshi. Lu Yin attacked, stabbing through the handsome man's neck and then using the 13 swords technique to easily kill him. He then slashed at the old woman. She was shocked. "What are you doing?" She had not expected this wooden emissary to suddenly attack her. Was he crazy? Lu Yin had never used the 13 swords technique on Qingshi before, as Qingshi did not know how to use the technique. However, Lu Yin could display that sword intent, causing his blade to have a strange aura. More importantly, he had once studied it in the sword steel, which gave him the experience of breaking through 10,000 weapons. The old woman's weapon was rather strange, as it was a pair of hooks. However, Lu Yin's blade quickly found a flaw and severed her arms. The old woman was shocked. "Who are you? You're not Qingshi." She did not believe that Qingshi was her match. Furthermore, her weapon was very difficult for ordinary people to break through, but this person had been able to find a flaw in it. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Yin did not say a word. His saber was heavy, but the saber in his hand felt lighter and more agile. The old woman stepped into the astral source universe in an attempt to escape, but she was still cut down by Lu Yin in the end. Lu Yin returned to the handsome man's corpse, took out the cloud connection stone, and contacted the Adventurer King. Qingshi and the handsome man had fought with the Adventurer King in the mortal realm, so they knew how to contact him. "How much longer until you arrive?" "Che Ku won't stay in one place for too long," the Adventurer King said. Lu Yin replied, "The frigid immortal sect sent people to kill you. They already know that you help Lu Shaoxian, and Che Ku is a method to deal with you." The Adventurer King's expression changed. "Who are you? Where is he?" "He's a traitor, and I've already killed him. Hurry up and run, the 4 cardinal scales won't let you off. Just wait quietly, the Lu family will be back soon." Qingshi was not a good person either. He had been saved by the Adventurer King several times, but he had been willing to accompany the handsome man and the old woman to kill the Adventurer King. Lu Yin used Qingshi's body to commit suicide, and his consciousness returned to his chest. The white comma was boiling and expanding slightly. Suicide was indeed useful, as only those between life and death could cultivate death energy. Lu Yin had no idea how the Grim Reaper had created this kind of power. Had he died many times? Or had he been able to merge into someone else's body and die? Lu Yin rolled a 6 twice in a row, but he did not roll it again for the next 2 times. He believed that it would take a long time before he could roll it again. This was all luck. Now, he just had to wait patiently for the White Dragon Tribe's response. The next day, Lu Yin did not receive any response from the White Dragon Tribe, but the culinary god did. When he saw the culinary god's hesitant expression, Lu Yin asked, "Senior, has the matter of the blood pool been settled?" The culinary god nodded and thought about it. "Perhaps this isn't fair to you. After all, you did this for the Academy, and because of this, you were threatened by the White Dragon Tribe." The Academy Lu Yin raised a hand and stopped the culinary god from continuing. He looked at the culinary god with a burning gaze. "I'm a mentor of the Academy. As long as it's good for the Academy and the students, I don't care about anything else. What happens to the White Dragon Tribe and the 4 cardinal scales have nothing to do with me." The culinary god met Lu Yin's gaze and nodded. "I brought you to the Academy because of your high cultivation at such a young age, and also because of Kuei Luo. Although I don't think much of him, I have to admit that the old man has some ability. Although he's brought trouble to the Academy, as long as he's around, his cultivation as a half-ancestor is enough to intimidate others. Now, it seems that my decision was right, but my thinking was wrong. You're more suitable for the academy than Kue Luo, and the academy is more suitable for you. Luoyin shrugged. I can't accept such a heavy responsibility, but I'm curious. What conditions did the White Dragon tribe offer to move Senior? The culinary god's eyes flickered, but he did not speak for a long time. Luoyin looked up. Is it related to Suryu? The culinary god solemnly answered, the White Dragon tribe is willing to give me a chance to have a fair duel with that bastard. Regardless of life or death, they will not interfere. Luoyin was shocked. They actually dared to make such a condition. Aren't they afraid that Suryu will be killed by Senior? The culinary god sighed. The White Dragon tribe will not give up on that bastard. Since they dared to make such a condition, it means that they are confident that they can protect that bastard from me. But no matter what, I want this opportunity. I must kill that bastard with my own hands and settle this once and for all. Luoyin understood. The culinary god's hatred for Suryu was no less than Luoyin's hatred for the four cardinal scales. It was closer to Luoyin's hatred for Night King Jinwu, and that kind of feeling was enough to make him give up everything. No matter how the White Dragon tribe uses the blood pool to suppress outsiders who join them, it has nothing to do with us. Since those people joined the White Dragon tribe, then that's their fate. Even if this matter was to be exposed, there was no need for it to be exposed to us. However, since we already know about it, then we must take the benefits that we deserve, the culinary god said. He then told Luoyin about the conditions that the White Dragon tribe had offered to the students and himself. After all, Luoyin was the one who had discovered the blood pool, so he was treated differently from the others. He also needed to clarify that he had been mistaken. The White Dragon tribe will give you two choices. First, they will reserve a peak for you in Dragon Mountain, the culinary god said. He looked at Luoyin's blank expression and explained, this means that as long as you reach the boundary of Dragon Mountain, you will receive the White Dragon tribe's protection. No matter who you offend, even if it's the four cardinal scales, the White Dragon tribe will protect you. Luoyin subconsciously asked, what if I offend the White Dragon tribe? The culinary god looked at Luoyin quietly. Are you very good at offending people? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2266. I've already offended them regarding the blood pool, Luoyin muttered. The culinary god replied, the blood pool incident is over. The White Dragon clan has made this promise multiple times, and they've fulfilled it every single time. The most famous instance was in the Central Realm, where the Lu family was still around. An independent cultivator killed a branch member of the Lu family, and the Lu family did not tolerate him. However, that cultivator received a condition from Dragon Mountain to keep a peak for himself, so he escaped to Dragon Mountain with great difficulty. In the end, he was protected by the White Dragon clan. Luoyin was astonished. Someone who killed a member of the Lu family was protected. That's right, it's unbelievable. The Lu family is famous for their strength and protectiveness, but that cultivator was still protected. In the end, he died from his origin tribulation, and it had nothing to do with the Lu family. It was considered a normal death for cultivators. As for what price the White Dragon clan paid, no one knows. However, word of this condition spread, and countless people hoped to keep a peak in Dragon Mountain. Luoyin sighed. To be able to protect someone from the Lu family, the White Dragon clan's promise is indeed worth a lot. Are you tempted? The culinary god asked. Luoyin decisively refused. No need. The culinary god was astonished. Really? Or are you worried that the Xia family will use Yuchuan to threaten you? Luoyin smiled. I have a peaceful mind, and I'm not good at offending others. If not for the academy, I wouldn't have offended the White Dragon clan, so I might not need to use this condition. The culinary god thought about it and agreed. Alright, then let's talk about the second option. He raised a finger. A half-ancestor power vessel. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A half-ancestor power vessel. The culinary god replied, looks like that's your choice. Not bad, a half-ancestor power vessel is quite expensive. But it's not as valuable as the first option, Lu Yin said. The culinary god sneered. The first option is to protect you, but it's also to keep you. Anyone can see your value. Wang Nian has looked for you, right? The frigid immortal sect has been trying to rope you in, and the Xia family has even brought Yuchuan out for you. The White Dragon clan can't possibly do nothing. If you choose the first option, they'll be able to obtain you and also resolve the matter of the blood pool. Lu Yin smiled. So if I choose the first option, Senior will stop me as well. The culinary god shook his head. I won't stop you. Everyone has their own aspirations. He gazed at the starry sky with melancholy. Now, the four sides of the scale reign supreme. If you choose to join any of them, no one will blame you. This is also the choice of most cultivators, and it's the same for the students. The academy has nurtured them, but they don't necessarily have to repay the academy. Lu Yin's interest was piqued by the topic, and he asked, Senior, what are these treasures? I don't know about that. I'll inform the White Dragon tribe of your choice and won't let them harass you until we leave, the culinary god said. Thank you, Senior, Lu Yin said gratefully. The culinary god shook his head. I'm the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have known that that bastard was at Dragon Mountain. Yu Hao, I owe you a favor, and I hope I can repay it in the future. He then left. Lu Yin didn't expect to gain any benefits from the White Dragon clan, and the fact that they had given him a half-ancestor was a pleasant surprise. More importantly, he could upgrade this half-ancestor to the progenitor realm, which was the most pleasant surprise. As for leaving a peak in Dragon Mountain to protect his own life, only an idiot would do that. If the White Dragon tribe found out that he was Lu Yin, even if the entire Dragon Mountain belonged to him, it would be useless. The dragon ancestor would be the first to kill him. A giant paper boat floated in the air as a group of students excitedly boarded it, discussing something in groups of 2s and 3s. Wang Xiaofan and the rest had stern expressions, and Lu Ke glanced at Long Tian from time to time with an unwilling gaze. The White Dragon tribe's training had ended. Rather than calling it training, it was more like a tour. At least the students hadn't done anything, but they had benefited greatly from the blood pool. Of course, their benefits weren't because of the blood pool, and Lu Yin had already clarified that he had been wrong about the pool. Even though everyone had a tacit understanding, no one dared to leak the information and risk offending the White Dragon tribe. As for Xia Shengguang, Wang Xiaofan, and the rest, the White Dragon tribe naturally had other ways to prevent them from leaking the information, but the four cardinal scales would definitely find out. Lu Yin had a strange expression as he didn't know how to describe it. In Nong Xinyang's words, it was as if he had eaten dirt. In fact, she was right. Lu Yin had indeed eaten dirt, or more accurately, he had obtained a piece of dirt. Just now, the White Dragon tribe had given him a half-ancestor treasure. It was a piece of dirt that was gray, dirty, and had a strange smell. When he had obtained the dirt, Lu Yin had almost smashed it into Long Tian's face. He had actually given him a piece of dirt. What was the meaning of this? After the White Dragon tribe's explanation, Lu Yin finally understood the use of this piece of dirt, and he felt terrible. This piece of dirt came from the mortal realm, and its exact location was right below the ancestral Mang's head. The ancestral Mang slept all year round and would drool while sleeping. This piece of dirt was stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva and was filled with its aura. As long as one held it, no creature would dare to approach, including half-ancestors. This was amazing. Even half-ancestors didn't dare to approach it. Who could say that it wasn't a half-ancestor treasure? As for the power vessel, since it had the ancestral Mang's saliva and innately carried the ancestral Mang's aura, how could it not be a power vessel? After Lu Yin took the piece of dirt, he felt terrible. He quickly stored it in his cosmic ring and boarded the boat under the envious gazes of many from the White Dragon tribe. He felt like he had been tricked. As the boat flew up, he didn't even look back, afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from cursing. Mr. Haoyu, I didn't see wrong. The White Dragon tribe just gave you soil that contains the ancestral Mang's saliva, right? Mr. Wei asked with a smile. Lu Yin was unhappy. Saliva is saliva. Why do you call it saliva? Mr. Wei laughed. Mr. Haoyu, don't underestimate this piece of dirt. As long as you have it with you, no creature in the mortal realm will dare to provoke you. All the resources in the mortal realm will be at your disposal. To the Root organization, this is an absolute treasure that they wouldn't trade for even if you gave it to a half-ancestor. From what I know, the White Dragon tribe has sold quite a few pieces of dirt that contain saliva throughout history. The buyers were either the Lu family or the Frigid Immortal sect. The seed garden is a treasure that others can't obtain even if they want it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is that so? That's right, this is definitely an absolute treasure in the mortal realm. At the same time, he wasn't thinking about the mortal realm, but rather the astral beast domain in the fifth mainland. If even a half-ancestor was afraid of something that no creature dared to approach, then what about the astral beast domain? What about the celestial demons? What about the Skymender Imperial Tutor? They were essentially the same as the creatures in the mortal realm. As long as they weren't humans, they were still creatures, so they should be able to be intimidated by this soil. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more excited he became. If he used it well, then this thing wouldn't be as simple as a half-ancestor variant treasure. Mr. Wei smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wei, Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Wei smiled. I'm just envious and congratulating you. Lu Yin was magnanimous. Mister, do you want it? This piece of dirt isn't small, so I can give you some. Mr. Wei hurriedly declined. I don't want to go to the mortal realm. The saliva smell is useless to me, so please keep it for yourself. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, it's really good stuff. I'll find a chance to go to the mortal realm and try it out. After Mr. Wei left, Bai Weiwei found Lu Yin with a smile. Mister, the next place to go is my Frigid Immortal sect. You won't cause trouble for us, right? Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? Who would dare cause trouble for the four-way scales? Bai Weiwei smiled. I've known Mister for so long, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Mister, you want to help Yishin Academy, but it's useless. At most, you'll be able to buy some time, but you won't be able to change the outcome. You'll even be displeased with the four-way scales. In the starry sky of the trees, the four-way scales represent everything. Lu Yin said, You're worrying too much. I didn't cause trouble for the four-way scales, and I don't have the ability to do so. Bai Weiwei smiled. With Mister's ability, you can cause trouble for anyone, but my Frigid Immortal sect has always treated Mister with respect. Senior apprentice sister specifically instructed me to learn from Mister. In the future, Mister might become a member of my Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior apprentice sister. Bai Siener. Bai Weiwei nodded. Senior apprentice sister asked me to send her regards. She then turned and left. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Had Bai Siener noticed him? Everyone was afraid of her, as if she were the ruler of this region. However, in his memories, in the depths of his heart, she would always be a servant that could be pointed at and berated. A bold servant. Just like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, the frigid immortal sex-acting sect master, Baisu, received Ishian Academy. Baisu was waiting far away from the frigid immortal sect, and when she saw the food god, she treated him like a junior. Looking at Baisu, who was talking to the culinary god respectfully, who would have thought that this person was secretly controlling Xiao Qian to find out the secrets of the White Dragon tribe? He was trying to use Xiao Qian to get close to him. Everyone thought that Baisu was a puppet that was more obedient than Bai Ting. Baisu suddenly looked at Lu Yin and warmly said, "This must be Mr. Hao Yu. You're so young and promising. When I was your age, I was only a hunter, but you're not only an emissary, but also a realm yuan formation master. I admire you." Lu Yin was polite. "Sect Master Baisu is too kind. I was just lucky, but I can't compare to the geniuses of the frigid immortal sect." Baisu laughed. "Mr. Hao Yu is the one who's overpraised. There are many in the frigid immortal sect who are of the same age as you, but they can't compare to you. I'm ashamed." After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yin, Baisu went to chat with Mr. Tang. This Baisu didn't have the slightest air of a sect master. She was more like how should she put it, a businessman. Bai Weiwei's expression was ugly. This was embarrassing. The group of Ishian Academy students looked relaxed. Based on Baisu's attitude, they felt that they might be able to obtain more benefits in the frigid immortal sect. First, it was the Wang family, then the White Dragon clan. These originally lofty four sides of the scale and the rulers of the astral tree galaxy were fighting to give them benefits. Although they didn't know the reason, they didn't need to know. The food god grew impatient. "Sect Master Baisu, what kind of training did the frigid immortal sect prepare for these brats?" Baisu happened to be exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Wei. When she heard the food god's words, she turned around and respectfully replied, "Senior, do you know about the heavens beyond heaven?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2267. The culinary god was shocked by Baisu's words. Not far from Lu Yin, Mr. Wei, Mr. Tang, Xia Shengguang, Wang Xiaofan, Lu Kai, and the others were all shocked. Nong Xinyang even blurted out, "You're willing to open the trial?" Baisu smiled at Nong Xinyang. "It's not really a trial, it's just an experiment. If you're willing, you can try it out. It might be beneficial." Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He knew about it, as he had fused with many people's memories, including people like Long Ku. Even though he didn't specifically learn about the frozen immortal sect, the sky beyond was too famous. The so-called sky beyond was the clouds above the frozen immortal sect. In the top realm, there was an unwritten rule that the four scales had the same height. Dragon Mountain's peak, the Wang family's continent sphere of light, the divine martial sky prison dragon, and the frozen immortal sect's clouds represented the peak of the top realm. Anyone who climbed the clouds would be able to ascend to the sky beyond. The top realm was a layer of heaven, and above the clouds was another layer of heaven. This was only one of the explanations for the sky beyond, which was how most people understood it. However, the sky beyond was not only a symbol of status, but also a trial. It was very easy for cultivators to tear apart the void and wander the universe. However, it was impossible for them to ascend the clouds. No matter if it was an ordinary cultivator, an emissary, or even a half-martial ancestor expert, it was almost impossible for them to ascend the clouds. No one knew what had happened when they attempted to ascend the clouds. They only knew that after everyone attempted to ascend the clouds, they would lose all their memories. They did not have any memories of attempting to ascend the clouds. There was only one kind of person who might know, and that was the person who could truly ascend the clouds. Since ancient times, no matter if it was the cold immortal sect or any other sect or family, there were very few who could ascend to the clouds, including the Lu family before they were exiled. As a result, many people in the starry sky tree knew about the sky beyond trial, but no one knew the process. If that was all, it wouldn't have aroused anyone's interest. What really made the sky beyond trial famous was that anyone who could ascend to the clouds would become an ancestor. Lu Yin had experienced the era of the 4 young ancestors. The so-called 4 young ancestors were just 4 youths who had used tribulation crystals to break through 3 stages. They possessed strength that far surpassed their peers, and they had a high chance of becoming ancestral ancestors. The reason why they were called ancestral ancestors was not only because of their expectations, but also because of their self-suggestion. In Lu Yin's opinion, they were just like the 12 gate masters of the above heaven era. The 12 heavenly gate sect masters and Tao children were said to have the potential to become ancestors. If all of them became ancestors, the number of ancestors in the human race would be far greater than what they knew. Ancestors would be as numerous as half-ancestors. They only had a high chance of becoming an ancestor, and this included the possibility of self-suggestion. However, the outer heaven trial was different. Anyone who ascended to the clouds and transcended beyond outer heaven would be recognized by the frigid immortal sect as an immortal beyond immortal. As long as these people did not die in an accident, they would all become progenitors. For example, the Lu family had once had a disciple who had completed the outer heaven trial and become an immortal beyond immortal. Of course, that disciple had also died in the sovereign realm. There was also a legend in the frigid immortal sect about a person named Bai Xing who had transcended beyond outer heaven and become an immortal beyond immortal before finally becoming a progenitor. The founder of Yi Xian Academy, Progenitor Wen, had also undergone the outer heaven trial and ascended to the clouds to become an immortal beyond immortal. The outer heaven trial did not allow one to become an ancestor, but rather, it was almost like a prophecy. In any case, it was recorded in history that those who had ascended to the clouds had all become ancestors as long as they had not died in an accident. In the eyes of many, the probability of becoming an ancestor through the outer heaven trial was much higher than that of the 5. The 4th young ancestor was someone like that. However, the number of people who could complete the trial was so small that it was almost negligible. The culinary god looked deeply at Bai Su. Is your frigid immortal sect really willing to allow these children to attempt the outer heaven trial? The outer heaven trial was not something that anyone could attempt just because they wanted to. Even the Lu family had to pay a price in exchange for this opportunity. Bai Su smiled. Of course. You are all future elites of the human race, and my frigid immortal sect is willing to do our best to help you. It would be even better if someone could complete the outer heaven trial. The culinary god did not have high expectations for this. Ever since the Daosaur sect had been established, only 8 people had completed the trial, 1 from the Lu family, 2 from the frigid immortal sect, 1 from Shenwu planet, 1 from the seedling garden, and progenitor Wen and 2 other gifted independent cultivators. The Lu family's Bai Xing from the frigid immortal sect, the 1 from the seedling garden, progenitor Wen, and 1 of the independent cultivators had all become ancestors. 5 people had become ancestors, and the disciple from Shenwu planet who had completed the trial and another gifted independent cultivator had been assassinated. The murderer was still a mystery, but it was speculated that it was Redback of the eternal race. The other person from the frigid immortal sect was Bai Xiener. Countless people had attempted the outer heaven trial, but only a few had succeeded. How could the culinary god have any expectations? He looked in the direction of the frigid immortal sect and fused with Long Ku's memories. Not a single one of the 7 heroes had attempted the outer heaven trial. Many people were interested in this trial, and they would do everything they could to attempt it, but there were also many who were unwilling to do so. Even though it was called a trial, it was naturally dangerous. Those who succeeded would definitely become ancestors, and those who failed would end up crippled. Almost no one who attempted the Grand Master's trial succeeded. Among those who failed, a considerable portion of them were crippled. They looked like normal people, but they did not know how to cultivate. Some of them even suffered from chi deviation, causing them to be neither human nor ghost. Many people did not dare to attempt the trial of Grandmaster's trial. Regardless, the frigid immortal sect was willing to open this trial to the students of Ishian Academy, which was a stroke of good fortune for these students. Not long after, the paper boat arrived at the frigid immortal sect. Looking at the endless frigid immortal sect, for some reason, there was an indescribable sense of majesty. It was like a giant prostrating on the ground, and if it stood up, it would shake the heavens and earth. The Wang family's continent gave off a lofty feeling, the Dragon Mountain gave off a lofty feeling, and the frigid immortal sect gave off a dignified feeling. What they cared about the most was the clouds within the frigid immortal sect. Each of those clouds emitted a white light that was gentle and comfortable, and it prevented people from having any distracting thoughts. It was like the vaporized root of wisdom tea, which was the root of wisdom that the Hui family had planted. Although its effects were not as good as the root of wisdom that the Hui family had planted, it was enough to calm people's minds and restrain distracting thoughts. Wu Yao walked out to welcome the food god. Not long after, the people from Ishian Academy were brought into the frigid immortal sect. He had thought that the frigid immortal sect would give a glorious history speech like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, but he had not expected them to be so straightforward and directly ask for a trial. The food god did not refuse, and the students had been on their paper boats the entire time, so they were not too tired. Ishian Academy came at the right time. Coincidentally, my frigid immortal sect also has a group of disciples who want to try the outer heaven trial. Why don't we go together? The food god followed his gaze and saw a group of frigid immortal sect disciples standing at the foot of the mountain. There were more than 100 of them, and there were both men and women. They all had arrogant expressions, but their gazes were calm. They did not make any noise, and their attitudes were completely different from the chattering students from Ishian Academy. You want the frigid immortal sect disciples to compete with the students from Ishian Academy? The food god's tone was not pleasant. Wu Yao smiled. It's just a coincidence. What, you don't dare? Before the food god could reply, Mr. Tang spoke up. From what I know, the frigid immortal sect disciples have 3 chances to try the outer heaven trial, but the students from Ishian Academy know nothing about it. This competition is not fair. Wu Yao said disdainfully. Could it be that Mr. Tang wants the competition to be fair? Mr. Tang frowned. The frigid immortal sect was the complete opposite of the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. The White Dragon clan wanted to rope in the students, while the frigid immortal sect wanted to suppress them. However, this might not be a bad idea, so the students could see the frigid immortal sect's strength. Many of them hoped to become disciples of the frigid immortal sect. Ishian Academy could not refuse the frigid immortal sect's suggestion. Even if the Academy did not agree, the frigid immortal sect disciples could just stay away from the clouds. Alright, let's do that, the food god said, glancing at the students. The Wang family and the White Dragon clan's attempts to rope in the students had caused some of them to become complacent. They could use this opportunity to ask the frigid immortal sect to suppress them. The food god no longer considered whether they would join the frigid immortal sect or not. Even if they did not join the frigid immortal sect, they would join the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. If it were not for the internal conflict between the four-side scale and Ishian Academy, they would not have been respected by the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. It was time to wake them up. The food god hoped to use the frigid immortal sect to suppress the students who had become complacent, but he did not expect to be suppressed so ruthlessly. In the sky, there seemed to be an invisible staircase. One by one, the youths walked up in a daze, aiming for the clouds above their heads. An hour later, 2 distinct colors appeared in the sky. One was white, which represented the frigid immortal sect's disciples, while the other was white, which represented the Ishian Academy students. There were clothes of all colors, and when they looked up, it was as if a curtain had fallen, with white occupying the top. In other words, almost all of the Ishian Academy's students had been suppressed. There were more than 40 youths in the sky, and they each represented the frigid immortal sect and Ishian Academy's explorers who were below the explorer realm. At the same realm, not a single student from Ishian Academy could surpass the frigid immortal sect's disciples. Wu Yao was satisfied, as this was how it should be. Ishian Academy's requirements for recruiting students were very high, and not many could join. Were the frigid immortal sect's requirements any lower? Wrong. Even the White Dragon clan, which had the weakest background in the four-side scale, had the same requirements for their own disciples and foreign cultivators. Ishian Academy represented the top elites of the middle realm, while the four-side scale represented the upper realm, middle realm, and lower realm. If there was a choice between Ishian Academy and the frigid immortal sect, who would choose Ishian Academy unless they had ulterior motives? Currently, half of the Ishian Academy's students came from various clans and sects, and the most outstanding geniuses came from the four-side scale and the seed garden. The Liu family's cultivation did not only depend on talent, but also resources. Furthermore, these disciples had all experienced the sky beyond heaven's trial, so they naturally surpassed the Ishian Academy's students. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2268. This scene was within the food god's expectations, but it dealt a heavy blow to the other students. Although the trial was for students below the explorer realm, the frigid immortal sect had also sent out students at that level. When it came time for the explorer, cruiser, and hunter realm students, the frigid immortal sect would send out their own disciples as well. They had been completely suppressed, which left many students confused. They had expected to be friendly, but what happened to roping them in? How could this be? Many students had thought that the frigid immortal sect would be like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, but they were wrong. The frigid immortal sect wanted to suppress them and then retaliate, not just rope them in. What was the difference between this and the Wang family and the White Dragon clan? Wang Xiaofan and Xia Xingguang exchanged glances, their eyes burning with passion. They had wanted to try the sky beyond trial for a long time, but they had not expected to get the chance to do so at Ishian Academy. They were confident that they were not any worse than the four young masters, and the only thing they lacked was luck. Now, luck was on their side. Not just the four young masters, but even the older and more glorious 7 heroes had not tried the sky beyond trial. No, Bai Xiaohong must have tried it. They were already impatient. Student Bai, have you tried the sky beyond trial? Lu Yin asked. Bai Weiwei replied, I have, but I failed. I can only reach 30,000 meters at most, and I'm still halfway to the clouds. Even you can only reach 30,000 meters. It really is difficult. Lu Yin sighed. Does Sir want to try it? Bai Weiwei asked. Lu Yin was surprised. Can I? Bai Weiwei smiled. I'll ask later. It should be possible. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the sky. If he could, would he try it? During the era of the 7 heroes, he had not tried it. Was it because the Liu family had stopped him or something else? There had to be a reason why the 7 heroes had not tried it. Was it good or bad? With these thoughts in mind, the youths fell from the sky one by one. The best frigid immortal sect disciple had climbed several thousand meters and was looking down on everyone else. Unfortunately, he was still far from Bai Weiwei's 30,000 meters, let alone reach the clouds. Ishian Academy's top student was not even half as high as the frigid immortal sect disciple, which made many students fall silent. Suddenly, there was a wail as a student clutched his head and fell to the ground. The culinary god hurried over to take a look, and Lu Yin also stepped forward to stare at the student. No matter how the culinary god shouted, the student seemed to have lost his mind. His eyes were lifeless, and he would occasionally laugh or cry. On the other side, a disciple from the frigid immortal sect shouted in horror, claiming that he couldn't cultivate anymore. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control the star energy in his body. The other students of Awaken Academy were terrified when they saw this, and many of them wanted to retreat. Lu Yin frowned, unable to understand why things had turned out this way. The culinary god did not blame the cold immortal sect. Wu Yao and Bai Su had reminded them before the attempt. At the same time, the culinary god also made the cultivators who attempted to ascend to the clouds promise to keep everything they knew a secret. Regardless of whether he remembered it or not, the trials of the heavens beyond heaven were not allowed to be spread to outsiders. The crazy student was brought back. The culinary god glanced at the students and said in a low voice, "Cultivation won't be smooth sailing. Some of you are independent cultivators, and you've already experienced life and death on your way to the academy. Some of you have clans or sects backing you, so your cultivation has been smooth sailing. But once you leave these, what will you have? Whether it's cultivating in the academy or adventuring outside, you'll have to experience life and death. I can see fear in your eyes, but I can also see anticipation. You can choose not to go through this trial." Wu Yao and the other cultivators from the frigid immortal sect looked at the Awaken Academy students with interest. The frigid immortal sect's disciples all had arrogant looks on their faces, as if they were superior. This was the frigid immortal sect's goal, and no one wanted to be outdone. Since they couldn't reach that position in Awaken Academy, then they might as well join the frigid immortal sect. The explorers and hunters all walked out with resolute looks on their faces. Since they had decided to come out, they were willing to accept the consequences, even if it meant losing their minds. The frigid immortal sect's disciples' gazes didn't change. They knew much more about the outer sky than the Awaken Academy students, and they had long since known that such a situation would occur. As for the disciple who couldn't use star energy, he faced the fate of being abandoned. This was the cruel and merciless world of cultivation. One cultivator after another ascended, their eyes glazed over. This time, Awaken Academy wasn't as miserable. There were a few students who could match the frigid immortal sect's disciples, or even surpass them. For example, the little fatty was fat, but his speed was very fast. He continued to climb, fat and steady. He overtook one frigid immortal sect disciple after another, and Bai Su and Wu Yao couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Very few people could be so fast on their first attempt at the outer sky. This speed was comparable to Bai Weiwei's. Bai Weiwei hadn't expected the little fatty to be so fast, and she was a little surprised. However, the little fatty was only fast in the early stages. When he reached 15,000 meters, he began to slow down. A female disciple from the frigid immortal sect was hot on his heels. Although she was slow, she was more stable, and she gradually caught up to the little fatty. The two of them were neck and neck, and the rest of the students were left behind. In the end, the little fatty overtook the female disciple, but he failed when he was close to 80,000 meters. He almost reached Bai Weiwei's original height. After landing, two students from Awaken Academy had problems. One of them kept meowing like a cat and completely lost his mind. The other was motionless as if he were dead. No matter what was done to him, he was still dead. His eyes were still open, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. As for the frigid immortal sect, there were also two problems. One of them had a very strange posture and didn't dare to put it down. The other was constantly laughing. His laughter was so disgusting that it made people shiver. He was immersed in his own world. Lu Yin exhaled. This thing was really strange. The outer sky trial didn't look at one's cultivation base. Even if it was the trial of a half-step ancestor, there might be all kinds of strange symptoms after failure. And this was just the beginning. The others were fine now, but they might also have strange symptoms after returning. The food god looked at the remaining students. They were Xia Xinguang and Wang Xiaofan's group. Strictly speaking, this group of people was not from Yi Xian Academy. They represented the square scale, the seed garden, and the Lu family. However, they were more than happy to be able to use Yi Xian Academy's name to attempt the Grandmaster's trial. 3 enlighters walked out from the frigid immortal sect. The appearance of these 3 shocked the students from Yi Xian Academy who had already passed the trial. These 3 people meant that the frigid immortal sect had 3 more enlighters in their generation. How shocking was that? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the foundation of a colossus. Wang Xiaofan and Bai Weiwei were about the same age as the former 10 arbiters. In the entire 5th mainland, there were only 10 enlighters in the outer verse, and even if one added the neo-verse, there wouldn't be more than 20. 20 of them were still hunters, and some had only become enlighters when they were over 40 years old. However, the frigid immortal sect could produce 4 enlighters. Bai Weiwei was even qualified to challenge an emissary as an enlighter. What kind of foundation was this? In comparison, the White Dragon tribe was far inferior. They couldn't even find a decent elite in this generation. There might be cultivators from outside the tribe, but they might as well not bring them out. When the 3 enlighters saw Bai Weiwei, they bowed respectfully. Senior sister. Bai Weiwei glanced at them. Let me see how much progress you've made. The 3 disciples looked at each other. Yes. When the trial began, a total of 10 people started to climb the clouds. The most eye-catching one was naturally Bai Weiwei, and her speed left the little fatty speechless. Although his eyes were also glazed over, she continued to ascend. In the blink of an eye, she had already traversed 3,000 meters, and she continued to climb. Following closely behind were not the 3 enlighters from the frigid immortal sect, but Wang Xiaofan, followed by Xia Xinguang and the other 3 disciples from the frigid immortal sect. After them were Qing Feng, Nong Xinyang, and Jin Zhongshan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the last person, and that person was Lu Quebec. No one had expected Lu Ke to be the slowest, not even Wu Yao. Among this generation's geniuses, Lu Ke was known as the person closest to the 4 young ancestors. He was an absolute expert of his generation, and he could kill Jin Zhongshan with a single finger. However, such a person had actually been left behind by Jin Zhongshan. It wasn't that Jin Zhongshan was talented; if he was, he wouldn't have been ranked behind. It was just that Lu Ke's performance in this trial was too poor. The Sky Beyond Heaven trial doesn't look at cultivation. They would also be one step closer to the Lu family. It's obvious that the Lu family could control the 5th mainland was not only because of the Lu family's ancestor, but also because of the culinary god watched Lu Ke slowly ascend. They could even call upon the ancestor realm. Let's wait and see. This was something that other families could never reach a height of 30,000 meters. The only thing they could do was to train as many ancestor realm powerhouses as possible. As for Wang Xiaofan, who was originally not far from her, fell through as soon as it rose. Xia Xinguang also stopped when she reached a height of 20,000 meters. Everyone looked up at the sky. She was still 30,000 meters away from the clouds, emitted a soft white light that fell like pillars of light. Wang Xiaofan and Xia Xinguang looked like a fairy, when they reached a height of 13,000 meters. Bai Weiwei was still from Bai Weiwei's level, and Wu Yao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Qing Feng was still several thousand meters away from Wang Xiaofan. Produced someone who could become an immortal, it would have a huge impact on the future situation. Was second only to Qing Feng, followed by Lu Ke and Jin Zhongshan. Unknowingly, Lu Ke had surpassed Jin Zhongshan and was not far from Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. As for the 3 disciples of the frigid immortal sect, they were second only to Xia Xinguang and Wang Xiaofan. They had already experienced the trial, but they still couldn't compare to these 2. Now everyone should have reached their limit, and those who should stop had stopped. Only one person was still climbing slowly, and that was Lu Quebec. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2269. Liu Kei's eyes were sluggish. Carrying the Kei sword on his back, he slowly passed Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. Then, one by one, he passed the disciples of Hanxian's sect. Under the ugly expressions of the three disciples, he directly passed Xia Shengguang and Wang Xiaofan. He was constantly approaching Bai Weiwei. The group of Yixian Academy students was excited. Compared to Bai Weiwei and the others, Liu Kei's face was cold, but he was still outside the four-way scale. They would rather Liu Kei surpass Bai Weiwei. Unfortunately, Liu Kei stopped 3,000 feet away from Bai Weiwei and failed to pass her. What a pity. If he could do it again, Liu Kei would definitely surpass everyone and even touch the clouds, Mr. Tang said regretfully. Bai Su smiled at Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang doesn't know much about sky beyond. In fact, the last 10,000 feet is the real trial. Those who are qualified to participate in the sky beyond trial are all top geniuses, such as those who have surpassed 10,000 feet. If they were given another chance, they might be able to surpass 20,000 feet, so the real test is the last 10,000 feet. Since ancient times, there have been no less than 1,000 people who have surpassed 20,000 feet, but only 20 or 30 people have the potential to touch the clouds. Those 20 or 30 people have already left their names in the annals of history. With that, the trial ended, and the group landed on the ground. Everyone looked at them nervously, afraid that they would go crazy or become strange. Fortunately, they didn't change at all. At this time, Bai Su suddenly spoke up. Mr. Haoyu, are you interested in giving it a try? Wu Yao looked at Bai Su in surprise. Haoyu? The sect decided to let this person take the trial. Bai Weiwei was also surprised. She wanted to ask, but she didn't expect Bai Su to suddenly invite Mr. Haoyu. It seemed that the sect was very interested in roping in Haoyu and Celestial Master Gu Yan. The food god wasn't surprised. Lu Yin had displayed shocking lock-breaking abilities in the Wang family, so he was definitely worth roping in. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me? Can I? Bai Su nodded with a smile. Of course, as long as Mr. Tang is willing. This wasn't the Hanxian sect's decision, but his own. It was all because of the information he had obtained from Shao Qian. Shao Qian followed his instructions and purposely approached this Mr. Haoyu. No, it was Yu Hao. Although nothing happened, they chatted a lot. From Shao Qian, Bai Su learned that Yu Hao might join the Divine Martial Heaven, but he was forced to do so. He wanted to join the Cold Immortal sect. It was this information that made Bai Su decide to give it a try. If he could rope Yu Hao in, he would have made a great contribution. Even if he had to step down from his position as acting sect master, his status in the sect would still be higher. Moreover, Yu Hao's background and ability were both extremely high, so there was no harm in showing goodwill. Lu Yin looked at the food god. The food god coughed. My words were meant for these students. Sir, please don't mind them. Lu Yin glanced at the students. If he didn't go, he would be looked down upon. Although he didn't care, Nong Xinyang encouraged him. Sir, work hard. Qing Feng said with admiration, Sir, you must have climbed the highest. Sir, you're mighty. Mr. Haoyu, go. Lu Yin was speechless, and his mind raced through the speculations of the 7 prodigies not trying to become a realm beyond heaven. He then looked at the students, and with his own ability, it shouldn't be a problem. At worst, he could just put on a show. He walked forward. Since the Cold Immortal sect has agreed, I'll give it a try. Bai Su smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Just as Lu Yin was about to begin, Wu Yao shouted, Wait. Everyone thought that he was going to object. Bai Su's expression changed. As if Wu Yao objected to his decision in front of everyone, the sect would be faced with the question of whether to choose him or Wu Yao. Actually, there was no need to choose, as Baisu would definitely be abandoned. He had been too careless, and he should have discussed this with Wu Yao in advance. Wu Yao spoke up. My cold immortal sect also has an emissary who wishes to participate in the trial. Mr. Haoyu, I hope you don't mind going with him. Baisu sighed in relief. Fortunately, Lu Yin wasn't trying to stop him. Lu Yin smiled. Of course I don't mind. Wu Yao nodded. What he wanted was for anyone from Ishian Academy to be suppressed. From the explorer realm to the hunter realm, being suppressed by the little fatty from Ishian Academy was an accident. As for the Enlighter realm, Bai Weiwei was the highest as she represented the cold immortal sect. As for this Mr. Haoyu, even an emissary had to be suppressed. The emissary from the cold immortal sect had a triangular face. It was a very strange triangular face, and he didn't look human at all. No one from Ishian Academy recognized this person. The cosmic tree realm was too large, and there were hidden powerhouses in any of the 9 districts of the middle realm. There were even more emissaries. Although Lu Yin didn't know this person's identity, if Wu Yao had been able to find him, then he was probably very confident that he could suppress Lu Yin in the realm beyond heaven trial. Palace, the triangular-faced person introduced himself. Lu Yin replied, Ishian Academy, how you? The triangular-faced person nodded and looked at Wu Yao. Wu Yao said, you may begin. I've always heard of Mr., and what happened in the Wang family is especially admirable. Mr. is recognized as the genius most likely to become an origin array heavenly master. I look forward to Mr.'s brilliance in this realm beyond heaven trial and shaking the heavens. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior thinks too highly of this junior. I'm just giving it a try, and I might not be able to reach as high as those children. Wu Yao's face darkened, but he smiled at Lu Yin's words and gestured for him to begin. He was just being polite. Lu Yin looked up. He hadn't felt anything before, but now that he was standing on the mountain peak where the realm beyond heaven trial was held, his surroundings had become much quieter. A ray of light shone down and warmed Lu Yin's body. Not far away, the triangular-faced person rose into the sky. He was very fast, but he couldn't compare to Bai Weiwei. Although he was a third tribulation cultivator, the realm beyond heaven trial didn't care about cultivation. Everyone stared at Lu Yin, wanting to see him take the first step. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped forward. In that instant, the ray of light that shone on his body caused his vision to become scorching white, and he couldn't see anything. However, it was only for a moment, as he saw a crab in the next instant. A crab. At the bottom of a dark river, a crab crawled quickly from one hole to another, and then came out of the hole, looking for something. Among the algae, a strange fish full of sharp teeth swam out. It stared at the crab and suddenly rushed out like a sharp arrow. The crab quickly drilled into the bottom of the river, but its 2 legs were bitten off by the strange fish. The strange fish chewed with a greedy look in its eyes and rushed into the hole at the bottom of the river, trying to eat the crab. Soon, the chewed-up crab shell floated up from the hole at the bottom of the river, accompanied by the chewed crab legs. Then the strange fish swam out again and rushed into the algae to find its next prey. Luin experienced life. Death. He felt like he had experienced life and death. It was as if he had become a crab and been eaten by a fish. The feeling was extremely devastating. That crab was him, and he was the crab. He had been eaten by that strange fish. That feeling of despair still shrouded him. Was this the realm beyond heaven trial? Why did it feel similar to the combination of 6 pips on a die? Below, everyone watched. They didn't know what Luin had experienced. They only knew that he had lifted his foot and was rising, his eyes dull. Luin felt like he had experienced a long time, but to others, it was only a moment. The light that shrouded him pulled him up, but it seemed like he was climbing up by himself. Luin suddenly realized that this was the realm beyond heaven trial. No wonder some of the students were acting so strangely. They had become a new species and couldn't walk out. Perhaps in their view of life, humans were just another species. This was a world of lunatics. Lu Yin's eyes regained their clarity in an instant. He thought about many things, and in the blink of an eye, his vision turned white again. He saw a swallow, and then he became that swallow. There were no other thoughts in his mind. He was the swallow, and the swallow's life was his life. He seemed to have experienced many springs, summers, autumns, and winters. He had experienced migrations, hunts, and finally, he had died under a sharp arrow. The swallow's death brought despair once more. Regardless of whether it was the swallow or Lu Yin who had died, the feeling was real. How many people in this world could face death peacefully? It wasn't close to death, it was truly dead. Lu Yin understood why most people couldn't pass the realm beyond heaven trial. It was because they couldn't face death directly. They couldn't bear the despair, pain, and final erasure. But for him, it seemed like he was used to it. He had even committed suicide several times. Gradually, the people below felt that something was wrong. Lu Yin's speed was getting faster and faster. At first, he was slower than the triangular-faced man, but after an incense stick's worth of time, he had caught up to him and reached a height of nearly 30,000 feet. Then, without any suspense, he surpassed the triangular-faced man. The triangular-faced man didn't know. His eyes were dull as he experienced the cycle of life and death, but the people below saw it clearly. Bai Weiwei was shocked. How could he be so fast? Although she didn't remember what she had experienced, she knew from others that her speed was already very fast, comparable to Bai Xiaohong. How could Mr. Haoyu be so fast? This was the first time he had experienced it. Wu Yao's face was ugly. He had actually surpassed the palace. The frigid immortal sect had been suppressed. It was all Bai Su's fault for being meddlesome. She had insisted on this child's trial, and the results were not good for them. Bai Su's face twitched. Wasn't Mr. Haoyu's talent in lockbreaking? How could he be so powerful in the realm beyond heaven trial? This couldn't be right. Could lockbreaking be helpful in the realm beyond heaven trial? Bai Su wasn't the only one who thought so. The others also thought so. Lu Yin's lockbreaking ability was obvious to all. He had easily crushed Bai Weiwei, and he could guide ordinary cultivators to arrange a sourcebox array. This was not something that could be done purely by experience or talent. It was a combination of both. When Zhu passed the trial. It seems that lockbreaking is really helpful in the realm beyond heaven trial, Mr. Tang muttered to himself. The culinary god was surprised. Was that so? Lu Yin had experienced life and death, and he was getting closer and closer to the clouds. He was about to reach 20,000 feet, which was the height that Bai Weiwei had reached. Everyone watched nervously. Would Mr. Haoyu surpass Bai Weiwei? Bai Weiwei's palms were sweating. How talented was this Mr. Haoyu? The Xia family was really blind. If they had known that he was so talented, wouldn't they have treated him like a treasure? They actually sent Xia Zhidong to cause trouble and almost forced the Yu family to become a mortal enemy. No, the sect must take this person down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2270. Lu Yin reached 60,000 feet, and this time, he saw a teapot. Could a teapot work? What would a teapot experience? Making tea, pouring tea, and smashing it, this was the teapot's life that Lu Yin had experienced. He couldn't understand how he had become a teapot. The die's 6 pips could be integrated into a living being, but it couldn't be integrated into an inanimate object. The closest thing to an inanimate object was a mechanical ant, but mechanical ants were also living beings. The one that Lu Yin had integrated into had sentience and consciousness, so it was essentially an intelligent life form. After becoming a teapot, Lu Yin felt that time passed very slowly. In his mind, decades had passed, and the teapot that he had become was a quasi-antique. In the end, it had been smashed. After 60,000 feet, Lu Yin was still slowly rising. He was already numb to life and death because he was in the outer sky trial. It was very difficult to go any further. Black and white comma in his heart
Most
was
of the
spinning
trial
wildly
geniuses
and
stopped
expanding.
here.
Life
Only
and
a few
death had
people
awakened
could
the
set
foot on this high
strengthened his
altitude and
unique
climbed
power.
towards the clouds. This was something that he
Wu
didn't
Yao,
know yet.
how was Bai Xiener's
One by
trial in
water
outer
sky,
sky?
the cultivators from the frigid
The food
immortal
god
sect
suddenly
arrived and looked up
asked.
at the sky in surprise.
This question
attracted everyone's
They watched
attention.
Lu Yin move slowly
Bai
but
Xiena
steadily
was a legend
towards
and
the
was of the same
clouds.
generation as the 7
Wu Yao
heroes,
was shocked.
but she was considered an
If Lu
existence that
Yin could
surpassed
reach
them.
this height on his first try,
She had already
would he
reached
be able
an
to touch
unknown
the
level at
clouds
such
if
a
he was
young
given
age.
a few more chances?
Some people said that
Ascending
she
the
was an
clouds and
emissary.
becoming a celestial
Some said
being
that she
had
was
long
a
been ruled
half-ancestor,
out by those
and
who
some
were
said that
familiar
she
with
was
the
trying to
trials
break
of the
through to
realm
the
beyond
progenitor
heaven.
realm. Many
No
of the
one
frigid
knew what her
immortal sect's
cultivation
disciples
level
only
was.
hoped to touch the clouds.
Even Wu Yao,
and Lu Yin
an
had
unruly
shown that it was
half-martial
possible to do
ancestor,
so, had to be respectful
Few
when he mentioned Bai
cultivators in the
Xiener.
history of the frigid
It
immortal
was Bai
sect could
Xiener's
achieve
instructions
this.
that helped him resolve
If
the
this
crisis.
kid could really touch the clouds,
It could be said
Wu
that in
Yao's
the entire
eyes
starry
widened.
sky of trees,
His
Wu Yao
value to the
respected
sect
and
wouldn't
feared
just
Bai
be
Xiener
limited
the
to
most,
Jieyu and
apart from the
celestial master
progenitor
Gu
Gu
Yan.
Yan. Everyone
Not
knew
only
that
the
Bai
frigid
Xiener
immortal
had passed the
sect,
trial,
but the Xiao
but they were
family
curious
and the
about
other
the
two
process.
families would also be crazy
I
about
don't know,
obtaining him.
Wu Yao replied.
Lu Yin had become
Then,
a piece
what
of
about
dried
Bai
fish.
Xiaohong?
That's
The
right,
food god
a dried
asked.
fish that had been dried in the
Wu Yao
sun.
looked at the food god.
It had no consciousness
There's
of
no
its
point
own,
in asking
but
about
strangely,
someone who's
it had
already
a
dead.
consciousness. Is it
It
inconvenient
wasn't
to
the fish
say,
itself, but the dried
food
fish's
god
consciousness.
Bai
A new
Su
consciousness
said,
had
in
been
the last
bestowed upon
1,000
this
feet,
piece of dried
one
fish,
step was 10
and it was
feet.
quickly devoured.
Young ancestor
The
Bai
horror of being
Xiaohong
chewed
reached
on
the
was enough to
700
drive
step
anyone
and was
crazy.
ranked in the top 10 in the
His
history of
speed
the
slowed
frozen
down and
immortal
wasn't as
sect.
fast as before,
Everyone
but he
was
still
shocked.
rose steadily.
Bai Xiaohong
No one
was
was more
ranked in the
familiar
top
with
10.
this feeling than Lu Yin.
How many progenitors had
He
the
was
frozen
someone who had
immortal
committed
sect produced
suicide
in the
more than
past?
once, so he was
Which
very
one of these
familiar with
progenitors
death.
wasn't a peerless genius?
Everyone's willpower was different.
Which one of them was weaker than their
Their
peers?
understanding of death and their
Even
attitude
so,
towards
Bai
it would be
Xiaohong
different.
was still ranked in the top
This
10.
was the Grand Master's trial.
It was clear that his talent
Lu
was
Yin
extraordinary.
surpassed Bai Weiwei,
Which brought
unfortunately,
great shock to
he
the
had
cold
died
immortal
too
sect.
early.
Bai
The most
Weiwei looked
hateful
up
one
at the
was that
position where
bastard
Lu
from the
Yin
Lu
had just
family.
passed her.
If it
Under
wasn't
the
for Lu
clouds and the
Xianxian,
light,
the
Lu
young
Yin
ancestor
seemed to have
wouldn't
an
have
additional
died
layer
so
of
young.
divinity.
The astral
Especially
tree
when he
realm would
stared
have had
at
another
Yuhao's
progenitor
face.
in the
Countless
future.
women
An
were
elder of the
intoxicated.
frozen immortal sect said
From
resentfully.
the ground to 100,000
Bai
feet in the
Su
air,
sighed.
there was a threshold.
Yes, in the history
From
of the
100,000
frozen immortal
feet in the
sect,
air to
there were very
100,000
few
feet
people
in the
who
air
could
was
reach the
also a
700
threshold.
step. And the
As
final
long as they didn't
threshold
die
was the
young,
final
they
10,000
could have become
feet.
half-ancestors without
This
exception.
was known as ascending to immortality
It's not
with every
impossible
step.
for them to become progenitors.
Countless geniuses had stopped
What
at
a
this
pity.
point. Bai
For
Weiwei's
example,
eyes
Bai
dimmed.
Weiwei, if she was
Every
given another
disciple of the
chance,
frozen
she
immortal
might
sect
be able
could
to reach
attempt
the
the
final
final
height
beyond
of
10,000
10,000
feet.
times.
Bai
She had
Xiaohong,
already tried
as well
twice,
as the past
and
geniuses
even if she
of the
tried
cold
again,
immortal sect,
she wasn't
had
confident
almost
that she
all
could reach
reached
the
the
final
top
height of
10,000 feet,
let alone the 700
Looking
step.
from the ground,
It was
was
only
the difference in
29,000
strength
feet.
between her and Bai Xiaohong really that great? If Bai Xiaohong could do this, then what about her senior sister? How far could the 7 heroes of the past reach? With this thought, all of her pride vanished, and she subconsciously looked up at Luin, who was slowly climbing. How high could this person reach? Could he be comparable to Bai Xiaohong? Perhaps he was the true genius who could rival the 4th young ancestor. A day later, Luin reached the final 3,000 feet under everyone's shocked gazes. This was the ascending to immortality with every step. Wu Yao's breathing stagnated. Was this kid really that talented? Even Bai Xiaohong couldn't reach this height during his first trial. In fact, he was far from it. Could he really touch the clouds? After reaching the final 3,000 feet, Luin turned into a stone. Only the heavens knew how a stone could have consciousness, and it was especially clear. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. Luin was very clear that he was a stone, and he didn't know anything else. However, he had an incomparably clear consciousness. This consciousness allowed him to see the earth through the sandstorm, the boundless grasslands, and all kinds of strange creatures. He had been trampled on, used as a weapon, and even fallen into a river. After floating for many years, he had reached the bottom of the river and reached an unknown depth. His consciousness was very clear, too clear. It was so clear that he was a stone that could feel the existence of time. He had created the word time, the word flow, and all kinds of words that came from the stone's understanding of the earth. He had also made the stone feel the terror of time. How long had it been? Countless years. It had truly been countless years. Any other creature that had maintained such a clear consciousness would have turned into stone and gone insane. However, Luin had not, because he had seen time. Time was a formless existence, but he had seen it. The feeling that time had brought him was instantly erased. No matter how long it had been, it was just a feeling. It was a feeling that could drive a person crazy, but it was fine as long as he got rid of it. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. It wasn't a single step, but a single step. He had crossed nearly half of it, reaching the 500th step. Below him, Wu Yao's pupils shrank. Impossible. He stared blankly. Baisu was also stunned. Anyone who had reached the final 3,000 feet would have to cross 10 feet with each step. There were only a few exceptions, such as Bai Xing, Wen Zhu, and all those strange people who could reach the clouds. There was also Bai Xiener. Aside from them, no one else had ever crossed dozens of feet in a single step. However, this person had not crossed dozens of feet, but 1,500 feet. This had never been recorded in history. The culinary god raised an eyebrow. Based on his understanding of Beyond Heaven's trial and Wu Yao's reactions, this Hao Yu had done something incredible. It seemed like the consequences would be even more severe than what had happened to the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. Luin didn't know about the legends of the final 3,000 feet. He only knew that his perception of time was becoming increasingly clear. Before coming to the cosmic tree realm, he had used Wendy Yushan to sense time, but it had been useless. Later, he had used Junior Progenitor Planet's resources to upgrade the aged withered tree, and then used Desolate Ancestor's reversal step to successfully reverse spacetime. He had a preliminary perception of time, but it had always been very vague. Just now, he seemed to be able to sense time. If he did it again, perhaps he would be able to sense time again. At the same time, he also understood why some people became strange after the trial. For example, if he hadn't woken up, he really would have turned into a stone. How long had a person lived until now? Decades? Centuries? How long could a stone exist? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even longer? Compared to the clear consciousness of a stone, a person's existence lasted only for an instant. Thus, some people became a different kind of creature after the trial. This was because, in their understanding, a person's life until now might have been a fantasy. Fortunately, he had a perception of time. Otherwise, he might have become like that. Looking up, the clouds were within reach. Then, let's continue. Since I can sense time, there's nothing to be afraid of. The triangular-faced emissary had already landed and watched Lu Yin ascend step by step. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Yao. When he had come, he had said that he would defeat this person. How could he compete with this person? At this point, no one was thinking about competing anymore. Everyone wanted to see how far Lu Yin could go. In particular, Wu Yao had come to an incredible conclusion. This person wouldn't be able to reach the clouds, right? Baisu swallowed. Was this necessary? He had only wanted to express his goodwill and rope Lu Yin in if possible. He hadn't expected to cause such a big commotion. This was too big. Even if this person stopped now, it would still attract the attention of the ancestors. This was troublesome. If this person still chose Shenwu Plain in the end, he would be a sinner of the frigid immortal sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2271. In the starry sky of the universe, there were countless species. Lu Yin experienced one after another. What he experienced the most was life and death, the most terrible was time, the most sorrowful was emotion, and the most joyful was emotion. In the end, he didn't know if his memories as Lu Yin were one of them. Fortunately, whether it was life or death, he could bear it. Ruthless people looked down on emotion, but could not see through life and death. Sentient people looked down on life and death, but could not forget their emotions. Lu Yin did not need to see through it, he was sober. In the last 1,000 feet, he only took 2 steps, 500 feet. Above his head, there were already clouds. They were beautiful and looked very soft. Subconsciously, he touched them. Below, Wu Yao's eyelids twitched. He touched the clouds, he touched the clouds. This child really touched the clouds. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the starry sky of the tree. Even the ancestors would look down. He looked at the top of his head. The outer realm would not be able to sit still. The more he understood about the sky beyond trial, the more he knew how shocking Lu Yin's actions were at this moment. He touched the clouds, but he didn't feel anything. They looked soft and beautiful, but they were like a dream. He couldn't feel anything when he put his hand in. He looked down and saw the shocked expressions of Wu Yao and the others, the encouraging eyes of the culinary god, Bai Weiwei's shocked and admiring look, and the infatuated eyes of Gnome Xinjiang and the others. He took a deep breath and stepped out again, ready to climb the clouds. Wu Yao stared at Lu Yin. It was the last step. Touching the clouds was one level, but whether he could reach the top and become an immortal was another level. Since ancient times, only 7 people had succeeded in reaching the top. The rest were looked down upon by them. This child should not be able to reach the top. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yin's eyes became dull again. He saw a creature that looked like a grasshopper, and then he became a grasshopper. It was a grasshopper with consciousness and nimble movements, but it was instantly trampled to death. He was trampled to death, and then he saw another grasshopper, and then he appeared in the place where he appeared last time. Lu Yin had a consciousness, but it was the consciousness of a grasshopper. The place where he had appeared was a congested street with countless pedestrians walking back and forth. The first time he had appeared, he had been trampled to death by a person. This time, he had retained the experience of being a dead grasshopper. The moment he appeared, he immediately jumped to another place. He had avoided the misfortune of being trampled to death by the previous person, but he couldn't avoid the fate of being trampled to death. This was a congested street. From the perspective of a grasshopper, these people were all colossal creatures. Stepping on them step by step, in his view of life, this was like the sky collapsing and the earth caving in. In the blink of an eye, the grasshopper was trampled to death again, only to be resurrected again. No matter where the grasshopper jumped, it could not escape the misfortune of being trampled to death. It jumped at most 5 times, and on the 6th time, it was trampled to death. It did not know how to escape from this street. It only knew that it should have been born here, and it should have been trampled to death and resurrected repeatedly. Finally, after jumping 7 times, it looked up and saw a person's face. It was a man. Then it jumped again and jumped to the man's feet. The man kicked it away, and the huge force shook its body into pieces. Before it died, it saw several people, and these people looked exactly the same. It was that man. It was trampled to death again and again. It tried again and again, countless times. It could not escape, but it could not die. In the grasshopper's consciousness, the people were constantly branded, forming a pressure that was like the sky. Every time it saw the man's face, the grasshopper's movements would subconsciously stop. It was as if it should be trampled to death and hoped to be trampled to death. That face was constantly branded in its heart, appearing repeatedly in its mind. It replaced everything, everything. At this time, murmurs resounded throughout the street. The heavenly Tao's bestow swallows and spits out hundreds of rivers. The ancient land is harmonious, imitating the high sage. The heavenly Tao does not accept, condense into qi. Leaping through the starry skies, communicating with people, at first, the voices were very soft, but as time passed and the grasshopper was trampled to death, the voices grew louder and louder. Finally, 4 words appeared in the grasshopper's mind, the primogenitor scripture. Suddenly, the grasshopper woke up and knew who he was. He was Lu Yin, and he was undergoing a trial in the realm beyond heaven. He was not a grasshopper. Above his head, a shadow loomed over, and a foot stomped down. Lu Yin immediately controlled the grasshopper to escape, and then he jumped onto the person who wanted to trample him to death without hesitation. Along the way, the person raised a hand to slap him. Their movements were very fast, and the difference in size was too great. The person moved slightly, and in the grasshopper's eyes, it was enough to envelop the world. However, Lu Yin still avoided it. The murmurs of the primogenitor scripture grew louder and louder, and the entire street shook. Lu Yin controlled the grasshopper's body and jumped directly onto one of the people's heads. As far as the eye could see, there were countless people who looked exactly the same as him walking hurriedly. Under their feet, the grasshopper's corpse was crushed into pieces, but these people did not care and continued walking, filling the entire street. Lu Yin jumped up and jumped on top of the people's heads. These people wanted to trample him to death, but he wanted to step on their heads. Soon after, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Lu Yin's body passed through the clouds and disappeared. Then, he stepped on the clouds and walked out, looking down at the people below. He had completed the realm beyond heaven trial, becoming the 9th cultivator to complete the realm beyond heaven trial and become an immortal beyond heaven cultivator. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin, looking up at him. At this moment, even Wu Yao and the culinary god were looking up at him. He had ascended to immortality in one step, and when he looked back, he was no longer immortal. Whether it was the cultivators of the cold immortal sect or the people of Yixian Academy, they all looked at Lu Yin differently, including Bai Weiwei and the others. Human history had developed over a long period of time, and there were countless achievements that seemed possible but were impossible to achieve. The realm beyond heaven trial was one of them. Since its appearance, countless people had attempted it. Although the results were different, there was one result that remained constant: no one had completed it. The years were long, and countless eras had changed, but in most people's impression, no one had been able to complete the realm beyond heaven trial. Bai Xianer had appeared in this era, so she had become a legend. Bai Xianer had broken through to the emissary realm and attracted the eternal race's murderous intent, causing the progenitor realm to descend. Therefore, she had become an unattainable existence in this era. She was close to a god. At this moment, Lu Yin had completed the realm beyond heaven trial, causing the cold immortal sect to fall silent. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, even the half-ancestor Wu Yao and the culinary god, all looked at Lu Yin in silence. Bai Su was the first to react. He immediately ordered the sect to be sealed. No one was allowed to leave, and no one was allowed to communicate with the outside world. He wanted to seal the news of Yu Hao's completion of the realm beyond heaven trial in the cold immortal sect. This child must not wander outside. He must be a member of the cold immortal sect. He represented the next progenitor realm. Suddenly, he remembered that this person was a matrix master in Jiayuan, and there was also Gu Yan behind him. If that was the case, he was not just the next progenitor, he might even be the next youngest celestial master of primordial arrays. He was a genius who had both the progenitor and the celestial master of primordial arrays. A genius who could catch up to Bai Xianer. Thinking of this, Here, Baisu quickly woke Wu Yao up. It was not that Wu Yao's mental strength was not as strong as Baisu's, but as a half-ancestor, he knew better what it meant for Lu Yin to ascend the clouds. He now looked at Lu Yin as if he was in progenitor realm powerhouse. After being awakened by Baisu, the first thing he did was to seal the cold immortal sect. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. The lower the cultivation of a disciple, the less knowledge they had of the realm beyond heaven trial, and the faster they woke up. After Lu Yin ascended the clouds, a Melder disciple who had just joined the cold immortal sect spread the news. The four scales each had their own spies, and even the seedling garden, the Lu family, and Gue Yuan, who had been hiding all this time, all had spies in the cold immortal sect. When Yu Hao completed the realm beyond heaven trial, the entire cosmic tree realm exploded. The first to receive the news was the Wang family, and it was the Melder who had spread the news. Half-ancestor Chai suddenly appeared in front of Wang Nian, scaring him so much that his expression changed. He was rather displeased. "Senior Chai, this is my private residence. You've gone too far by coming here." With his status as an array master in Jiyuan, he did not need to worry about half-ancestor Chai's status. Half-ancestor Chai anxiously asked, "Has the family contacted Yu Hao? Or did they discuss any conditions?" Wang Nian's brows rose. "Why do you ask?" Half-ancestor Chai was anxious. "If not, then hurry up and contact the ancestor and think of a way to rope in this Yu Hao. We have to rope him in. He just completed the cold immortal sect's realm beyond heaven trial." Wang Nian did not react at first, but then he remembered and was shocked. The realm beyond heaven trial. The trial to become an immortal beyond immortal. Half-ancestor Chai replied, "That's right. That's why I'm asking if you've contacted the ancestor to rope in Yu Hao and what conditions you've proposed. I need to quickly speak with the ancestor and discuss how to rope him in." Wang Nian was still in shock. Since ancient times, only 8 people had completed the realm beyond heaven trial. 5 of them had become progenitors, 2 had died young, and 1 was Bai Xian, No one doubted that Bai Xian would become a progenitor, as she would definitely do so. Yu Hao was the 9th person. "The ancestor has already contacted him," Wang Nian said. Half-ancestor Chai was nervous. "Did you treat him seriously? This is related to a progenitor, and don't forget that not only did he complete the realm beyond heaven trial, but he's also an array master in Jiyuan. He's a genius lockbreaker who's qualified to have you contact the ancestor with his lockbreaking talent." Wang Nian's expression changed, and he swallowed hard. A genius lockbreaker who had completed the realm beyond heaven trial. Could this person be the next Bai Xian? When he thought of this, he contacted the ancestor again. "I'll contact the ancestor right now and make sure that this person stays in my Wang family." On the other side, the White Dragon clan received the news, and Long Tian's eyelids twitched. The realm beyond heaven trial. Someone else had completed it besides Bai Xian. Long Tian had not attempted the realm beyond heaven trial before because Long Xing, the daughter of the main bloodline and one of the 7 prodigies, had said that the White Dragon clan was not allowed to attempt it. Long Tian had actually wanted to try it, but he had not expected Yu Hao to actually complete it. The 4 young ancestors were considered future progenitors, but this was more of a possibility. If this possibility was defined as 10 out of 10, then they only had a 30% chance. However, someone who had completed the realm beyond heaven trial had a 90% chance. The difference between a 90% chance and a 30% chance was huge. Thank you. Nontung Jindasan he Sonku Ezqhn begging wind updates 4 times a day brothers tip, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2272. Mr. Yu walked out and looked at Long Tian calmly. Have you reported this to the ancestor? Long Tian looked at Mr. Yu. Not yet. Then report it. The trial of the sky beyond heaven can't be hidden, Mr. Yu said. Their attitude wasn't positive. It wasn't that the white dragon race didn't want to rope in a future ancestor, but that they couldn't. More accurately, it was Long Tian and Mr. Yu who couldn't rope in. Yu Hao belonged to Yi Xian Academy and could be considered one of the culinary god's people. The grudge between Mr. Yu and the culinary god couldn't be resolved, so Yu Hao might hate him too. From Mr. Yu's point of view, this person was a potential enemy. As for Long Tian, after Long Ke went missing, he immediately found Mr. Yu and received his support. The two of them were on the same side, which meant that if the white dragon race wanted to rope in Yu Hao, it would be disadvantageous for Mr. Yu and Long Tian. The main bloodline of the white dragon race could be changed at any time, and if a branch bloodline roped in Yu Hao, their bloodline would be in danger. The trial of the sky beyond heaven is great, but it doesn't mean that you won't die young, Mr. Yu said and left. Long Tian's eyes flashed. Die young. It was too difficult. The two people who had died young had their reasons, and this Yu Hao would definitely choose one of the four scales. It wasn't likely that he would die young, so there were only two paths in front of him. One was to stay with Mr. Yu and become Yu Hao's enemy in the future. If Yu Hao was really roped in, the main bloodline would be changed. The other was to give up on Mr. Yu and focus on roping in Yu Hao. This was the white dragon race. Even if Yu Hao really became an ancestor, he couldn't really become a member of the white dragon race. He was just a cultivator with a different surname, which would be of great help to him. If he failed, not only would he fail to obtain Yu Hao, but he would also offend Mr. Yu. Long Tian thought about it and unconsciously looked in Mr. Yu's direction. Mr. Yu couldn't guess what Long Tian was thinking. Of course not. He only had one path, and that was to kill Yu Hao. Mr. Yu didn't expect this to happen. He stood on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the cold immortal sect. Master, you're so troublesome. The divine martial sky also received the news. Xia Ziheng, who was still in a daze, immediately rushed to the place where Yu Chuan was imprisoned. Seeing that Yu Chuan was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately contacted the old ancestor. Yu Hao was a different person from the Shenwu realm. Others had tried to rope Yu Hao in only because of the sky beyond heaven trial, but the Shenwu realm had tried to rope Yu Hao in not just because of his lock-breaking talent and the fact that he had completed the sky beyond heaven trial. After ending his conversation with the old ancestor, Xia Ziheng's first order was to capture Xia Zhidong. At the same time, he confirmed the names of all the people involved in the matter of the Yu family. These people were what the divine martial sky had told Yu Hao. Xia Ziheng felt a headache coming on. Ever since Yu Hao had appeared, the things he had done had become more and more sensational. Even the mighty divine martial celestial society had no choice but to find people to avenge him and line up for him to kill. Only Xia Shang had shown such an attitude when he had become a half-step ancestor and inherited the mountains and seas. Unfortunately, Xia Shang didn't appreciate it. Hopefully, Yu Hao would be tactful. After the order was given, Xia Ziheng left the Shenwu sky and personally went to the Immortal Frost sect to welcome Yu Hao. He couldn't let the Immortal Frost sect keep him here. At the same time, in the Central Plains, Nongya also received the news, and he sighed. Someone else completed the realm beyond heaven's trial. This era is too dazzling, but it's declining after reaching its peak. I hope this person can survive. In the distance, the sword steel stood tall, and Lu Song opened his eyes to see Lu Lu standing in front of him. The realm beyond heaven's trial. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Immortal Frost sect with a complicated expression. As time passed, the matter of the realm beyond heaven's trial would become more and more apparent. It would only become more and more sensational. At this moment, Lu Yin was just as silent as the Immortal Frost sect. This was because there was another person lying on a cloud in front of him. Even though this person's back was facing Luin, the moment he saw this person, Luin felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. This person gave off an aura that far surpassed that of a half-step ancestor. Even when he had first come to the cosmic trees and been chased by Wang Si, the despair he had felt back then had not been as great as when he saw this person. This person was a progenitor. He was definitely a progenitor. Lu Yin's heart sank. The Immortal Frost sect, and there was actually a progenitor on a cloud. How could this be? Lu Yin was most afraid of encountering a progenitor. Death's mask might be able to fool a half-step ancestor, but it definitely could not fool a progenitor. Why was there a progenitor here? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he subconsciously placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Once his identity was exposed, he would have to ask the fog ancestor to come out. He hoped that the fog ancestor already had the power of a progenitor. Just like that, Lu Yin stared at the figure lying on his side, not saying anything or moving. After a long time, the culinary god, Wu Yao, and the rest did not speak. They did not know what was happening on the cloud, as no one had ever seen this scene before. Even when Bai Xiener had completed the realm beyond heaven's trial, only the ancestor had been able to see it. No one knew what would happen after completing the realm beyond heaven's trial, and they all assumed that Lu Yin had experienced something on the cloud. Could this be the reason why one would definitely become a progenitor after completing the realm beyond heaven's trial? Everyone stared at the cloud, wanting to see what was happening. Lu Yin waited for a long time on the cloud, but the figure lying on his side still did not move. He considered whether to leave or stay, and after some thought, he simply sat down. Distance was meaningless to a progenitor, and even if he left the frigid immortal sect, this progenitor could easily catch up to him. Lu Yin wondered who this person was. Based on his clothing and figure, it was a man. Could it be Bai Wang Yuan? There were records of how many progenitors had been born after the astral tree domain separated from the fifth mainland, but the records were not comprehensive. For example, progenitor 1 was a very clear example, and Zhong Yu was another example. However, there were no clear records of these behemoths. Everyone said that each of the four scales had an ancestor, which made it clear that the frigid immortal sect's ancestor was Bai Wang Yuan. But if it was Bai Wang Yuan, who had existed since the Daosaur sect's era and was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, then no one from the frigid immortal sect had become a progenitor after him. No, if there had been, then where had the other progenitors gone? The most obvious one was someone called Bai Xing, who had completed the realm beyond heaven's trial and was one of the 5 progenitors. The outside world did not say that he had died, nor did they say that he had appeared. Where had he gone? Another example was the 4 young progenitors, who were said to be certain to become progenitors. Although that was a bit of a boast, if the 4 scales did not have a progenitor who had become a progenitor after the origin will sacrifice, then how could such a statement appear? The astral tree domain definitely had more than one progenitor that had been publicly announced, but where had the other progenitors gone? A day passed, but the reclining figure did not move. Lu Yin did not move either, and he simply continued to watch. 2 more days passed, but the people below were not in a hurry, and they all looked up. Lu Yin continued to watch the figure. Finally, the figure moved. He stood up, stretched, and rubbed his head. He paused and slowly turned around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the person's gaze. It was a man who looked quite young, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked back at Lu Yin with some curiosity. "Are you new here?" "What?" Lu Yin asked. The man pointed below. "The frigid immortal sect. Are you new here?" "A guest." "Where are you from?" "Yi Xian Academy." "Oh, you completed the realm beyond heaven's trial." "Yes, I just finished it." "Amazing." "You're welcome." After a moment of silence, the man coughed and turned around to face Lu Yin. He smiled. I'm Bai Xing. What about you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bai Xing was one of the 9 people who had completed the realm beyond heaven's trial, and one of the 5 who had become progenitors. I'm Yu Hao. Lu Yin stood up and bowed to Bai Xing. Greetings, Ancestor Bai. Bai Xing raised a hand to stop him. Don't call me Ancestor Bai. Ancestor Bai is an honorific for Ancestor Wang Yuan. I don't deserve that title. Lu Yin was confused. Then how should I address you? Bai Xing smiled. Call me Ancestor Sheng. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was a bit arrogant. Junior Yu Hao greets Ancestor Sheng. Just call me Ancestor Sheng. There's no need to call me Senior. I'm not much older than you. Bai Xing was very easygoing. Lu Yin did not stare at Bai Xing, as he was wondering if Bai Xing had seen through Death Face's disguise. If he had, would he have exposed him? Did he know Lu Yin? Many questions popped up in Lu Yin's mind, the most common of which was how to escape. Congratulations on completing the realm beyond heaven's trial, which means that you've reached the peak of your life. From now on, the astral tree realm will be yours to roam freely. Bai Xing smiled and gestured for Lu Yin to sit down. Being able to sit on these clouds is a symbol of our group. Don't waste it. If you have time in the future, come visit more often. I'm actually quite bored. Ancestor Sheng stays here all year round. Lu Yin was surprised. Bai Xing replied, Not really, I come here occasionally. It's mainly because I find it interesting to see those fellows below trying to climb up but not being able to. Look, aren't those fellows looking up at us with funny expressions? Ha ha ha. Lu Yin followed Bai Xing's gaze and saw Wu Yao and the food god, including you. There are already 9 people. It's a pity that most of them are dead. Before you was Bai Xiener, but that girl is very quiet. Talking to her will suffocate you. It's boring. Young man, say something, Bai Xing urged. Lu Yin didn't know what to say, but he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He even felt guilty. Ancestor Sheng, no, Ancestor Sheng, shouldn't you be in the sovereign realm? Bai Xing smiled. It seems like you don't know much about the astral tree realm. Not all progenitors are in the sovereign realm. Only Ancestor Bai and the others are there, and they're the front line against the Eternals. As for us. He pointed at the sky. We're in the outer realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The outer realm. He had heard of the outer realm before. It was the space outside the mother tree that surrounded it. The mother tree existed in the universe, and the entire astral tree realm relied on it. Outside the mother tree and the starry sky was the outer realm. For example, the stars that Lu Yin had seen in the top realm belonged to the outer realm. The most famous one was the star called Qingqiu, which could only be seen in the Blue Moon district. It was one of the stars in the outer realm, and could only be seen in the Blue Moon district. Thank you. Nantung Jindasan Hisonkue, thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2273. You'll understand the outer realms once you become a half-ancestor. It's just a matter of time. By the way, you said that you're from Yi Xian Academy. How's that place doing? I heard that it's going to be divided by the 4 cardinal scales. Bai Xing asked. Lu Yin had not expected Bai Xing to be so direct. The 4 cardinal scales were indeed planning to divide Yi Xian Academy, but they had to do it step by step. They're still dividing it, but they haven't succeeded yet. They're still thinking of ways to get a spot for the mountain sea. A spot for the mountain sea. That's meaningless. Do they think that inheriting the mountain sea is that simple? The 9 mountains and 8 seas only appear in one era, and they won't appear before or after that. We don't have any plans for the mountain sea, and it would be best if they could inherit it, but if they can't, then so be it. There aren't that many half-ancestors or progenitors who can try. The youngest person to inherit the mountain sea in history was an emissary, but that was only a legend. Only progenitor Chin inherited the mountain sea when he was a half-ancestor. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. They're not as open-minded as you, progenitor Shing. They're all fighting over it. Don't blame them. Kid, are you interested in joining the Frigid Immortal sect? Bai Xing stared at Lu Yin with interest and asked. Lu Yin did not know if he should be relieved or worried. Did Bai Xing's question mean that he had not seen through Death Face's disguise? Or had he seen through Death Face's disguise but did not recognize him? Or was this a joke? If Bai Xing recognized him, then he would know that Lu Yin would not be able to join the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing, but he could not tell what he was thinking. What's with that expression? Do you have some enmity with the Frigid Immortal sect? Don't worry about it, I can help you with anything, Bai Xing said heroically. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This was something that could not be resolved. I won't hide it from you, senior. I'm Yu Hao, and my wife is Xia Zidong from the Shenwu continent. Bai Xing was shocked. You're the son-in-law of the Shenwu continent? Lu Yin nodded. Bai Xing was helpless. Then there's nothing I can do. The Shenwu continent is quite lucky to find someone like you as a son-in-law. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he told Bai Xing about the enmity between the Shenwu continent and the Yu family. Everyone who heard about this for the first time had the same expression on their faces. It was strange, extremely strange, but also strange and natural. Bai Xing choked on his words for a long time before sighing. The Xia family is truly ruthless. They would even use their own family members to tarnish the reputation of the Yu family. At the same time, they have also tarnished their own reputation. Ancestor Bai is right. Ever since the incident with Ancestor Qin, the Xia family has been riding on the path of shamelessness. They no longer care about their reputation. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin. So, will you return to Shenwu Plain now? Based on your achievements in the Realm Upon Heaven trial, that Xia Zhidong is bound to die. The Xia clan will personally hand her over to you to deal with. To put it bluntly, the Xia clan is willing to sacrifice anyone outside of the main branch. For the sake of an outsider immortal, they're willing to sacrifice all of their branches. Lu Yin frowned. I don't want to join such a family, but grandfather is in their hands. Bai Xing pondered. The Xia family's ancestral worship ceremony is approaching, and it's also the final deadline that they've given me. Actually, I've been getting along well with Bai Weiwei recently. If possible, I'd rather join the Frigid Immortal sect, Lu Yin said. Bai Xing rubbed his head. It's a bit troublesome. If it was before, the sect would have paid a price, and Ancestor Bai might have been able to personally rescue your grandfather. But now that you've completed the Realm Upon Heaven trial, Xia Xinji definitely won't let you off. Lu Yin stood up and bowed to Bai Xing. If possible, please help me rescue my grandfather. I will definitely join the Frigid Immortal sect and protect the sect's interests with my life. Bai Xing stretched again and stood up. He looked around. Realm Upon Heaven, outsider immortal. Do you want to take a walk with me? As far as the eye could see, the two of them could only see clouds that covered the entire Frigid Immortal sect. However, they couldn't see anything outside of the sect. This was a scenery that belonged only to the Frigid Immortal sect. Walking on the clouds was equivalent to stepping on everyone in the Frigid Immortal sect. Progenitors had the right to do so, and Lu Yin, as an envoy, also had the right to do so. You'll have to go through a lot to walk on these clouds. It's like climbing, Lu Yin asked. Bai Xing's lips curled up as he pointed below. One cloud, one step into immortality. Realm upon heaven, outsider immortal. Only the 9 of us can hear this. Every cloud has to be climbed. Lu Yin was shocked. Bai Xing nodded. Yes and no. You don't need to climb from the bottom, but going from one cloud to another is like going through the entire process of climbing at the same time. That's why it's called one step, one immortal. That's what will determine who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see how many steps you can take. As he spoke, he raised his foot and instantly arrived above another cloud. Then, he walked out step by step. Every step is a cycle. Young man, why don't you walk with me? Lu Yin's lips twitched. One step, one reincarnation, one immortal. If he had the time, he would be willing to try, but he didn't have the time right now. The people below were still waiting, and now that he had become an outsider immortal, the Xia family probably couldn't sit still any longer. The later he waited, the less time he would have to roll the die alone. So that's how it is. Forget it for now. This junior will have to disappoint senior, Lu Yin declined. Bai Xing smiled. I'm leaving as well. He looked up. How many ancestral bones are buried in the outer realms? Perhaps one day, you'll go there as well. With that, he stepped onto a cloud once more, and then his figure blurred and vanished. Lu Yin looked up. The outer realm. Where were the ancestral bones buried? Where were those unknown progenitors? Below, everyone looked up for a very long time. They watched for as long as Lu Yin had been on the cloud, until he came down. Mr. Hao Yu is coming down, someone exclaimed. Nong Xinyang was excited. Bai Weiwei and the rest all stepped forward and stared at the sky. Xia Xinguang, Wang Xiaofan and the rest had complicated expressions. This person's status would no longer be the same after reaching realm upon heaven. Even they didn't dare to slight him. Gong, 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 congratulations, mister. The little fatty shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Mr. Hao Yu. Qing Feng was also excited. Congratulations, Mr. Hao Yu, the students shouted. The frozen immortal sect's disciples looked on enviously. Lu Yin landed on the ground, and Wu Yao was the first to step forward with a warm smile. Congratulations, Mr. Hao Yu, for completing the realm upon heaven trial and becoming an immortal in one step. Lu Yin replied politely. On the other side, a group of students from Yixian Academy surrounded Lu Yin and asked him what he had experienced. Only those who had completed the realm upon heaven trial would have memories of it. However, Lu Yin didn't say anything. Before the realm upon heaven trial, the frozen immortal sect had made them swear not to divulge any information once they completed the trial. Congratulations, Mr. Hao Yu. Mr. Tang exclaimed. Lu Yin was exhausted. I was lucky, really lucky. Completing the trial on your first attempt isn't something that can be described as luck, Mr. Wei said with a smile. The culinary god sighed. At the Wang family, you showed off your unparalleled lock-breaking talent. At the White Dragon clan, you showed off your control of the profound creation realm's astral source. You saw through the blood pool and forced the White Dragon clan to lower their heads. And here at the Frozen Immortal Sect, you even completed the Realm Upon Heaven trial. This trial isn't for the students, but for you, haha. Lu Yin was speechless. I don't know why it's like this. Bai Su walked behind Wu Yao with an ugly expression as she watched Lu Yin speak with the students from Yixian Academy. It's been leaked. Many people know that Yu Hao completed the Realm Upon Heaven trial. Wu Yao wasn't surprised. That's normal. Don't let them leave the sect for now. The ancestor will handle it. Bai Su nodded and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Wu Yao had only wanted to express his goodwill and see if he could pull this person over to his side. However, he hadn't expected that he would end up creating an outsider immortal. Many years later, this person might become an ancestor on the same level as Bai Xiener, and he might even become the youngest origin array master. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No one would give up on someone who had a 90% chance of becoming an ancestor, even if that person hadn't passed the 3 stages. Compared to the realm upon heaven trial, passing the 3 stages wasn't that important. After all, one could pass the 3 stages in the future, and it didn't have to be at the Enlighter realm. However, in the realm upon heaven trial, half-ancestors were the same as other cultivators, and their success rate wouldn't increase based on their realm. Originally, after the trial ended, the group from Yi Xian Academy could head to Shenwu Plain, but because the frigid immortal sect was forcing them to stay, even the culinary god couldn't leave and could only stay for the time being. Everyone knew that the frigid immortal sect's goal was Lu Yin. The culinary god reminded him, "Don't be courteous with them. With your current status, just treat yourself as a half-ancestor, and they'll do their best to rope you in." After completing the realm upon heaven trial, Lu Yin would have had the confidence to negotiate with the frigid immortal sect. However, because of Bai Xing's appearance, he only wanted to leave. After all, Bai Xing could definitely see through Death Face's disguise, and only the heavens knew if he would discover Lu Yin's true identity. However, even if he wanted to leave, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't let him, which left him with no choice. "Mr. Hao Yu, as long as you join the frigid immortal sect, we'll do our best to bring your grandfather, Yu Chuan, out. Shenwu Plain also won't risk offending a future progenitor. Also, the frigid immortal sect will provide all the resources you need to pass the 3 stages. From the 4th origin tribulation to the half-ancestor realm, the frigid immortal sect will guarantee." Wu Yao pulled Lu Yin aside and explained everything. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, and he hurriedly stopped Wu Yao. "I understand what Senior Wu Yao is saying, but as long as my grandfather is still in Shenwu Plain, I won't be able to join the frigid immortal sect. However, I personally prefer the frigid immortal sect." Wu Yao also felt a headache coming on. He was a ruthless person, and even his own parents would not hesitate to give up when faced with such a choice, let alone his grandfather. However, Yu Hao clearly didn't want to give up, which was troublesome. "As a cultivator, there are times when you have to make choices," Wu Yao said. "Junior doesn't understand what senior means. You know why Yu Chuan was taken to the Star Alliance back then. Your father made his choice, and Yu Chuan made his own. Now, it's your turn." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2274. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. "My father's choice caused the Yu family to become what it is now. But he also protected you," Wu Yao said. "If not for that, you wouldn't even have had the chance to participate in the Heavens Beyond trial. How many geniuses in the cosmic tree realm can complete the trial? If everyone in the starry sky of trees had tried, the number of people who could complete the trial might have doubled. Unfortunately, they were unlucky, but you are different. Your father and grandfather worked together to make you who you are. You should not let them down." Lu Yin looked at Wu Yao. "They made me what I am, so I should repay them." Wu Yao's tone was cold. "You have to repay the Yu family. You have to repay the past and build the future Yu family, not just your grandfather. I believe that your grandfather also hopes that you can make the right choice, even if it means sacrificing himself." Lu Yin frowned. "I can pretend that I didn't hear Senior's words. Please leave." Wu Yao was annoyed. If this kid hadn't completed the trial, he wouldn't have said so much. This kid's attitude was enough for him to kill him. After Wu Yao left, Bai Su came and took turns persuading Lu Yin. They didn't think that there was much hope for Yu Chuan. Shinwu Plain wasn't stupid. Before the trial, they had deliberately transferred Yu Chuan from the Star Alliance to Shinwu Plain. Now, they were watching him even more closely, and Xia Ziheng might even personally guard him. Even the cold immortal sect wasn't confident that they could take Yu Chuan out. Since they couldn't take Yu Chuan away, they could only persuade Lu Yin to give up. However, Lu Yin was stubborn, so Bai Su could only withdraw. They wouldn't be able to force Yi Xian Academy to stay for long, especially since Xia Ziheng had already come to the cold immortal sect. Even if the cold immortal sect tried to delay Xia Ziheng, they wouldn't be able to hold him back for long. The gentle light emitted by the clouds dimmed a lot, and the cold immortal sect was naturally divided into day and night. When night fell, Lu Yin and the culinary gods sat at a stone table and told him about Wu Yao and Bai Su's conditions. The culinary god laughed. The resources needed to break through the 3 stages are not a condition but a necessity. The only reason they want to rope you in is because you have the possibility of becoming an ancestor. If they don't provide you with the resources needed to break through the 3 stages, how can you become an ancestor? As for your grandfather, Yu Chuan. He paused for a moment before continuing, I won't advise you to give up, but if you don't want to join the Divine Martial Society, Yu Chuan will be their weapon against you. Even if you become an ancestor in the future, Yu Chuan will still be your weakness. I want to go to Shinwu Plain immediately. The culinary god thought that Lu Yin was missing Yu Chuan, and he said, I'll talk to Wu Yao and think of a way to leave. However, the frigid immortal sect won't let you go so easily, so you must be prepared. Lu Yin nodded, and he couldn't help but glance at the clouds in the sky. He was too worried about Bai Xing, and if Bai Xing found out that he was Lu Shaoxian, the 2 of them could just wait for a war to break out. Then, he could forget about the Star Alliance and the Red Garden, and this trip would have been for nothing. In a certain region of the top realm, Xia Ziheng was furious. Get out here. Don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do. You want to delay me? Impossible. With that, he charged out. Down below, one of the elders had blood dripping from his mouth. We've suffered a huge loss this time. The frigid immortal sect said they were going to stop Xia Ziheng, but that Xia Ziheng went crazy. We've suffered a huge loss, a huge loss. With that, his inner world erupted. Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. The more the frigid immortal sect tried to stop him, the more it proved that they were determined to rope in Yu Hao. He was most worried that Yu Hao would give up on Yu Chuan. Then, Shinwu Plain would have no advantage over the frigid immortal sect, and they might even become enemies because of the Yu family. Shinwu Plain definitely did not want to see this happen. They could not become mortal enemies with an outer immortal. On the 2nd and 3rd days, various people from the frigid immortal sect took turns persuading Lu Yin. Even Bai Weiwei came by several times, and her words revealed that she was willing to marry him. This completely suppressed Lu Yin. The frigid immortal sect was willing to do anything to win over an outer immortal, and they were even willing to part with Bai Weiwei. He felt like he had underestimated his own worth. Perhaps if he pointed at Wu Yao's nose and scolded him right now, Wu Yao would still be able to endure it. Lu Yin asked the fog ancestor to come out. He had not dared to do this because of Bai Xing, for fear of being discovered, but now he felt like he had to try. It was rare for him to come to the frigid immortal sect, and if he did not do it now, it would be even more difficult in the future. The mountains and seas. The fog ancestor immediately looked up at the clouds and cried out in surprise. Lu Yin was surprised and looked up as well. The mountains and seas again. The fog ancestor nodded. Bai Wang Yuan's mountains and seas. Those clouds. Lu Yin was shocked. The fog ancestor said, that's right. Those are Bai Wang Yuan's mountains and seas. Where is this? The frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin nodded. He had not expected those clouds to be the mountains and seas. Did that mean that the outer sky trial was a trial given by Bai Wang Yuan's mountains and seas? Then, was that a trial given by the mountains and seas or by Bai Wang Yuan? It should be a trial given by Bai Wang Yuan. Otherwise, the mountains and seas would not have appeared. Lu Yin suppressed his shock at the mountains and seas and asked the fog ancestor to see if anyone was monitoring them. There's a progenitor here named Bai Xing. The fog ancestor looked around and shook her head. There's no progenitor here. Lu Yin raised his brows. Is there anyone above the clouds? I don't know if there's anyone above, but there's definitely no one monitoring us. Or do you want me to investigate the entire frigid immortal sect? We might be discovered by the source box array or by the mountains and seas, the fog ancestor said. Lu Yin said, then forget it. I'll have to trouble you again this time. The fog ancestor crossed her arms and looked outside with interest. It's no trouble at all. I like to trouble Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, do you have a grudge with Bai Wang Yuan? No, but that guy is very sinister. I don't know if I've been tricked before, but I'll just pretend that I have, the fog ancestor said matter-of-factly. Lu Yin blinked. Was that even possible? He could not guess what this woman was thinking. Even if she was a progenitor, she was still a woman. Lu Yin shook his head, took out Mount Supreme, and released Yu Qin. When Yu Qin saw the fog ancestor, she felt an urge to kneel and worship her, and her expression became even more respectful. The fog ancestor looked at Lu Yin strangely. How many people did you capture? Lu Yin pursed his lips. Not many. He then looked at Yu Qin. We've arrived at the frigid immortal sect. Yu Qin was shocked and looked up at the sky. They had indeed arrived at the frigid immortal sect. However, she was not excited, nor did she rejoice. Even if they had arrived at the frigid immortal sect, she would not be free. Lu Yin would not let her go. I remember you saying that there's a very secretive place in the frigid immortal sect with a recording device. Take me there, Lu Yin said. Yu Chen's expression changed. The Cloud Forest Tower is one of the most heavily guarded places in the frigid immortal sect. Half-Ancestor Wu Yao is personally overseeing it. We'll definitely be discovered if we go there. Lu Yin laughed. With Senior leading the way, even Bai Wang Yuan won't be able to discover us. Yu Qin looked at the fog ancestor in shock. Lu Yin did not seem like someone who would spout nonsense. Did that mean that this person had an ability that even Ancestor Bai could not discover? Wasn't that the progenitor realm? The fog ancestor liked being praised, especially when Lu Yin said that even Bai Wang Yuan could not discover her. Don't worry, no one will discover us. Tell me the location. Yu Qin suppressed the shock in her heart and told him the location. Not long after, the two of them headed towards the Cloud Forest Tower under the cover of a mirror. Lu Yin did not know how powerful the fog ancestor was, but he was certain that a half-martial ancestor would not be able to discover their whereabouts. Lu Yin was worried about Bai Xing, but since Bai Xing had said that he wanted to return to the outer realm, Lu Yin hoped that he was not around. Of course, he had also prepared for the worst. If the frigid immortal sect discovered him, he could just join them as Yu Hao. The frigid immortal sect might not do anything to him because of the Cloud Forest Tower. They were even willing to give Bai Weiwei, a direct descendant, to him. A mere outsider immortal would be welcomed by the frigid immortal sect as long as he did not reveal his true identity. Of course, the final outcome would depend on the value of the Cloud Forest Tower. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the Cloud Forest Tower. The Cloud Forest Tower looked like a very ordinary white tower from the outside. It stood in the middle of the lake and was not very tall. Are you sure it's here? Lu Yin was suspicious. Yu Qin replied, I've been here with junior ancestor Wu Yao before. There's also an independent sourcebox array here. Did Bai Xiaohong tell you about the secrets here? Junior ancestor did not say anything. He only mentioned that this is one of the most important places in the sect. Lu Yin stared at the cloud forest tower. One of the most important places. Bai Sienna was in seclusion all year round. Could she be here? He did not want to run into her. Even though he had never interacted with Bai Sienna, he knew how difficult it was to deal with her. The culinary god, the myriad Tao ancestor, and even the Elysium sect masters would not be able to find the fog ancestor, but he was not so sure about Bai Sienna. Could this be where Bai Sienna is in seclusion? Yu Chen was certain. Impossible. If it was, Wu Yao would not be here. That was true. He looked at the fog ancestor, who did not directly lead them to the cloud forest tower. Instead, he seemed to be observing something. Not long after, the fog ancestor felt strange. There's a sourcebox array here, but why does it feel like it's Huiwen's doing? Huiwen sourcebox array. Lu Yin was shocked. The fog ancestor shook his head. It looks like it, but it also doesn't. Forget it, let's go. This sourcebox array can't stop me. Don't worry. He then led Lu Yin and Yu Chen across the lake and into the cloud forest tower. Lu Yin and Yu Chen saw Wu Yao under Yu Chen's cover. They passed right in front of Wu Yao, and he did not sense them at all. Yu Chen looked at the fog ancestor with reverence, and the fog ancestor enjoyed her gaze. She then circled around Wu Yao once more. Lu Yin's face twitched. This woman. The cloud forest tower was not a major world like Lu Yin had guessed, and it also did not have a space similar to a pond civilization. It was just a small tower that was a few stories tall. It looked very ordinary, and there were no bookshelves inside. Instead, there were stones protruding from the walls, and each stone had a scroll or a stone slip that was made of special materials to preserve text. Lu Yin confirmed with the fog ancestor that there were no problems, and then he took one and looked at it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2275. It was a scroll made from some kind of beast hide that could be stored for a long time. There was a diagram drawn on the hide that depicted a specific location and nothing else. Lu Yin showed the diagram to Yu Chen. She replied, "This should be the location where the astral liquid from the mother tree is being extracted." Extracting astral liquid. The frozen immortal sect is doing that now. The fog ancestor was furious. Yu Chen nodded. It should be. The fog ancestor was furious. These bastards actually have designs on the mother tree. The mother tree is a barrier that protects humanity, and if anything happens to it, humanity will be finished. No matter how many progenitors we have, it's useless. Senior Lu Tianyi abhorred the practice of extracting astral liquid, and he strictly forbade the Fifth Mainland from doing so. There was even friction between the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland because of this. Lu Yin replied, "The 4 Libras are doing it, and I even found out about it once." The fog ancestor gritted his teeth. "I'll settle the score with them." Lu Yin put the beast hide back and took a few steps forward before picking up another one. He glanced at it and then looked at Yu Chen. There used to be a behemoth in the middle realm called the Central Prime. Yu Chen nodded. The Zhongyuan sect was formed by a few rogue cultivators, and its founder was a rogue cultivator at the ancestor realm. He once completed the Heavens Beyond trial in my cold immortal sect, and he was the one who established the Zhongyuan sect. Lu Yin put down the scroll. The Central Prime had been destroyed in a single night, and that progenitor had disappeared. No one knew what had happened, and even the Lu family had investigated the matter, but they had not been able to find anything. In reality, the progenitor who had founded the Central Prime had gone to the outer realm, and he had been forced by the Frozen Immortal sect to replace one of the Frozen Immortal sect spots in the outer realm. The entire Central Prime had been destroyed by the Frozen Immortal sect. The frozen immortal sect had been able to force the progenitor to go to the outer realm because that person had joined the frozen immortal sect after completing the heavens beyond trials. The frozen immortal sect had done their best to nurture him into a progenitor in order to obtain a spot in the outer realm. As for what a spot in the outer realm was, there was no record of it. It only stated that after that independent cultivator had gone to the outer realm, he had never appeared again. Zhongyuan was the predecessor of the current Roots organization. When Zhongyuan was destroyed, only a few important people died. The rest were thrown to the mortal world and became the current Roots organization. Lu Yin picked up another stone slip and read through it. This stone slip recorded an incident from the era of the Daosor sect, and it involved the Wang, Liu, and Lu families. These were all old cases, and there were many things that happened regardless of who was in the right or wrong. Regardless of which family it was, there would always be things that could not be brought to light, and the Liu family was no exception. The frigid immortal sect's secrets were recorded here, and Lu Yin read them with great interest. He knew quite a few things about the frigid immortal sect, but most of them were meaningless due to the passage of time. He wanted to find out more about the Liu family. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed, and the sun was about to rise. When the sun rose, someone from the cold immortal sect would definitely come looking for him. The Cloud Forest Tower wasn't that big, but it would still take a few days to go through all the books and documents. Even though there were many things here that interested him, he still decided to look for things related to the Liu family. Lu Yin only read the beginning of many of the documents before putting them down and moving on to the next one. He searched floor by floor until he finally found 4 words, White Dragon Overturning. Lu Yin hurriedly opened the stone slip, and there were only 4 words at the top, White Dragon Overturning. As the stone slip opened, lines of text appeared. They were not connected words, but rather just names. They were, Yellow Springs, Prison Lock, Frigid Immortal Fruit, and Madman Liu. Lu Yin looked at the stone slip. What did these names represent? The White Dragon Overturning represented the White Dragon tribe, but what about the Yellow Springs? Who did it represent? What did Prison Lock represent? He knew that the Frigid Immortal Fruit represented the Frigid Immortal sect, but did that mean that Madman Liu was the traitor of the Liu family? This stone slip did not have a complete list of names, and it only contained these names. Lu Yin stared at the 2 words, and the only thing he could think of was Burial Garden. That was because Burial Garden contained the Yellow Spring Sea. What was the connection between the Yellow Springs here and the Yellow Spring Sea in Burial Garden? Lu Yin muttered to himself. He could not figure it out, so he looked for the Fog Ancestor. Yellow Springs. Isn't that in Burial Garden? The Fog Ancestor was surprised. Lu Yin was hopeful. Senior, do you know what the Yellow Springs is? The Fog Ancestor shook his head. I know that it's very powerful, and even progenitors don't want to touch it. However, I don't know where it came from or how it was formed. Senior, do you know anything about Burial Garden? Lu Yin asked. The Fog Ancestor thought for a moment. Burial Garden seems to include some of the important regions of the first 4 continents, and there are also some important people buried there. Even in our era, burial gardens rarely appeared. I went there once, but after I experienced some danger, I stopped. After I became a progenitor, I spent all my time researching other things, so I didn't have time to go there. Lu Yin was disappointed, but he tried to guess. If these 5 names represented the 5 families, then Madman Liu was definitely the traitor of the Liu family. The White Dragon Overturning represented the White Dragon tribe, the Frigid Immortal Fruit represented the Frigid Immortal sect, and the Yellow Springs and Prison Lock represented the Wang family and Shenwu Plain. This also explained why these 4 families were called the 4 sides of the scale. Right, the Yellow Springs. Lu Yin recalled that Mr. Wei had told him that the Wang family didn't mine ore, but rather a yellow liquid. Could this yellow liquid be the same as the yellow spring sea and burial garden? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The yellow springs represented the Wang family, and the prison lock represented Shinwu Plain. The white dragon overturning wasn't the only thing that had been used to expel the Lu family. The four sides of the scale had also contributed, but the most famous one was still the white dragon overturning. "It's almost dawn," Yuchen said. Lu Yin looked outside, and his eyes flashed as he took out Mount Supreme. Yuchen thought that he was going to imprison her inside, and she was right. However, he also released Xia Xing's clone at the same time. Xia Xing's clone looked around in confusion, and just as he was about to speak, Lu Yin asked, "Can you sense the location of the main body?" Xia Xing's clone nodded solemnly. "Yes." Lu Yin nodded and locked him inside once more. He then trapped Long Kuhir as well. With the Mist Ancestors' power, Wu Yao wouldn't be able to discover them for the time being. Finally, Lu Yin left the Cloud Forest Tower under the Mist Ancestors' protection and returned to his residence. Lu Yin could release Long Ku, but he couldn't release Wang Jing. Wang Jing knew that he was the one who had taken action, but Long Ku didn't. At the same time, in the distant Shinwu Plain, Xia Xing suddenly stood up. He had sensed the location of his clone, and he looked in a certain direction. It was the Frigid Immortal sect. Even though there was a huge area in that direction, Xia Xing's first thought was the Frigid Immortal sect. He immediately contacted Xia Ziheng. "Half-ancestor Ziheng, I can sense the clone's location," Xia Xing said. On the other side, Xia Ziheng was being dragged around, and he was extremely frustrated. "What did you say? You can sense the clone's location." "Where?" "In the direction of the Frigid Immortal sect." Xia Ziheng's expression changed. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I don't know if it's in the Frigid Immortal sect." "Yes, but it's definitely in the direction of the Frigid Immortal sect." However, to Xia Ziheng, this was no different from confirming that the clone was in the Frigid Immortal sect. He gritted his teeth. "I'll investigate." A half-ancestor was trying to delay him, which was much more disgusting than fighting him. He was completely enraged, and he would definitely vent his anger on the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin had only released Xia Xing's clone in passing, and he hadn't thought about the consequences. In any case, he would destroy the four-way scales as much as he could, especially after seeing the stone tablet. His hatred for the four-way scales had increased by another level. He returned to his residence, and not long after, Wu Yao came looking for him almost one after the other. To Wu Yao, their meeting had only been yesterday, but to Lu Yin, it had only just happened. "Senior Wu Yao, when can we leave?" Lu Yin asked. Wu Yao replied, "There's no rush." "What does Mr. How you think of the Frigid Immortal sect's ancestor by?" Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "He's a progenitor who protects the human race. He's naturally respected." Wu Yao was satisfied. "Ancestor Bai would like to speak with you." When he heard that Bai Wang Yuan wanted to speak with him, Lu Yin's first reaction was to assume that Bai Xing hadn't said anything. If Bai Wang Yuan and the others knew that Lu Yin had met with Bai Xing, then it was unlikely that they would speak with him again. Even though he had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial, he was still not worthy of two progenitors from the Frigid Immortal sect showing up. For example, the Wang family and the White Dragon clan had tried to rope in the students from Yi Xian Academy, but the Frigid Immortal sect had suppressed them. This was the Frigid Immortal sect style. "Ancestor Bai wants to speak with me." Lu Yin pretended to be shocked. In reality, ever since he had met the Fog Ancestor, he was no longer surprised by the presence of progenitors. He had been surprised that Wang Fan had contacted him because Wang Fan was the first progenitor to speak with him in the Cosmic Tree realm. Now that he thought about it, the Frigid Immortal sect had Bai Xing, so the Wang family might have other progenitors as well, but no one knew about them. Wu Yao left the cloud connection stone behind and left. Lu Yin looked at the stone and fell into deep thought. The cloud connection stone trembled, and then a voice spoke. Just like Wang Fan, there was no image. I am Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin respectfully said, Junior Yu Hao greets ancestor Bai. Bai Wang Yuan's voice was calm, neither gentle nor strict. He sounded just like an ordinary person. I've learned about you. What are the conditions for joining my frigid immortal sect? Lu Yin thought about it. My grandfather, Yuchuan. Bai Wang Yuan was silent for a moment. Shenwu Plain controls Yuchuan. Will you definitely join them? This question was immediately thrown to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Bai Xing, Wu Yao, or Bai Su, they had all tried their best to rope Lu Yin in. Wu Yao had even said that Lu Yin should give up on Yuchuan, but when it came to Bai Wang Yuan, this question was thrown to Lu Yin himself. Join Shenwu Plain. Or not? This was the frigid immortal sect. If Lu Yin said that he would definitely join Shenwu Plain, then although the frigid immortal sect would not do anything, it was hard to say what they would do. Lu Yin had yet to rescue the Star Alliance in Hong Yuanhua, so he did not want any accidents to happen. Ancestor Bai, what do you think I should do? Lu Yin threw the question back at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan directly said, give up on Yuchuan, and I guarantee that he will live. Once you become a progenitor, Shenwu Plain will release him. Thank you. Nantung Jindazin, He Sungkue, thanks for your support and rewards. I'll add more chapters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2276. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If he really was Yu Hao, then perhaps he would join the frigid immortal sect. Yu Hao's father had personally handed Yuchuan to the four cardinal scales, and Yu City had lost Yuchuan. However, Yu Hao was still enjoying himself, which meant that he did not care much about Yuchuan's life. Giving up on Yuchuan was the most appropriate choice. This was all from Yu Hao's perspective. In reality, joining the frigid immortal sect was not a good thing. For example, the independent cultivator who had established the Central Academy had completed the Outer Sky trial and been nurtured into a progenitor by the frigid immortal sect. In the end, the frigid immortal sect had only obtained a spot to enter the Outer Sky and the Central Academy's collapse. This was the frigid immortal sect's true goal. Lu Yin did not know what the Outer Sky trial was, but he knew that any progenitor with a different surname would eventually obtain a spot and disappear forever. What conditions do you need to join the frigid immortal sect? Bai Wang Yuan asked again. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. His next destination was Shenwu Heaven, and the Xia family would force him to make a choice there. The Xia family's ancestral ceremony was also the time that he planned to save Red Flower Garden. There was not much time left, so he made up his mind. As long as progenitor Bai can guarantee my grandfather's survival, Junior Yu Hao is willing to join the frigid immortal sect. I hereby swear that if I betray you, then I, Yu Hao, will never reach the progenitor realm. On the other side of the cloud vision stone, Bai Wang Yuan was astonished. He had thought that Lu Yin would say something else or at least state his conditions, but he had not expected the youth to be so straightforward. He recalled the sect's report and realized that this youth had always been biased towards the frigid immortal sect, so it was not surprising that he was willing to join. You're not even going to state your conditions. Lu Yin respectfully replied, since I've joined the sect, I'll put the sect's interests above all else. If progenitor Bai is willing, then I'll accept it. If progenitor Bai is unwilling, then I won't accept it. Bai Wang Yuan suddenly admired Yu Hao. That independent cultivator who had completed the Outer Sky trial had stated a lot of conditions, some of which even Bai Wang Yuan found troublesome. In the end, he had been forced to give them a spot to the Outer Sky trial. Compared to that independent cultivator, Yu Hao was far too loyal. Since you've treated the frigid immortal sect with sincerity, the sect will naturally not mistreat the frigid immortal sect. I can guarantee that you will be alive. You how, and you. Master. He didn't expect Bai Wangyuan to have such a plan. This was Bai Wangyuan, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Daosource sect. He was an absolute powerhouse, and he was also the person in charge of the cold immortal sect. He could be considered one of the people who stood at the peak of the cosmic tree realm, and countless people wanted to take him as their master but were unable to do so. Even Bai Weiwei was, at most, a member of the Bai family, and it was impossible for her to take Bai Wangyuan as her master. If Lu Yin was really Yu Hao, he would not hesitate at all. However, such an offer was not attractive to Lu Yin at all. His master was Mr. Mu, a powerhouse who had experienced the above heaven sect era. He was a terrifying powerhouse, and even Lu Yin's cosmic ring contained the fog ancestor, who was on the same level as Bai Wangyuan. Can I? Even though he didn't want to, Lu Yin still had to pretend to be so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Lu Yin's reaction was within Bai Wangyuan's expectations, as it was impossible for anyone to refuse to take him as their master. Even the direct descendants of the Wang family and the Xia family would not be able to resist such a temptation. Of course. I'll pass down the order to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Bai Wangyuan naturally had to hold a ceremony to accept a disciple. Whether it was for the cold immortal sect, the 4-way scales, or even the cosmic tree realm, this was no ordinary matter. Just like when Mu Xia had announced that he wanted to take Long 7 as his disciple, the White Dragon clan had taken it seriously and sent out invitations everywhere. Then, what about the Xia family? Lu Yin asked. Bai Zhe replied, you can go, but you can't. Soon after, the call ended, and Lu Yin put away the cloud connection stone. He now had Wang Fan and Bai Wangyuan's cloud connection stones, as well as the fog ancestor. Of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Daosource sect, he could contact 3 people. Wu Yao arrived and looked at Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, please give me your guidance in the future. Wu Yao was bewildered. You've joined a sect. Lu Yin modestly replied, I was lucky to have Ancestor Bai as my master. Wu Yao's pupils shrank. Ancestor Bai is your master. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Wu Yao with a smile in his eyes. The apprenticeship ceremony will be held soon, and I'll have to trouble Senior when the time comes. You're too polite. Mr. Hao Yu's innate talent is extraordinary, and he's also very knowledgeable and humble. You're the most suitable person to join my cold immortal sect, and all of the sect's resources will be given to you. If you have any problems, just tell me, and I'll definitely help if I can. Wu Yao's attitude suddenly changed. If Lu Yin became Bai Wangyuan's disciple, then there were only a few people in the cold immortal sect who could match his status, and Wu Yao definitely would not be one of them. It's nothing much. I just recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I don't know if it's because I haven't broken through the 3 stages. This. Lu Yin probed. Wu Yao looked depressed. You'll need a tribulation crystal pillar to break through the 3 stages. These resources are all in the ancestors' hands, so I can't take them out. But don't worry, after the apprenticeship ceremony, Ancestor Bai will definitely take out a tribulation crystal pillar to help you break through the 3 stages. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. I see. What a pity. He then suddenly thought of something and looked at Wu Yao. Actually, I feel like my cultivation speed has been too slow recently. Is there any way to solve this? Wu Yao was speechless. If Lu Yin's cultivation speed was too slow, then it meant that he did not have enough astral source. There was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to use star source fluid. How do you want to solve this problem? Wu Yao asked. Lu Yin was about to say star source fluid, but when he saw Wu Yao's probing gaze, he quickly stopped himself. Star source fluid was not something that Wu Yao should know about. I need a source box. Wu Yao was astonished. A source box? Lu Yin nodded and earnestly said, actually, the reason why I was able to reach the third origin tribulation stage was because I was constantly defending against the danger of the source boxes under Master's supervision. I was constantly fighting against the danger of the source boxes, and that's how I was able to reach the third origin tribulation stage. Now that Master isn't by my side and I don't have any source boxes, my cultivation speed has slowed down. Does the sect have any powerful source boxes? Wu Yao thought about it. Although source boxes were precious, they were far inferior to tribulation crystal pillars and star source fluid. With his authority, he could take some out. I'll find some for you. Try your best to find something with a strong killing intent so that my cultivation speed can increase, Lu Yin reminded him. Wu Yao replied, don't worry. Not long after, Wu Yao brought back 3 source boxes. They were all boundless advanced source boxes, and each one had a unique killing intent. Lu Yin quickly put them away and thanked Wu Yao profusely. At that moment, Xiao Ziheng finally arrived. After Lu Yin had completed the Beyond Heaven trial, Xiao Ziheng had immediately headed towards the Frigid Immortal sect. Shenwu Plain knew what the Frigid Immortal sect would do. They would definitely do everything in their power to keep Yu Hao in the Frigid Immortal sect. Although Yu Chuan alone could threaten Yu Hao, Xiao Ziheng was not as confident as what the Frigid Immortal sect could possibly offer. This was especially true for Lu Yin. The interception made him even more anxious, and he rushed to the Frigid Immortal sect as quickly as possible. Food God, the Frigid Immortal sect's trial has ended. It's time to go to Shenwu Plain. Xiao Ziheng looked for Lu Yin as soon as he arrived at the Frigid Immortal sect, but this was the Frigid Immortal sect, so how could he casually look for someone? Since he could not find Lu Yin, he quickly looked for the Food God. The Food God had no choice but to tell Xiao Ziheng about how the Frigid Immortal sect had forced them to stay, which infuriated Xiao Ziheng. He quickly went to find Wu Yao and Bai Su. The two sides argued for a long time, but Wu Yao was not stupid. He acted as if he did not know that Lu Yin had agreed to join the Frigid Immortal sect, and he continuously stopped the people from Yi Xian Academy from leaving. In the end, he dragged it out for another 3 days before the people from Yi Xian Academy left. During these 3 days, Xiao Ziheng stayed outside Lu Yin's courtyard without a care for his image, and Wu Yao kept trying to enter and talk to Lu Yin. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Lu Yin thought that they would fight. Looking back at the Frigid Immortal sect, Xiao Ziheng asked Lu Yin, what conditions did Wu Yao propose? Did he want you to join the Frigid Immortal sect? Lu Yin nodded. They proposed many conditions, such as a tribulation crystal pillar for breaking through 3 stages. Xiao Ziheng snorted. What the Frigid Immortal sect has, so does my Shenwu Plain. However, what we have, they don't. This sentence was obviously referring to Yu Chuan. Xiao Ziheng stared at Lu Yin, as he wanted to confirm Yu Chuan's position in Lu Yin's heart. He was satisfied with the results, and this sentence caused Lu Yin's expression to turn ugly. He did not want to talk to Xiao Ziheng again. Xiao Ziheng's tone softened. Yu Hao, no matter what happened in the past, you will always be the son-in-law of the Xiao family. This will not change. As for Xiao Zhidong and the others who harmed you, we have already locked them up. After the ancestral worship ceremony, you can do whatever you want with them. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Do whatever I want with them. Xiao Ziheng nodded. This was originally a condition that we agreed to. Whatever the Frigid Immortal sect can give you, my Shenwu Plain can do the same. Don't go down the wrong path. Lu Yin fell silent. Xiao Ziheng suddenly thought of something. Last time, I asked you to invite Divine Master Gu Yan to observe the ceremony. How did it go? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten about this matter. I'm thinking about what to say. Xia Ziheng frowned. Is it hard to say? Master hates the 4 cardinal scales. It's not like you don't know that, Lu Yin said coldly. Xia Ziheng stared at Lu Yin. But I heard that Divine Master Gu Yen changed his view of the frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin was confused. Did he? Xia Ziheng and Lu Yin looked at each other, trying to see through Lu Yin, but there was only confusion in Lu Yin's eyes. At that moment, the culinary god walked over. Xia Ziheng, I heard that you were intercepted on the way here. Who was it? Xia Ziheng retracted his gaze and conversed with the culinary god. Lu Yin sighed. The Xia family's attitude towards Lu Yin was different from the other 3 families. In their impression, Lu Yin's identity as Yu Hao had always been a member of the Xia family. With so many things happening, there was only one attitude towards Lu Yin: if he did not join them, he would die. From the looks of it, the Wang family was the most sincere. Wang Fan was also the first ancestor of the 4 cardinal scales to talk to Lu Yin, and he was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Bai Wang Yuan had only approached Lu Yin because he had completed the Heavens Beyond trial. The frigid immortal sect was not close to Shenwu Plain, and Lu Yin used the excuse of being in seclusion to avoid meeting with Xia Ziheng. He had just completed the Heavens Beyond trial, so no one would suspect him. Mu Shang was from the frigid immortal sect. Back then, the Lu family and the other major powers had almost fallen out over him, but in the end, the frigid immortal sect had snatched him away. No one knew why Mu Shang had chosen the frigid immortal sect over the Lu family, which controlled the starry sky. Mu Shang was now representing the frigid immortal sect. The culinary god did not have a deep impression of Mu Shang. Mu Shang was a lockbreaker and spent most of his time at the back of the battlefield. He had never been to Yi Xian Academy or Wangyu, but the culinary god had seen him once at the back of the battlefield and had heard many legends about him. Mu Shang approached the paper boat and stopped 1,000 meters away. He bowed to the culinary god and Xia Ziheng. Junior Mu Shang greets senior culinary god and senior Xia Ziheng. The culinary god sighed. Although I've only met you once, I've heard of your name many times. Mu Shang humbly replied, it's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning. Heavenly Master Mu, why are you blocking our way? Xia Ziheng asked in an impolite tone. Mu Shang was an origin array heavenly master and had unparalleled talent when it came to lockbreaking, but that did not mean that he could become a progenitor. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yen was the #1 Heavenly Master in the Starry Sky Tree, but his chances of becoming a progenitor were slim. They respected Mu Shang, but Yu Hao was different. After completing the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would almost certainly become a progenitor. Furthermore, he also had an extraordinary lock-breaking talent and was regarded as a genius who could possibly surpass Mu Shang. Of course, this was also because Mu Shang represented the frigid immortal sect. If Mu Shang had been a free man or a wandering cultivator, their attitude would not have been the same. Mu Shang smiled at Xia Ziheng. I heard that a lock-breaking genius appeared in the central realm and happened to be passing by, so I came to take a look. Is it inconvenient? Xia Ziheng frowned. It is indeed inconvenient. Mr. Hao Yu was injured during the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial and is currently in seclusion. Mu Shang looked at the food god. The food god said, it's a pity. If he wasn't in seclusion, then Mr. Hao Yu could have a chat with Heavenly Master Mu, which would only benefit him. I'm sure that he would be willing to receive Heavenly Master Mu's guidance. Mu Shang looked past the two of them and towards the paper boat, where he saw the worshipful expressions of the students. He also saw Lu Yin's location. Mr. Hao Yu was injured, and I have the best healing fruit here. I obtained it from a strange parallel space called the moon orchid fruit. Does Mr. How you need it? Moon orchid fruit. That fruit that can quickly heal even if a half-progenitor's inner world is injured. Xia Ziheng was shocked. Mu Shang smiled. That's right. After spending so many years in the backplane, I obtained some battle contributions and exchanged them for this moon orchid fruit. Since I have no use for it, I can give it to Mr. Hao Yu. Mr. Hao Yu completed the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial and has extraordinary talent in lockbreaking. This person is the one we value the most, and nothing can go wrong with him. The food god and Xia Ziheng exchanged glances. Mu Shang had even taken out a fruit like the moon orchid fruit that even half-progenitors coveted, so there was no reason to stop him from seeing Mr. Hao Yu. Mu Shang smiled and stepped onto the paper boat. He walked past the food god and Xia Ziheng and slowly walked towards Lu Yin's location. He walked very slowly with a smile on his face. His slightly blue hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very confident and free. Many girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. In terms of appearance, Mu Shang could not compare to Yu Hao Yu. However, in terms of temperament, Mu Shang had the decisiveness to kill that he had cultivated for many years on the backplane. He also had a confident air about him that Yu Hao could not compare to. Mr. Hao Yu, may I have an audience? Mu Shang asked as he stopped not too far away from Lu Yin's location. The food god and the others looked inside the paper boat with a strange expression. This was because, logically speaking, Yu Hao should have come out by now. The person standing in front of him was one of the 4 origin heavenly masters, and he had even given him a fruit. Regardless of whether it was out of courtesy or respect, Mu Shang should have taken the initiative to greet him instead of closing the door. However, there was no response from behind the door. Mu Shang's eyes flashed, but his expression did not change. He spoke again. I heard that Mr. Hao Yu was injured. Here is a moon orchid fruit, which I would like to express my condolences on behalf of the lockbreakers. May I have an audience with you? Everyone looked at the door quietly. Someone unhappily said, Mr. Hao Yu is too arrogant. Heavenly Master Mu is the youngest origin heavenly master in history, and his cultivation and realm far surpass Hao Yu's. How can he avoid meeting him? Could it be that Mr. Hao Yu was seriously injured during the Realm Beyond Heaven trial? That's possible. The Realm Beyond Heaven trial is so strange, and the 7 students either can't use their cultivation or don't seem to be in human form. Perhaps something happened to Mr. Hao Yu. Mu Shang was about to speak again when a voice came from behind the door. Hao Yu greets Heavenly Master Mu. Everyone was shocked. If Hao Yu had been injured, it would have been understandable for him not to come out, but from the voice, it did not seem like he had been injured. Mu Shang was not angry. Mister, are your injuries serious? Not serious. I'm not injured. Can you come out and meet me? Why would Heavenly Master Mu want to see me? Mu Shang smiled. Naturally, I want to see the current lock-breaking prodigy. I heard that Mr. Hao Yu did not even need to do anything. Just by providing guidance, he was able to make someone who did not know how to lock-break set up a sourcebox array. Such a method is truly strange. I specifically asked Heavenly Master Qiuling and Heavenly Master Li about it, but they both said that they might not be able to do it. Mu Shang's words shocked everyone. Mr. Hao Yu was actually able to do something that even a Heavenly Master could not. Could he have already become a Heavenly Master? Bai Weiwei was shocked. She had already overestimated Mr. Hao Yu, but in the end, she realized that she had still underestimated him. How could a normal person trouble Heavenly Master Mu to personally come out and deliver a fruit that even a half-ancestor coveted? How outstanding was Mr. Hao Yu to have lock-breaking abilities that rivaled a Heavenly Master's and to have completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial? Was this something that could be achieved at his age? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2278. Hearing this, Mu Shang was stunned at first, then he laughed happily. So this is the reason why Mr. doesn't want to meet me. Well, as Mr. wishes, we'll meet in the future. When Mr. has the confidence to challenge me, I'll be waiting. As long as Mr. has the ability, you can take away the title of the world's youngest celestial array master. After that, he happily turned and left without saying a word. On the paper boat, everyone was silent. Bai Weiwei looked into the cabin, and the worship in her eyes grew stronger. Nong Xinyang muttered to herself like a love-struck fool. No one expected to see Mr. Haoyu challenge Heavenly Master Mu today. That was Heavenly Master Mu, the youngest Heavenly Master of origin arrays in history. Today, he was challenged. They believed that in the future, this scene would be recorded in the annals of history. They saw Mr. Haoyu bare his fangs with their own eyes. No one doubted that the Yu Hao inside was fake. Who could change people under the eyes of two half-ancestors? In the cabin, Lu Xiaoguo looked calm. From the moment Mu Shang appeared, he had already thought of how to deal with it. Just like when he pretended to be Yu Hao in the academy, these were trivial matters to him. However, he took a look at himself in the mirror. Yu Hao, the one who was revered by so many outside and had even caused the Origin Array Heavenly Master to take the initiative to meet him, was Lu Yin. Wasn't his performance a little too monstrous? The gap between him and Lu Yin was growing wider and wider, to the point where it was almost invisible. A few days passed, and they were getting closer to Shenwu Sky. In the distance, Lu Yin finally got the chance to continue rolling the die. Ever since he used the name of the god of forgotten ruins to scare the four cardinal scales and lure them to gather the people of the Star Alliance again, Lu Yin had rolled the die many times. He had rolled 6 pips several times, but he had not been able to integrate it into any of the Star Alliance cultivators. He could only rely on luck. Lu Yin raised his hand and the die appeared. He tapped it and watched it slowly stop. Finally, it was 2 pips. It was meaningless. He exhaled in disappointment. Again. The second time, it was 4 pips. Time stopped space. It was not a waste to roll 4 pips. Although the cultivation of the serious art was still far away, it was still close to perfection. On his third try, he rolled pips, and a token fell out. It shattered with a casual touch and was useless. He sighed. He had taken the risk of leaving the paper boat, but his luck had been so bad. He hoped that he would be able to roll pips on his last try. When he saw the die stop spinning at 6, Lu Yin was overjoyed. It was finally time. Following the darkness in front of him, he used his consciousness to see a bright ball of light not far away. There was a ball of light around him that was so hot that it made him panic. Could this represent the progenitor realm? Lu Yin didn't dare to get too close, and instead fused into the bright ball of light that was closer to him. As his consciousness fused with it, a very uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a dark and desolate land. There was a long stretch of numb, corpse-like crowds. Even further away, there was a solemn and glorious shrine that was filled with a deathly stillness. Above his head were 2 familiar lands, the top realm and the middle realm. Was this the star of the starry sky of trees? Memories continued to pour into his mind, and Lu Yin stood in place as his expression changed. It took him a while to recover, and he finally knew where he was. This was the outer realm, one of the 7 main stars, the Nightmare Star. It was also known as the Nightmare Realm. This was a very strange planet. It was a strange planet where everyone could only enter and not leave. There were no trees, flowers, birds, fish, or even insects on this planet. There was only a boundless deathly stillness, and there were only houses built from piles of sand and stone. This place was constantly repeating scenes of doomsday. Astral sources and star energy were constantly wreaking havoc, destroying everything that came into contact with them. Endless cycles of disasters played out as poisonous underground creatures and cruel creatures devoured the surface at any moment. No one could stay in one place for too long. This was a cursed planet that ordinary people would never want to come into contact with. Luin had heard of the outer realm before, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, after completing the Heavens Beyond Heaven trial in the frigid immortal sept, he had learned a little about it for the first time. Bai Xing was in the outer realm. The four-way scales, or rather, the starry sky of trees, had some little-known progenitors who were also in the outer realm. Unfortunately, Bai Xing hadn't said much. The person that Luin had fused with had been born on the Nightmare Star. He had never left, and it was impossible for him to leave. He didn't know much about the outer realm, but he knew a lot about the Nightmare realm. Through this person's memories, Luin also learned a lot about the Nightmare realm. There were astral sources and star energy here, but it was impossible to cultivate. The astral sources and star energy here were extremely violent, and the moment one tried to cultivate, their body would be torn apart. Thus, the people of the Nightmare realm didn't cultivate astral sources or star energy. Instead, they cultivated a power called nightmare energy. This power was unique to the Nightmare realm, and it wasn't absorbed from the natural world. Instead, it was absorbed from the bodies of living creatures in the Nightmare realm, such as the poisonous insects underground and humans. The person that Luin had fused with was called T-Sun, and he was a cultivator of the power of nightmares who had reached the 6th stage. The people here didn't know the difference between the power of nightmares and astral sources, but based on the brightness of the orbs, Luin could determine that a cultivator at the 6th stage of the power of nightmares was equivalent to a cultivator with a power level of 1,000,000. T-Sun was definitely an expert in the Nightmare realm. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he looked at the tall and imposing shrine in the distance. The creator of this shrine was the ruler of the Nightmare realm, and he was known as the Nightmare Ancestor. If he wasn't wrong, then he should be a little-known progenitor. There were no records of him in the starry sky of trees. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Was that Drunkard? Lu Yin saw Drunkard in Thysen's memories, and he hurriedly searched through his memories. After a while, Lu Yin let out a long sigh. Did the 5th mainland restrict these geniuses? In the 5th mainland, although Drunkard was one of the 10 arbiters and had the qualifications to compete with other geniuses of the same generation, she didn't have any advantage over Qiu Shi and the other powerhouses of the Neoverse or Wang Yi of the starry sky of trees, let alone the 4th young ancestor. However, in the Nightmare realm, Drunkard had experienced confusion and started cultivating from scratch. Now, she had cultivated her power of nightmares to the 5th stage. It should be known that Thysen's power of nightmares was comparable to a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations, and the 5th stage of the power of nightmares was equivalent to an emissary. Although Lu Yin didn't know if the power of nightmares was stronger than a stellar source, it at least proved that Drunkard had the strength to fight against an emissary. Wu Taibai was one of the 6th mainland's Tao Source 3 skies, and he was also a supreme of the Shenwu Plain. He was as famous as Xia Taili, but he still hadn't broken through to become an emissary. Xia Shenfei was only at the 1st origin tribulations, and the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters were stuck at the same level because the stellar source universe had been devoured. However, Drunkard had already reached this level. She was at least on the same level as Xia Shenfei. Not only that, but because of her outstanding talent, Drunkard had been accepted as a disciple by the Nightmare Ancestor. She was a saintess who was always drunk. Lu Yin found it strange that even on the Nightmare Star, Drunkard was always drunk. However, the Nightmare Star actually knew how to brew wine, and it even used poisonous insects to brew wine, which was very popular with Drunkard. Lu Yin stood in place for a long time, and he only sobered up when faint streaks appeared in the sky. Tizhen didn't know what those streaks were, but he was already used to them, just like how people on Earth were used to sunrises and sunsets. However, Luin felt that this was not a normal phenomenon, and it seemed more like a man-made arrangement. The inability to use astral sources and star energy was definitely not normal. If astral sources and star energy were like this, then the Eternals wouldn't have tried so hard to devour the stellar source universe. This place was very abnormal. He withdrew from the fusion and returned his consciousness to his body. The situation in the nightmare world was not something he was concerned about at the moment, but he would definitely come into contact with it in the future. Luin had used up his last chance to roll the die, so he had no choice but to ask the Fog Ancestor to take him to the paper boat. The White Dragon clan's mountain range stretched endlessly like a roaming dragon, and it was filled with elegance. The frigid immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable, and because of the clouds, it looked like a fairyland. The Shinwu plain was filled with malevolence, especially the incomparably huge hellworm that could cover the entire sky. The students who saw it for the first time were incomparably shocked. Luin was equally shocked. He had fused with Long Ku and many other cultivators in the astral tree domain, and he had seen the Shinwu plain in their memories. However, this was the first time he had personally experienced it. This was the Shinwu plain, and it was domineering, cruel, vile, and filled with a murderous aura. It displayed its invincible strength to everyone. An incomparably huge broken blade had stabbed the hellworm's tail deep into the ground, trapping it. It was a display of terrifying strength. This is the legendary prison dragon. Qing Feng was shocked. Although he had become Qingchen's disciple, he had never been to the Shinwu plain before. This was also his first time seeing the hellworm. Bai Weiwei's eyes flickered. Every time she saw the hellworm, she was shocked. Legend had it that this hellworm possessed unparalleled strength and had once wreaked havoc in the universe. Even progenitors were helpless against it. In the end, the Xia family's ancestor had used a broken blade and chains to imprison it in the Shinwu plain, unable to escape for eternity. This was the Xia family's tyranny. Anyone who came to the Shinwu plain would first be shocked by the hellworm, followed by the spikes on the ground. Whether it was the mountains or rivers, there were countless spikes that hung upside down. The endless spikes were filled with sharpness, and anyone who touched them would be torn to shreds. They were like sharp blades that intimidated everyone who came to the Shinwu plain. Luin stood on the paper boat and looked up at the hellworm and the 9 huge chains. Were these chains the same as the ones recorded in the frigid immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower? Was that hellworm still alive? What kind of power did it have? Lu Yin's gaze was strange. You should be proud. This is the Shinwu plain, the power behind you, Xia Ziheng said. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The power behind me. Xia Ziheng stared at Lu Yin. You are the son-in-law of the Shinwu plain. You are now and always will be. Next, the Xia family will pay respects to our ancestors. At that time, you will stand at the front, and everyone will see you and know that you are from the Shinwu plain. At that moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out from the distance, causing the Shinwu plain to feel apprehensive. Xia Ziheng looked back, and his expression changed. Wu Yao. You actually followed me. No matter where Shinwu plain had arranged for them to stay, they all ran around the valley, one on each side. It was as if they had come to an agreement beforehand. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth at these shameless people. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as he was surrounded by several half-ancestors. Unless he asked the Fog Ancestor to protect him, he wouldn't be able to roll his die. Fortunately, he still had the Fog Ancestor. However, he still had to wait for close to 10 days before he could roll his die. Lu Yin estimated that he wouldn't have an easy time during these 10 days, as these half-ancestors would annoy him to death. The first person to come looking for him was Xia Xing, and Lu Yin had been waiting for this person for a long time. "Long time no see, Yu Hao," Xia Xing said when he saw Lu Yin. There was a strange look in his eyes, as well as confusion. He still couldn't understand how a piece of trash could have changed so much in just a few decades. He could still understand the lock-breaking Tao, as Lu Yin was Gu Yan's disciple. Even if Lu Yin's cultivation was extraordinarily high and surpassed everyone in his generation, including the fourth young ancestor, he could still accept it. There was no lack of strange geniuses in human history, but someone who could complete the frigid immortal sex trial in heavens beyond. That was ridiculous. Lock-breaking, cultivation, and the Grand Master's trial. Any one of these would be enough to draw the four cardinal scales to their side, and Yu Hao actually had all three. Xia Xing had lived for a long time, but he never thought that such a person could appear in this world. Even the Xia family's taboo, Xia Shang, was only unparalleled in the universe in terms of cultivation and battle prowess. He didn't know much about lock-breaking. No matter how one looked at it, this Yu Hao was perfect. Before leaving East Xian Academy, Lu Yin had sought out Xia Taili and found out that Yu Hao had never spoken to Xia Xing before. He had only seen him from afar, and Xia Xing hadn't even opened his eyes to look at him. Thus, he wouldn't reveal anything to Xia Xing. "Sect Master, you didn't expect to see me again, did you?" Lu Yin asked calmly. Xia Xing looked at Lu Yin. "Indeed, I didn't. A person's life needs to be worth something. In the past, you had no value, so no one cared about you. Now, you have value, and you're worth enough to make my Shinwu plane pay you a huge amount of resources. You even have the qualifications to make demands, so I came to see you." Lu Yin sneered. "Sect Master, aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and join the other three families?" Xia Xing clasped his hands behind his back. "The fact that you've cultivated to this level means that you've changed. You know what you want and what you should want. You should also know that Shinwu Plain is your only path." If Xia Ziheng had spoken to Lu Yin alone, Wu Yao and the others would have definitely tried to cause trouble. However, the person who had spoken to Lu Yin was Xia Xing, the head of the Xia family. They didn't dare to be so impudent in Shinwu Plain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Sect Master, are you threatening me?" Xia Xing was calm. "You can say that. You're the son-in-law of Shinwu Plain. If you join another power, what will happen to the Xia family's face? What will happen to Shinwu Plain's face? Sometimes, face is more important than benefits." When Lu Yin didn't respond, Xia Xing's tone became more tactful. "What conditions did the frigid immortal sect give you? This is your current value. Xia Zhidong and the others can be handed over to you in front of everyone after the ancestral ceremony. You can do whatever you want with them." Lu Yin's eyes widened, as he had overlooked something. Xia Ziheng had previously agreed to hand over Xia Zhidong and the others to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only seen how important Shinwu Plain was to him, and how cold and cruel the Xia family was. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this just a show for the astral tree? They wanted to tell the astral tree that as long as they had the ability, even the Xia family would be sacrificed, and those who joined Shinwu Plain would be given the best treatment. Lu Yin looked deeply at Xia Xing. If he executed Xia Zhidong and the others in front of everyone, it wouldn't hurt Shinwu Plain's reputation. After all, he was only an emissary, and outsiders wouldn't think that Shinwu Plain had given in. They would only think that Shinwu Plain cherished talent and was willing to sacrifice a branch family member for Lu Yin. This was Shinwu Plain. Lu Yin now understood the Fog Ancestor's words. No wonder the Fog Ancestor had mocked Shinwu Plain. Shinwu Plain's attitude towards the branch family members was extremely bad. The branch family members were just pawns, which was why progenitor Chen's parents had died. Even if progenitor Chen's cultivation talent was extremely high, he still wasn't recognized. In the eyes of the Xia family's direct descendants, cultivators with different surnames could be roped in at any price, but cultivators from the branch family had to be suppressed. How many? Lu Yin asked. Xia Xing looked up. 12. That's too few. Lu Yin was cold. Xia Xing asked, how many do you want? Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing, can the Xia family give me as many as I want? Yu Hao, Shenwu Plain won't allow another progenitor Qin to appear, Xia Xing said. Why do you say that? It's a win-win situation. You don't want to die, and I want someone to help me. Isn't that good? At that moment, the mist ancestor walked out and looked at Xia Xing strangely. She exclaimed, this is a clone fusing with a main body. I never thought that I would be able to see it after so many years. How interesting. You've given me some inspiration. Her body then vanished, as she wanted to study micro and blood refinement. Xia Xing stared blankly at the mist ancestor's departing figure, aghast. She is. Lu Yin made a shushing gesture. Senior doesn't like to be disturbed. Sect Master Xia, we should leave. Xia Xing recognized the mist ancestor. The cosmic tree domain's history was not as severed as the fifth mainland's. There were some things that were recorded in the cosmic tree domain's history, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the Daosor sect, and even the above heaven era. The mist ancestor's image was not a secret. The Yu family had a portrait of her, which had led to the Yu family becoming her disciple. It could be considered an opportunity, and Xia Xing was able to recognize her. Lu Yin was not surprised. After leaving the mirror, Yu Hao and Xia Xing turned into mist and merged back into the mirror. Xia Xing still had not recovered, and she stared at Lu Yin in shock. That was. Lu Yin smiled proudly. Now you know the benefits of working with me. Xia Xing's eyes flickered. Mist ancestor. Lu Yin looked outside. Your Shenwu Plain doesn't seem to have any 9 mountains and 8 seas, which is what I find strange. With your 9 clones, Shenwu's astral energy, and various secret techniques, you guys didn't even leave the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosor sect's era. You guys are inferior to the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family. Lu Yin's words naturally excluded progenitor Qin. Xia Xing replied, progenitor Shenji isn't inferior to Wang Fan or Bai Wang Yuan, but he's not suitable to inherit the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas don't just depend on one's strength, but also on one's own comprehension and opportunities. During the Daosor sect's era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared together. The fifth mainland was so glorious, and before that, aside from the above heavens realm, no other era had ever seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas appear together. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at Xia Xing. Xia Xing thought that Lu Yin did not know that progenitor Qin had stolen the Xia family's mountains and seas. Xia Xing sighed. That's right. Before the Daosor sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas era, there were only 4 mountains and 3 seas, and one of them was even your Lu family's progenitor Tianyi. He then looked at Lu Yin's back. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet the mist ancestor. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Those people outside will rush in if we wait any longer. Anyway, let's do as we agreed. I'll help you replace the main body, and you'll be one of my people in the Xia family. Not a single peak envoy was a passerby. However, there was one thing that Lu Yin was puzzled about. Although his cultivation hadn't increased during his time in the cosmic tree domain, his inverse steps and battle techniques had improved significantly. He should be able to wrestle with a half-ancestor if he unleashed his full strength, so why was it so difficult for him to fuse with 6 points? This question flashed through his mind. As his consciousness fused with the ball of light, Luin opened his eyes and saw a boundless sea with stars swaying in it. Above his head, there were stars and islands all around him. His surroundings were dark, as if it was night. Lightning struck the surface of the sea, causing a terrifying explosion. Soon, fish floated up and were turned into charcoal by the lightning. Luin looked around as memories flooded into his mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He had actually fused with Henye's body. Henye was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the Anzac era and Hen Exayan's subordinate. He was the commander of Team E, and he had been unsealed from an ancient source box. Every member of Team E had been carefully selected by Hen Exayan, and there were 9 of them in total. Every one of them had great willpower, and they had no innate talent. Their cultivation relied solely on their willpower, which was why Hen Mo hadn't been able to join them back then. The fact that Henye had been able to become the commander of Team E spoke volumes. Not only did he have the strength of a peak envoy, but he had also cultivated his domain to the void god realm, which allowed him to manipulate the void and forcefully strip it away. As more memories flooded into his mind, Lu Yin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Henye's domain had reached the void god realm, which was exactly what Lu Yin needed. He was only 1 step away from the void god realm. As he thought about it, he immediately searched through his memories regarding domain cultivation. Fusing the cosmic tree realm into the body of a cultivator from the 5th mainland would consume a ridiculous amount of star essence due to the distance. However, the consumption of resources was meaningless in the face of the void god realm, so Lu Yin didn't even consider the consumption of star essence. He only focused on searching through his memories regarding domains. Both Henye's cultivation and control of his domain far surpassed Mr. Tang's, and the memories Lu Yin obtained from him were the same as walking down Henye's path. Lightning continuously struck down, but Henye's body floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea. After a while, Lu Yin exhaled and looked at his hand. He casually waved his hand, and the void was mysteriously sliced apart. His body vanished from where he had been standing, and he reappeared somewhere else. The void had been obliterated. This was the void god realm. Henye's understanding of domains definitely surpassed Mr. Tang's, as he had Hen Exayan's guidance. From Henye's memories, Lu Yin also learned that the void god realm was not the end. Just like the Warring States period where there was a method to cultivate the dark purple substance, there was also a realm above the void god realm called the void palm realm. This was a realm that Henye and Hen Exayan could not touch upon. Even Guizhi, the ruler of the 3rd mainland, did not know of this realm. It only existed in legends and had been calculated by Guizhi. Henye had once heard from Hen Exayan that Guizhi had once said that regardless of whether it was the void or spacetime, all cultivators would eventually reach the same destination. They all originated from a realm and eventually reached a realm where one could cultivate spacetime, control the flow of time, and see through the void. Cultivating the void would eventually allow one to touch time or even chase after it. Guizhi had calculated this realm, but it was too difficult to cultivate it. At the very least, Hen Exayan had told Henye that it was too difficult, to the point that it was unimaginably difficult. Even Guizhi, the ruler of the 3rd mainland and an existence comparable to the Lu family's ancestor, had only studied battle force to the extreme. He did not have the time to study domains. Of course, this was only Hen Exayan's impression. They had been sealed in ice long ago, and they did not know what had happened after that. Perhaps Guizhi had created an extreme realm of domains, or perhaps he had not. Perhaps he had joined the Eternals and become one of the 7 deities. No one knew that it was created by the 7 heavenly empresses. Through Henye's memories, Lu Yin had seen Guizhi's glory as the ruler of the 3rd mainland. He had seen many progenitors and half-progenitors, but he had not seen any of the rulers of the other mainlands. His level was too low, and he should be able to see them if he merged with Hen Xian's body. The one he wanted to see the most was the Lu family's ancestor. He looked up. This was the cosmic sea, and Henye had come here because he had received orders from the above heavens to search for the remaining Eternals. Lu Yin had used progenitor Chen's strength to unify the fifth mainland and establish the above heavens. He had become a Tao disciple and the true ruler of the fifth mainland. Even Hen Xian and Zhu Yi had been thrown to the astral beast domain, and no one in the fifth mainland dared to oppose him. He had come to the starry sky of trees, but in the eyes of many, he was in seclusion studying the left arm of the Grim Reaper. Lu Bujing was the one who took his place in the sect above heaven. Although Henny was the commander of Team Yi, he could not disobey the orders of the sect above heaven. He had already checked and found that there were no Eternals in the cosmic sea. They were on their way back to the Neoverse, and Lu Yin had coincidentally merged with them. Lu Yin had obtained many memories, and he estimated that he would be able to cultivate his domain to the void deity realm. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, he suddenly realized that this was where the core was located. The core had once been one of the four hegemons of the cosmic sea. Following the destruction of the Immortal Squadron and the Longevity Squadron, the cosmic sea had been dominated by Leon's armada. The core had never cared about worldly affairs, as long as they did not invade their territory. Before the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Army had arrived at the fifth mainland, Lu Yin's next step had been to help Leon's armada unify the cosmic sea and then enter the Neoverse. The core had been his goal, but his plans had been disrupted by the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Army. Then, the Eternals had invaded, the astral source universe had been devoured, and people from the above heavens era had appeared. One thing after another had caused him to forget about the core. He did not know what had happened to the core. Logically speaking, the Eternals had used that liquid to devour the astral source universe, and the fifth mainland had been divided into several parts. The core had not gone anywhere, so it should have been destroyed by the Eternals. However, Lu Yin had not heard any reports about the core since he had returned. He looked in the direction of the core and controlled Hen Ye's body to disappear. He had been in his body for a long time, so he did not care about this little bit of time. Using Hen Ye's body to display the void deity realm, he was like a fish swimming in water, free and unfettered. Lu Yin instantly arrived at the core's territory. This was where no one was allowed to enter. Back then, he had ridden the Arcadian Arrow cruise ship and had come into close contact with the core. At that time, the core had given him the feeling that they were soldiers that had walked out of blood and fire. They were filled with killing intent and numbness. If he had not been delayed by various matters, he would have come to the core long ago. He controlled Hen Ye's body to appear above the army's sea region. He released his domain and swept through the entire sea region. Suddenly, his gaze fixed in a certain direction. There, an ancient warship had appeared. On the ship, there were soldiers with cold and emotionless expressions staring at him. The next moment, all of the soldiers raised their long hairs and then abruptly swung them down. Thousands of spears smashed down, but there was only one sound. It was exactly the same as the one he had heard before, a deterrent. Unfortunately, their deterrence was useless against Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued to control Hen Ye's body to step out of the void and land on the core's warship. Before he could say anything, all of the soldiers in front of him raised their long hairs at the same time and abruptly thrust them forward. Kill! 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 Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2282. The word kill reverberated throughout the cosmic sea. There were clearly thousands of spears, but Lu Yin only saw one. These soldiers were too well coordinated, and they seemed to be using some sort of combined power to concentrate all their killing intent and power into a single point. They displayed a killing power that was comparable to a powerhouse with a power level of nearly 1,000,000. It was no wonder that this army could dominate the cosmic sea and be called one of the four hegemons. This killing power was enough to terrify all the powers in the cosmic sea and prevent them from approaching. Even Voyage Leon had been sent flying by this army before. However, they were facing Luin, who was also Henyi, a peak emissary. The spear continued to approach Luin, but it could not get any closer. Space seemed to stretch out endlessly, and it could never touch Luin. This was the domain of a void god, so close yet worlds apart. The army thrust out a second spear, and there was another force supporting it. Luin seemed to see another spear descend from the river of time and merge with the spear in front of him. He heard the words, "Supreme Spear, death-seeking weapon." With a bang, the void shattered, and Lu Yin's expression changed. This spear contained a familiar power. This was the power of a progenitor. How was this possible? Why did this army possess the power of a progenitor? Or could they borrow the power of a progenitor? Why could they borrow it? Who were they? By the time the progenitor's power descended, Luin was almost done fusing. After all, he was fusing with a peak emissary, and even if he had enough resources, he could not fuse for too long. Furthermore, he had already attacked and was facing the pressure of a progenitor. Before withdrawing from the fusion, Luin forcefully retreated. Every step he took tore through the void, and he traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant. After 3 steps, he returned to the place where Henyi had just been fused. His consciousness then returned to the dark space and fused back into his own body. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled. The army's second spear had actually borrowed the power of a progenitor, and that power had come from the river of time. Who was it? Who had lent the army's power? If the army could borrow the power of a progenitor, then why had it remained in that region of the sea? And why hadn't it come out? Their strength was enough to sweep through the other battalions, and even the Neoverse feared the power of a progenitor. But after so many years, the army had never left. Undying soldiers, were they protecting something? Luin carefully recalled what he had seen on the warship, and if he remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen a person who might or might not have belonged to the army. That person had an especially high nose bridge. Was that Huawu? Voyage Leon had told him that the army was recruiting new members. Back then, number 007, who had participated in the Supreme Tournament, had been recruited by the army. Since the army could recruit new members, it was not surprising that Huawu had appeared on the battlefield. That brat had the secret technique of keeping his word. Whatever he said, people would believe him, so joining the army was not impossible. But that brat's temperament is not compatible with an army. Luin rolled the die again with a strange thought in mind. This time, he didn't get 6 pips, but 3 pips instead. Looking at the 2 screens, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked how many resources he had spent. He nervously checked his cosmic ring. Spitting out a mouthful of blood wasn't enough to describe his current feelings. There were no more star essence left in his cosmic ring. It was no wonder why he had withdrawn from the fusion. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but rather that he had no more star essence. His resources were completely gone. 146 billion, a total of 146 billion. He had actually spent it all in one go. He really had the urge to vomit blood. He calmed down. It took him a while to catch his breath. It was normal, as he had spent hundreds of billions of star essence to fuse with Celestial Master Chuling's body. This time, Henny's cultivation was definitely not inferior to Celestial Master Chuling's. Even if he wasn't an origin heavenly master, Luin had still taken action after fusing with Henny's body. Furthermore, Henny was on the 5th mainland, so the distance was different. It was reasonable, but Lu Yin couldn't bear to spend so much. He also felt very insecure, as he had no more money. He didn't know what would happen to others if they had no money, but he knew that he had no money. It was as if his secret had been exposed in front of everyone, and he was filled with unease. No, he had to find some money. He had to find some money. With his current status, it was easy for him to get money, but getting large amounts was not easy. His innate gift could easily cost him billions, and even the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to support him. Shinwu Plain had agreed to give him resources, but if he suddenly asked for so much, they would definitely suspect that Junior Progenitor Planet's resources had gone missing. If that happened, he would be exposed, and the losses would outweigh the gains. He still had to think of a way to secretly obtain the money. Right, did Xia Taili know about Shinwu Plain's collection? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, and he felt that he might be able to find out where Shinwu Plain's resources were from Xia Taili. However, even if he did know, it would be useless, as the Mist Ancestor would not take him there. The Mist Ancestor had helped him enter the Cloud Forest Tower and had allowed Lu Xiaoge to disguise himself and chase after the paper boats, which was normal. However, the Mist Ancestor definitely would not take Lu Yin to steal resources. Lu Yin hesitated for a long time, but eventually decided to ask Xia Taili about the location of Shinwu Plain's resources first. He did not try to fool Xia Taili, as there was no way to fool him, so he asked directly. Xia Taili's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin. Our family's resources. No, Shinwu Plain's resources, Lu Yin hurriedly corrected himself. Asking someone about their family's resources right in front of their face did not sound right. Xia Taili looked Lu Yin up and down. You're too shameless. Lu Yin's lips twitched. Don't spout nonsense. I just want to know the location of Shinwu Plain's resources, not your family's. I heard that Lu Shaoxian was a magnanimous and righteous person who liked to fight for justice. He saved many people and eradicated many evils that he disliked. Why don't I see any of those qualities in you? Xia Taili was bewildered, but she also looked down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. If he really had the same personality as Lu Shaoxian, then he would not have been able to use his innate gift of the Dai for the rest of his life. He probably would not have even reached the hunter realm by now. Shinwu Plain's resources are definitely heavily guarded. Tell me, and I'll go look for them. Who knows, maybe I'll be captured by Shinwu Plain. At that time, they'll have a way to save you, Lu Yin tempted. Xia Taili wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, she realized that Lu Yin was right. It would depend on Shinwu Plain's strength compared to Lu Yin's. Xia Xing definitely knew the location of Shinwu Plain's resources. Although Lu Yin could control Xia Xing and be considered a spy, Xia Xing had cooperated with him because he wanted to become the true master of Shinwu Plain. He was not willing to do anything that would harm Shinwu Plain. If it weren't for the Death God's seal, Lu Yin believed that Xia Xing would have fallen out with him. After all, his main body had been fused, so unless Shinwu Plain did not want Xia Xing as its sect master, they would have to acknowledge his position. Xia Xing had not fallen out with Lu Yin because of the Death God's seal, but that did not mean that Xia Xing was willing to help him. Lu Yin had to rely on himself. Shinwu Plain has a huge collection of resources. I'll tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't dare to go, Xia Taili provoked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Where? Xia Taili's lips curled up as he told Lu Yin the location. The starry sky tree is divided into 4 parts. Today, the current head of the Xia family, Xia Xing, wishes to comfort the ancestors. On a rugged mountain path in Shinwu Plain, countless people watched as Xia Xing stood in front of the broken blade and read aloud. Large families would pay respects to their ancestors on specific days, and different families would do so at different times. The Xia family had chosen to pay respects to their ancestors on the day that the broken blade had appeared, as recorded in the history books. The broken blade was a remnant of the Xia family's ancestor, Xia Chan. Due to the passage of time, no one knew where it had come from or who had turned the Xia Chan's blade into a broken blade. The chosen date was recorded in the history books as the blade's earliest appearance, and it symbolized the Xia family's remembrance of their ancestor, Xia Chan. The Xia family paid respects to their ancestors once every 10 years, but it wasn't too grand. Only the one that happened once every 10,000 years was the grandest, and most of the progenitors in the starry sky tree would be there. The last time, the Liu family had been there as well, and even the current head of the Liu family had appeared. Liu Tianyi had also looked over, giving the Xia family a lot of face. During the last 10,000 years, the Liu family sent a head and a progenitor. Senior Liu Tianyi also looked over. As for the other families, almost all of their progenitors were there. That was truly a grand occasion. Unfortunately, the Xia family didn't have any dazzling geniuses at that time, the culinary god said. Senior, did you also participate in the last 10,000 years of worship? Lu Yin asked. The culinary god shook his head. I didn't come. Someone told me that every 10,000 years, the Xia clan would be able to see a progenitor. Everything else aside, all of the Xia clan's progenitors would be present and participate in the drawing ceremony. The drawing ceremony. Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing. He had an impression of him, but it wasn't too deep. He had only seen him when he had merged with Long Ke's body. Not too far away, Wu Yao, Chai, Yu, and the others were all present. There were people from the Xinwu plain all around them. Xia Xingguang wasn't too far away as well. When Xia Xing finished reading, the Xia family's disciples walked out one by one and walked towards him. Xia Xinfei was at the very front, and behind him were a few middle-aged men. They were either from the previous generation or the direct descendants of the previous generation. There were also some with the Xin title, but no matter what their cultivation was or which generation they represented, the one at the very front had to be a direct descendant of the current generation, just like how Xia Xing had been the one to read the funeral oration. Xia Xingguang walked over as well. He was also a direct descendant, but his status was much lower than Xia Xinfei's. One by one, the Xia family's disciples walked out. Lu Yin hadn't known before, but now it seemed that there were quite a few direct descendants of the Xia family, and some of them had even spread out and become branch families. At this time, a group of people was brought forward, led by Xia Zhidong. Xia Zhidong looked like an old woman, and her face was haggard. She was no longer as radiant as she had once been. Her expression was numb, and her eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. She was being led around like a puppet. There were quite a few people behind her, some of whom Lu Yin had seen before in the Jade Manor. One of them had even been guarding the entrance. There were others that Lu Yin had never seen before, but regardless of whether or not they had participated in the plot against the Yu family, they had been brought out by the Xia family to give Yu Hao an explanation. There were a total of 12 people, just as Xia Ziheng had said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2283. A broken blade pressed down on the ground while a dragon soared through the sky. Although it didn't give off any pressure, anyone who saw it was shocked. Below the dragon, the Xia family proudly walked towards Xia Xing to pay respects to their ancestors. Not far away, Xia Zhidong's group of 12 knelt on the ground. They were all sinners and would be judged on the day of the ceremony. At this time, Xia Xing looked at Lu Yin and nodded. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked out. The Xia family had already given him an explanation, so he had to walk out. Wu Yao narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yin, feeling uneasy. This person had already agreed to join the Frigid Immortal sect, but now he was participating in the ceremony in front of everyone without discussing it with Wu Yao. Had he already told Ancestor Bai? Half-Ancestor Chai frowned as he watched Luin walk out. Was he participating in the ceremony because he was still the Xia family's son-in-law, or had he already expressed his stance? The Xia family ceremony wasn't a big deal, at least to outsiders. They were more concerned about Lu Yin's attitude. Sir, Nong Xinyang couldn't help but speak up. She had spoken to her family over the past few days, and her family's intention was to prevent Lu Yin from joining the four-way scales, but she didn't know what to do. Lu Yin looked back at Nong Xinyang and smiled. He then glanced at the food god, Mr. Tang, Mr. Wei, and the other students. I'll be back soon. He glanced at Wu Yao and then continued walking towards Xiaoxing. Wu Yao and Lu Yin exchanged glances, but he couldn't tell what Lu Yin was trying to say. However, a glance at Lu Yin was enough to make Wu Yao feel more at ease. However, Half-Ancestor Chai and Sir Yu also noticed Lu Yin's glance. They exchanged glances and then looked at Wu Yao. What did this Yu Hao mean? They glanced at Wu Yao alone. Had he joined the Frigid Immortal sect or something? No one understood Lu Yin, not even Xiaoxing, who was working with him. Lu Yin walked towards Xiaoxing step by step. His status as the son-in-law of a branch family wasn't enough for him to walk very far. He should have stood behind all the other branches of the Xia family, and there were over 1,000 of them who were qualified to attend the ceremony. However, he still walked past them step by step until he reached Xiaoxingguang's side. He then continued walking forward. Xiaoxingguang's dissatisfaction, but he didn't show it. In the past, Yu Hao was naturally not qualified. But now, Yu Hao was different. His status in Shenwu heaven was no lower than Xiaoxinfei's. Lu Yin walked all the way to Xiaoxinfei's side before stopping. He didn't overtake him, but he didn't fall behind either. Xiaoxinfei looked at Lu Yin. He hadn't drunk any alcohol today, so he felt exceptionally refreshed. Congratulations on completing the Beyond Heaven trial. Perhaps even the Forefather will accept you as a disciple. Lu Yin smiled. I hope so. Do you want to become sworn brothers? Xiaoxinfei suddenly said. Lu Yin was surprised. You're becoming sworn brothers again. It's a pity that we didn't form it back then, Xiaoxinfei said regretfully. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure, when? Xiaoxinfei's eyes flashed. Now, with our blood, we'll form a brotherhood. From now on, we'll treat each other with absolute sincerity and live and die together. Lu Yin moved his finger and looked at Xiaoxinfei. Xiaoxinfei also looked at Lu Yin, and their gazes met. This oath of brotherhood was not an ordinary oath of brotherhood, but rather, a blood oath. The blood that flowed through his veins was that of the Lu clan. Every clan's bloodline had its own unique characteristics. For example, the Xia clan's bloodline could be traced back to the Xia clan's cultivation techniques. The reason the Xia clan's ancestral ceremony was so frequent, and they held it once every 10 years, was because of the drawing ceremony. This ceremony had been going on for countless years, ever since the Xia clan had obtained this broken blade. The so-called drawing ceremony was to pull out the broken blade, which had originated from the Xia clan's ancestor, Xia Chan. The Xia clan believed that as long as one could pull out the broken blade, they would be acknowledged by the ancestor, and this also represented the Xia clan's innate talent and ability. Since ancient times, only one person in the Xia clan had ever pulled out the broken blade, and that was Xiaoxingji. During the era of the Daosuo sect, he had been a genius of the same generation as 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. Although Xiaoxingji wasn't from 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, he was the only one in the Xia clan who had managed to pull out the broken blade in countless years. Even Hellworm had been suppressed by him. Although he wasn't from 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, in the hearts of the Xia clan, he wasn't any weaker than 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. The broken blade was the Xia clan's belief. Lu Yin stood in his original spot. Xia Shenfei also stood in his original spot. A group of the Xia clan's younger disciples walked towards the broken blade, including Xia Shengguang. "Brother Xia, aren't you going to try?" Lu Yin asked. Xia Shenfei laughed. "I've tried many times, and I've been able to pull it out the first time. If I can't pull it out the first time, I won't be able to pull it out in the future." Lu Yin looked at the broken blade in the distance. It was so huge that it could pierce through the clouds. One by one, the Xia clan's disciples climbed up and appeared beside the broken blade's hilt. They tried to grab it with both hands, but no matter how they looked at it, it was futile. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how ancestor Xia Shenji had managed to pull it out. "When I tried to pull it out for the first time, the moment I touched the hilt, I knew that I couldn't pull it out. This blade doesn't acknowledge me." Xia Shenfei took out his wine gourd and started drinking, his eyes turning hazy once more. Lu Yin asked, "Is it a mysterious feeling?" "Yes, as long as you touch the hilt, you'll experience that feeling. How should I put it? If you ask a normal person to move mountains and fill seas, will they be able to do it? It's that feeling. Compared to moving mountains and filling seas, time might be able to do it, but this blade, even if I reach the progenitor realm, I still won't be able to pull it out. It's so despairing." Xia Shenfei sighed. He watched as the Xia clan's disciples walked out one after another, each one filled with hope and apprehension as they tried to pull out the blade, only to return in disappointment. The difference wasn't that great, as they all knew that they couldn't pull it out. Countless years had passed, and how many people had been born in the Xia clan? Regardless of whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, over 1,000 people would try to pull out the blade during the ceremony every 10 years, but all of them failed. After countless years, this number was terrifying. Xia Shengguang went up. He had also tried, but he wasn't willing to give up. The frigid immortal sect had a trial in heavens beyond, and anyone who completed it had a 90% chance of becoming a progenitor. The Xia clan also had a ceremony where anyone who pulled out the broken blade would be given all of the Xia clan's resources. Lu Yin was suddenly curious as to whether or not progenitor Qin had tried to pull out the blade. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare, as he was afraid that the Xia clan would flip out. Asking about progenitor Qin during a ceremony was a clear slap to the Xia clan's face. Xia Shengguang failed and walked down with a disappointed expression. He was the Xia clan's most outstanding disciple, but even he had failed. He wanted to surpass the fourth young ancestor and surpass Xia Shenfei. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Xia Shenfei, who didn't even look at him. "Did you really want to become sworn brothers with me?" Xia Shenfei asked. Lu Yin replied, "Of course. You were once the fourth young ancestor, and now that you've broken through boundless, your name has spread throughout the universe, so becoming sworn brothers with you will increase my chances of becoming a progenitor. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen in the future? There were 8 people before me who completed the trial, but not everyone can become a progenitor." Xia Shenfei gulped down another mouthful of wine. "I truly want to become sworn brothers with you, and that's enough for me. After the ceremony, I'll look for you." Lu Yin nodded. "I'll be waiting." One by one, the Xia clan members tried to pull out the blade, but they all failed. Over at East Xian Academy, Bai Weiwei and the others didn't even look at the ceremony. They only stared at Lu Yin. In any case, it was impossible to pull out the blade, and this was even more ridiculous than the frozen immortal sex trial. In fact, there was a rumor circulating in the astral tree that Xia Shenji hadn't pulled out the broken blade at all. The broken blade hadn't even been stabbed into the ground, and it had just been placed in the Xia clan's residence. Xia Shenji had merely borrowed it. He had used the broken blade to suppress the hellworm before stabbing it into the ground. After that, even he himself couldn't pull it out. Of course, this rumor wasn't necessarily accurate. The Xia clan's history proved that the broken blade had always been stabbed into the ground. The only reason it couldn't be pulled out now was because it had something to do with suppressing the hellworm. If it hadn't been suppressed, then anyone could have pulled out the broken blade. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2284. Aside from the younger generation, there were also a few seniors who tried to pull out the blade. Age didn't matter, and some of the Xia family members continued to try until they died of old age. Many people in the outside world mocked them for being old even if they managed to pull out the broken blade, but they still tried their best. Some people guessed that there might be some sort of explanation within the Xia family, and that the Xia family had a progenitor who could reverse the flow of the universe. The older generation of Xia family members also hoped to borrow the progenitor's power to return to their youth. Of course, this was just a dream. Yi Xian Academy had come to Shenwu Plain to train after the ancestral ceremony, and they had been lucky enough to make it in time for the Xia family's ancestral ceremony. Unfortunately, they had been excited at the beginning, but by the end, they had become accustomed to it. No one had succeeded. Lu Yin was talking to Xia Shenfei when the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the broken blade with strange expressions. Xia Shenfei also looked in the direction of the broken blade in shock. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Xia Xing had actually gone over. Was he going to pull out the blade as well? The sect leader is actually trying to pull out the blade. This sort of thing rarely happens to the sect leader, the Xia family members commented from behind. Every patriarch was born as a direct descendant of the patriarch, and then he rose step by step to become the patriarch of the patriarch. During that time, every patriarch tried to draw the blade many times, but after becoming the patriarch, he stopped trying. I wouldn't have thought that this patriarch would want to try, said the patriarch. If the sect leader fails, it'll be a blow to his own prestige. No one understood why Xia Xing was trying to pull out the blade, and Xia Shenfei didn't either. No one could understand Xia Xing's thoughts except for Lu Yin. The current Xia Xing wasn't the original Xia Xing, his clone had replaced his original body with the help of progenitor Chen's blood. In other words, he wasn't just Xia Xing, he was also partially progenitor Chen. Rather than saying that Xia Xing was trying to pull out the blade, it was more accurate to say that progenitor Chen was the one trying. Did Xia Xing's actions mean that progenitor Chen hadn't tried to pull out the blade in the past? Or was there another possibility? In the past, Xia Xing had already given up on trying to draw the blade. But now, the blood flowing in his veins was the blood of Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen was the most outstanding genius of the Xia clan. He wasn't any weaker than Xia Chan. He was invincible in the universe and controlled the 2 mountains and 1 ocean. Ancestor Chen was the most likely person to be able to control the broken blade. Could Ancestor Chen draw the blade? Thinking of this, Xia Xing's eyes suddenly widened. He raised his hand and placed it on the hilt of his blade. In an instant, an invisible wave swept across the divine martial sky and spread into the distance. It was not an attack, nor was it the power of a stellar source. It was just a formless wave, an indescribable aura, or rather, a sound. Lu Yin's eyes widened as the broken saber emitted a sound. It wasn't just Lu Yin, everyone felt the blade move. At the same time, the giant caged WIRM above them opened its eyes and slowly lowered its head to look at Xia Xing. A terrifying pressure descended, causing Shenwu's sky to tremble. Xia Shenfei, Xia Ziheng, and the others gaped in shock. Xia Xing had moved. The culinary god, half-ancestor Chai, Wu Yao, and the others were all stunned. At this moment, everyone in Shenwu's sky was staring at the broken blade. The broken blade that hadn't moved for countless years had actually moved. Xia Ziheng was the first to react. Sect Master, draw the blade. Father, draw the blade. Xia Shenfei shouted. Following that, the disciples of Shenwu Sky all shouted. The sound waves converged into a river, toppling mountains. The sound waves surged towards Xia Xing. Sect Master, please draw the blade. Sect Master, please draw the blade. Sect Master, please draw the blade. The entire Shenwu Sky seemed to have become one. It was as if a giant was shouting, urging Xia Xing to draw the broken blade. The caged Wirm's head drooped down and stared at Xia Xing. Its enormous eyes covered the sky as it spat out a scorching aura. However, it immediately restrained itself, afraid of pressuring Xia Xing. It also hoped that someone would be able to draw the broken blade and allow it to escape. Everyone stared at Xia Xing. In countless years, he was the only person in Shenwu Sky who could shake the broken blade and attract the caged Wirm's attention. Beside the blade's hilt, Xia Xing was excited. He grabbed the hilt and roared, his blood boiling. His face turned red and his veins bulged as he used all his strength to draw the blade. Everyone stopped breathing. Bai Weiwei and the others stared blankly. First, the Sky Beyond Sky trial had been completed, and now, the broken blade had been drawn. What was wrong with this era? At this moment, Lu Yin was nervous. What would happen if Xia Xing drew the broken blade? Would Xia Xingji be drawn out? Would he see the Grim Reaper's seal in Lu Yin's body and help him break it? Once the Grim Reaper's seal was broken, Lu Yin would no longer have the power to restrain Xia Xing. With Xia Xing's talent in drawing the broken blade, it would be fine even if the main body was exposed. In the eyes of Shenwu Sky, the 9 clones were all one person. Whether it was the main body or the clone, it was the same whoever controlled the other. For example, Xia Luo's fusion with Xia Jiuyo had been facilitated by Xia Ji. Whether it was the main body or the clone, they were all part of the Xia family. Xia Xing would not hesitate to sell him out. At this moment, the Xia family hoped that Xia Xing would draw the broken blade and lead the Xia family to glory. Lu Yin did not want Xia Xing to draw the broken blade, even more so than Wu Yao and the others. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. In reality, it was only an instant. Regardless of whether they wanted the broken blade to be pulled out or not, no one could disturb Xia Xing. All they could do was wait. It was only a moment, but it was incomparably long. Shenwu Sky was silent, and the broken blade did not move again. Xia Ziheng and the others stared at the broken blade. Did it move? No. They looked up at Xia Xing and saw only disappointment and unwillingness. He had failed. Xia Shenfei clenched his fists. Father. Next to the broken blade's hilt, Xia Xing immediately looked at Lu Yin. The only reason he could draw the broken blade was because of progenitor Chen's bloodline. He did not have much of progenitor Chen's bloodline in him, but Lu Yin should have some. If he replaced all of his bloodline with progenitor Chen's, then he would be a second progenitor Chen, and he would definitely be able to draw the broken blade. When he thought of this, his disappointment and unwillingness suddenly brightened up. He looked down at everyone in Shenwu Sky, including the half-ancestors. He raised his head. I'm too tired today. The ceremony will end for now. I will try again. Everyone in Shenwu Sky stared blankly. Their sect master would try again. If he could draw the blade once, then he could do it again. Xia Ziheng's disappointment turned into hope. Sect master, you will definitely be able to draw the broken blade. Xia Shenfei was excited, and he tossed his wine gourd aside. I also believe that father will definitely be able to draw the broken blade. Xia Xing nodded and smiled as he shifted his gaze from Lu Yin to Wu Yao and the others. He had been able to draw the broken blade, but these people must have been terrified. He would definitely be able to draw the broken blade completely and attract the ancestors to descend, giving him the greatest hope of becoming an ancestor. He wanted to do something that his main body had never been able to do before. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, but he still said, "What a pity." However, Sect Master will definitely succeed next time. Xia Shenfei replied, "Father managed to draw the broken blade, and you completed the realm beyond heaven trial. It's time for Shenwu Sky to rise." Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, it's time to rise. It's time to surpass the frigid immortal sect." Xia Shenfei's gaze trembled, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Wu Yao and the others. The frigid immortal sect's greatest obstacle was not by Wang Yuan, but rather by Xiener. That woman's methods were strange, and even the Lu family had been tricked. If they wanted to surpass the frigid immortal sect, then they had to find a way to deal with Bai Xiener. Unfortunately, the difference between them was too great, and he did not have the qualifications to participate in dealing with Bai Xiener. Furthermore, if the four sides of the scales had internal strife, then the battlefield on the other side would be finished. How troublesome. Although Xia Xing had not been able to draw the broken blade, his expression was filled with confidence. Whether it was the others or those in Shenwu Sky, everyone believed that he would definitely be able to do so next time. This changed Xia Xing's status in everyone's hearts. In the past, he had been the sect master of Shenwu Sky and the current leader of the Xia family. Now, he had the label of an ancestor. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the four-way scales, the Lu family, or the ruling Lu family, the chances of a leader becoming an ancestor were extremely small. It was not that it was difficult for a leader to become an ancestor, but rather, it was difficult for anyone to do so. This was especially true for a leader who had to manage the family's affairs. Once he became a leader, he was subconsciously thought of as having given up hope of becoming an ancestor. However, Xia Xing had broken this tradition. Once he drew the broken blade, Shenwu Sky would definitely do everything in its power to help him become an ancestor. "Congratulations, Father," Xia Shenfei congratulated as he watched Xia Xing approach. Xia Xing was satisfied. He had once managed Shenwu Sky as a clone, and now, he had the chance to draw the broken blade. Shenwu Sky's scenery had changed, especially Xia Ziheng. This half-ancestor had once been respectful to him because of his status as a direct descendant, but now, he looked at him in a different light. "How did the discussion with Yu Hao go?" Xia Xing asked. Xia Shenfei respectfully replied, "After the ceremony, I will become sworn brothers with Yu Hao. With blood as an oath, we will live and die together." Xia Xing glanced at Lu Yin and scolded him, "Nonsense. Yu Hao is someone who wants to become the ancestor's disciple. Your seniority is different, so there's no need to become sworn brothers." He had tried to stop them before the sword-drawing ceremony, but he hadn't been so stubborn. Xia Shenfei was stunned, but he did not dare to retort. Lu Yin and Xia Xing exchanged glances, and Xia Xing's eyes were filled with flattery. Whether or not he could draw the broken blade depended on Lu Yin, so he naturally wanted to prevent Lu Yin from being exposed. Lu Yin was glad that he had swapped out Xia Xing in advance, or else he would not have been able to get past Xia Shenfei. "Yu Hao, I'll leave the rest to you. You can do whatever you want with those people," Xia Xing said to Lu Yin, pointing at Xia Zhidong's group in the corner. Everyone looked towards the corner. Some were sympathetic, some were regretful, and some were dissatisfied, but no one expressed their feelings. Xia Ziheng waved, and Yu Chuan was brought out from another direction. When Lu Yin saw Yu Chuan, he excitedly went forward, "Elder." Yu Chuan looked at Lu Yin and was equally excited, "Little Hao." Lu Yin supported Yu Chuan and pointed to the corner, "Elder, these are the people who ruined our Yu family's reputation. That woman was the one who angered father to death." Yu Chuan followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw a group of people kneeling in the corner. He also saw Xia Zhidong, and his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. That woman was the one who had caused the Yu family to become a laughingstock. She had angered his son to death, and she had also forced his grandson to his death. The Yu Hao in front of him was a fake, and his real grandson was already dead. Wait a minute, who was that monster in his eyes? Was it him? Was the figure he saw in his pupils him? No, that wasn't him. That was a monster, an ugly monster. Xia Zhidong's eyes were filled with despair. She struggled madly. That's not me, not me. That's a monster, an ugly monster. It's not me, Yu Chuan, he glared at Xia Zhidong. You're the one who harmed the Yu family, my son, and my grandson. He tightened his grip on Yu Chuan's arm. Yu Chuan hurriedly corrected himself. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on my grandson, or my Yu family would have become the laughingstock of the entire cosmic tree realm. You vicious woman. Xia Zhidong crazily screamed, that's not me. I'm not a monster. I've seduced countless men. That's not me. Everyone watched Xia Zhidong go crazy, and their expressions were complicated. Did they sympathize with her? Perhaps, but there were other emotions as well. If Yu Hao hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Gu Yan, and if he hadn't been so monstrous, then Xia Zhidong wouldn't have ended up like this. She would have been able to live happily in Jade City forever, enjoying everything that she liked until she died of old age. No one would have done anything to her. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Even half-ancestor Chai and the others felt their hearts palpitate when they saw this scene. They were only half-ancestors, not progenitors. If there came a day when their sect had to make a choice that required them to sacrifice themselves, then they would end up like Xia Zhidong. They would never have the chance to make their own choices until they reached the progenitor realm. However, would they have the chance to make a choice once they reached the progenitor realm? Old man, let's end this, Lu Yin said gravely. He had disguised himself as Yu Hao and traveled through the astral tree realm. Now, he had repaid his debt and fulfilled one of Kuailuo's wishes. Yu Chuan closed his eyes, raised his hand, and slapped down. Xia Zhidong fell to the ground. Yu Chuan didn't destroy her body, because Xia Zhidong's current appearance was her greatest punishment. Yu Chuan wanted her to maintain this appearance until she died, and to maintain it forever. The people behind Xia Zhidong cried out in fear, begging for mercy, and wailing, but they all disappeared under Yu Chuan's palm. Lu Yin didn't make a move, everything that had happened to the Yu family was up to them. Xia Shenfei watched as Lu Yin followed behind Yu Chuan without making a move. His eyes flashed as he pondered. One person after another fell to the ground, and it was at this moment that the students from Yi Xian Academy learned that Mr. Hao Yu was the famous Yu Hao who had spread throughout the astral tree realm. However, this fame wasn't a good thing. Everything that Xia Zhidong had done to the Yu family had turned them into a laughingstock. But from this day onwards, this laughingstock had disappeared. Nong Xinyang looked at Lu Yin's calm face, and for the first time, she felt that Mr. Hao Yu was a stranger. He was even stranger than when he had walked out of the Xia family's branch in the Blue Moon district. It should have been an ordinary ceremony, but because Xia Xing had almost pulled out the broken blade, as well as the final execution, it had become extraordinary. After the ceremony, Lu Yin didn't speak to anyone else and returned to his residence alone. As for Yu Chuan, he had been taken away by Shenwu Plain. Yu Chuan wasn't free until Lu Yin had completely joined Shenwu Plain. Wu Yao wanted to ask Lu Yin about this, but Xia Xing beat him to it. Xia Xing had been impatient for a long time and wanted to ask Lu Yin for progenitor Chen's blood. No one wanted to pull out the broken blade more than the Xia family. I have progenitor Chen's blood, Lu Yin said calmly. Xia Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Yin, waiting for his next words. But why should I give it to you? Lu Yin asked, looking at Xiaoxing with a deep gaze. Xiaoxing anxiously said, I'm your spy in Shenwu Plain. I can help you with anything you want. Helping me is helping yourself. Lu Yin fell silent. You placed a seal on my body. What are you worried about? Xiaoxing asked anxiously. Lu Yin looked up. The seal can be removed. There are progenitors in Shenwu Plain, and I don't think that my seal can do anything to them. I forcefully fused with my main body, and I even helped you. How could I ask the ancestor to remove the seal? I would be exposed if I did that. But you pulled out the broken blade. Lu Yin stopped Xiaoxing before he could finish. Xiaoxing opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin met his gaze. You pulled out the broken blade, so your value isn't something that a mere family head can decide. Am I right? Xiaoxing lowered his voice. I can swear that I won't betray you. Lu Yin looked away and muttered to himself for a moment. All right, I believe you. However, progenitor Chen's blood is rare, and I can't give it to you for free. There are some things that even I can't bear to use. I understand. What do you want? Xiaoxing relaxed. As long as he could obtain progenitor Chen's blood and pull out the broken blade, he could exchange it for anything. Lu Yin raised 2 fingers. First, tell Xia Zihang that your clone is in the frozen immortal sex cloud forest tower. Wang Zheng and Long Ku are there as well. Xiaoxing was confused. The frozen immortal sex cloud forest tower? Is that the place where you let me out of the frozen immortal sect? You don't have to worry about that. Just do as I say. Second, Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. I need resources. A huge amount of resources. Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed. You took all the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet. When the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet had disappeared, this Xiaoxing had been imprisoned in Mount Supreme and hadn't known about it. It was only after he had come to Shenwu Plain and replaced Xiaoxing's main body that he had learned about what had happened after he had been captured. He was shocked by Lu Yin's methods, but he was also curious about where all the resources had gone. He wondered if Lu Yin had thrown them into an abandoned land. I took them. Why? Are you going to report me? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoxing laughed dryly. How could that be? I'm just curious about where all the resources went. It's none of your business. Anyway, I need resources, and the more the better. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The more resources you have, the more blood you can get. The last sentence caused Xiaoxing's expression to change, but he soon became bitter. Shenwu Plain has a lot of resources, but I can't mobilize much. It definitely won't be as much as what you got on Junior Progenitor Planet. With your status, I don't believe that you'll be able to pull out the broken blade. You can leave now. In any case, the more resources you give me, the more Progenitor Chen's blood I'll give you. You should know that Progenitor Chen's blood needs to reach a certain amount before he can help you pull out the broken blade, Lu Yin reminded her before chasing her away. After Xiaoxing left Lu Yin's residence, Wu Yao arrived shortly after. Lu Yin had clearly stated that he had become Bai Wang Yuan's disciple, so he naturally wouldn't join Shenwu Plain. Otherwise, no one would want a slave with 2 surnames. Wu Yao looked at Lu Yin. It's good that you know that. No matter how talented you are, you don't have the qualifications to waver between the frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain. Even a progenitor isn't qualified. I know, Lu Yin replied as he watched Wu Yao leave. Wavering between the frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain. No, he was wavering between 4 scales. As for Xiaoxing's request for progenitor Chen's blood, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't give it to him. Once the Grim Reaper's seal was broken, he would be finished. Lu Yin also couldn't completely trust Xia Xing's oath since he knew the 9 clones technique. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2287. Inside the frigid immortal sect, Bai Su didn't understand why Wu Yao was investigating Yu Hao. The frigid immortal sect had always been paying attention to Yu Hao, but this time was different. Wu Yao wanted to know everything about Yu Hao, including how he ate. As the largest power in the starry sky of trees, the frigid immortal sect was very efficient. Bai Su received all the information about Yu Hao in the shortest amount of time, including every word Yu Hao had said at Yixian Academy. The cloud flow stone suddenly shook, and Bai Su looked over. Shao Qian. I told you not to contact her casually, Bai Su said. Shao Qian was his most important chess piece, and also his only chess piece. Shao Qian said, I just remembered something important. Speak. Shao Qian said, when I got close to Yu Hao, I accidentally found out that he had a saber. The shape of the saber was strange, but it wasn't strange either. I thought it looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. When I was cleaning the courtyard, I suddenly remembered that I'd seen that saber in a book before. What saber? Bai Su didn't understand. Shao Qian described it. Bai Su was also confused at first, but when Shao Qian mentioned Ancestor Qin, Bai Su suddenly remembered that it was Ancestor Qian's saber. Are you sure it's that? Bai Su was shocked. Shao Qian said, I'm sure. It was the first time I visited Yu Hao, and I accidentally saw that saber. He quickly put it away, but I still remembered it. I just couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. I kept thinking about it these past few days, and I finally remembered. Bai Su's expression darkened. Ancestor Chen's saber. Yu Hao actually had Ancestor Chen's saber. What was going on? Was he related to Ancestor Qin? That was impossible. Ancestor Qin had died in the abandoned land. The only explanation was that Yu Hao was from the Xia clan. Although the Xia clan avoided mentioning Ancestor Qin, they had studied Ancestor Chen's experiences the most, whether it was battle skills, cultivation methods, secret techniques, or sabers. The Xia clan constantly had people imitating Ancestor Chen's saber. This wasn't a secret in the divine martial plane, and it wasn't forbidden. Since Yu Hao had Ancestor Chen's saber, the closest explanation was that he belonged to the divine martial plane. Don't tell anyone about this, Bai Su warned Shao Qian before telling Wu Yao about this. At the same time, she also had her own guesses. Wu Yao's face was even gloomier than Bai Su's, especially when he saw a group of divine martial heaven's disciples passing by. One of them was wearing the Qin ancestral saber. Looking back at the valley, he couldn't wait to kill Yu Hao. He had figured it all out. This was all part of divine martial heaven's scheme. Yu Hao was a bait sent by the divine martial heaven to deal with the frigid immortal sect. From the very beginning, this person was from the divine martial heaven. He wasn't Yu Hao at all, but a peerless elite from the divine martial heaven in disguise. If he wasn't wrong, he should be one of Xia Shenfei's 9 clones. On the surface, he was the enemy of the divine martial heaven, but in reality, he was baiting the cold immortal sect to come out and rope them in. At the same time, the divine martial heaven made Xia Xing's clone disappear, and even captured Wang Zheng and Long Ke to frame the cold immortal sect, causing the cold immortal sect to be targeted by the 3 sections. The proof was that when they attacked Wang Zheng, it was the person called Xia Yuan who took out the slippers, and Long Ke was also knocked out by Xia Yuan. From the very beginning, they had been led astray. Everyone thought that Xia Yuan was an imposter, but in reality, he might be the real one. Since the divine marshal heaven had already schemed against the frigid immortal sect, they wouldn't give up so easily. They might already be confident, and this made Wu Yao wary. At the same time, he also wanted to see how long Yu Hao would continue to hide and what exactly he wanted to do. Wu Yao acted as if nothing had happened, and he calmly sat outside the valley, doing whatever he wanted. Lu Yin relaxed, as it was fortunate that it was Wu Yao. If it had been any other impulsive half-ancestor, then they would have directly attacked him. 2 days later, the divine marshal heaven gave the students of Yi Xian Academy a chance to train. This was done at the culinary god's request, as the divine marshal heaven would have used resources to entice the students. Lu Yin wanted to go with them, but Xia Xing came looking for him with the resources that he had been dreaming of. Why is there so little? Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Xia Xing was helpless. This is the most that I can offer. Xia Xing had not lied when he said that he had brought 30 billion star essence to Lu Yin. This was the most that he could offer. Not only had he obtained them from the divine marshal heaven, but he had also taken out all of his own collection. 30 billion star essence was not a small amount. In fact, it was quite a lot, but it was pitifully small compared to the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Yin could easily spend 10 billion or even 100 billion star essence, so he naturally did not care about 30 billion. However, if Xia Xing had not pulled out the broken blade, then Lu Yin would not have even been able to take out 10 billion star essence. His status as the family head was just to manage the family, and it did not mean that he was the true master of the Xia family. As for a puppet sect master like Bai Ting, he was even more pitiful, as he might not even be able to take out a few 100 million star essence. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Lu Yin was unhappy, and he reluctantly put away the star essence. Xia Xing looked forward to it. My blood. Lu Yin casually tossed him a small bottle. It's yours. Xia Xing grabbed the bottle and could not help but ask, why is there so little? Lu Yin looked at him. What do you think Progenitor Chen's blood is? Back then, I only fused it with you so that you could break free from the main body's influence and cooperate with me. Now, I want to trade for Progenitor Chen's blood. It's already not bad for 30 billion star essence. Think of a way to get more resources, and I'll give you even more. Xia Xing frowned. But that's still too little. Lu Yin said, that's the deal. Or you can give 30 billion to someone else and see who can give you Progenitor Chen's blood and give you the chance to pull out the broken blade. Xia Xing took a deep breath and suppressed his unwillingness. He helplessly said, the higher I climb in Shenwu Plain, the more I can help you. Isn't that what you want? Lu Yin nodded. That's why I'm willing to trade, but I won't give it to you for free. Alright, you can leave now. He then added, let me remind you that it's best to wait until you have more of Progenitor Chen's blood before using it. Otherwise, you won't be able to get it again if you waste it. He had not given Progenitor Chen's blood, so he could only remind Xia Xing about it. Otherwise, Xia Xing would be exposed if he absorbed it. He still hoped to obtain more resources through Xia Xing. Xia Xing stared at Lu Yin. Since you said it's a deal, I have a piece of information that should be able to exchange for some blood. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Let's hear it. Xia Xing was too valuable. Even if Lu Yin placed the death god's seal in his body, he could not control him through life and death. Besides, Xia Xing also knew about Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin had to wait until Yu Hao's identity was useless before he could truly use the death god's seal to control Xia Xing. Xia Xing knew this as well, which was why he had proposed the deal. This information is related to the remaining members of the Lu family. Give me Progenitor Chen's blood first, and I'll decide if I'll tell you or not based on the amount, Xia said. He was going all out and was willing to risk his life to threaten Lu Yin for progenitor Chen's blood. As long as he could pull out the broken blade, any crime would be forgiven. He did not believe that progenitor Shen Ji could not remove the seal in his body. As long as he could pull out the broken blade, Xia Xing would definitely die. Lu Yin stared at Xia Xing for a while before taking out a bottle of blood that was much larger than the one Xia Xing had given him. Satisfied, Xia Xing stretched out his hand. Lu Yin tossed it to him. You better give me valuable information. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xia Xing's eyes blazed as he put the blood away. It was enough, these 2 bottles should be enough. The divine martial plane is preparing to massacre the remaining members of the Lu family. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Xia Xing replied, I only found out about this after I merged with my main body. Over the years, the 4 cardinal scales have captured many loyal members of the Lu family. Because of Kuei Luo's appearance, they guessed that you had also come to this part of the universe. Thus, they decided to massacre the remaining members of the Lu family to lure you out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2288. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with boundless killing intent, and he unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Xia Xing said, they guessed correctly. You're here, and this news can lure you out. You're on your own now. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin watched him leave. The blood I gave you is fake. Xia Xing paused and turned to glare at Lu Yin. Fake. It's fake. You. Xia Xing was furious. Lu Yin frowned. You don't think that a single piece of news is worth that much blood, do you? Information is information, and even if you hadn't told me about it, it would have spread throughout the cosmic tree realm in the next few days. Since your Shenwu plane wants to lure me out, how could you not spread the news? Besides, in your own words, the Lu family's blood will be used to atone for their crimes and to show the entire cosmic tree realm. Xia Xing gritted his teeth. What will it take for you to give me progenitor Chen's blood? Lu Yin met his gaze. Save them. Save the remaining Lu family members. Impossible, Lu Shaoxian. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't do it. You must be joking. Lu Yin said, if you're worried about Xia Ziheng, I can lure him here and give you a chance. I said it's impossible. If I do it, everyone will know it's me. I won't do it. Xia Xing wasn't stupid and immediately denied it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. If you don't do it, then I'll have you die with them. Xia Xing felt a headache coming on, and his voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. Lu Shaoxian, I'm more useful to you. Why should I die with the remaining Lu family members? They've lost their value a long time ago. I can tell you that they're all crippled, and there's even an emissary among them. Their astral cyclone has been broken, and they can't cultivate for the rest of their lives. They're all crippled, and they're not worth sacrificing me. It's not up to you to decide whether they're worth it or not. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and the word crippled made his heart tremble. Just how much had these remaining Lu family members suffered? He thought of Tu Qiming, Wan Sen, Zhou Tang, and the others in the New World. He thought of the myriad Dao old ancestor, Wan Ziyi. He thought of that old servant, and those foolish people in the Red Garden. Those remaining officials of the Lu clan were all waiting for him, waiting for him. Compared to those people, what was Xia Xing? Xia Xing could see Lu Yin's determination, and she regretted telling him about this matter. Not only had she failed to obtain progenitor Chen's blood, but she had also lost her own life. Think about it again. There's nothing to think about. If you can't save them, you'll die. Lu Shaoxian, I thought you'd changed. I didn't think you'd still be as naive as before. You used to be naive, but now you're stubbornly naive. Xia Xing was much older than the 7 heroes. It could be said that he had watched the 7 heroes grow up and become famous. Naturally, he knew the Lu Shaoxian of the past and had even spoken to him more than once. However, at that time, he would never have imagined that he would be controlled by this naive-looking child in the future. Lu Yin stared at Xia Xing. So what if you're naive? If my entire Lu family dies, then I'll bury the 4 cardinal scales with you. Xia Xing sighed and thought about it. You've lost your memories and can't recognize the remaining members of the Lu family. Then, it doesn't matter if they're real or not. His eyes brightened. That's right, it doesn't matter if they're real or not. He looked up at Lu Yin. I'll think of a way to protect them, but I can't hand them over to you. You won't be able to save them, and they'll still be locked up in Shenwu Plain. If you want to save them, you'll have to wait until later. This is the only way. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. All right, let's do that. I'll think of a way to save them in the future. He then stared at Xia Xing. I've lost my memories, so I don't recognize them. However, that doesn't mean that the Lu family doesn't have anyone. You'd better not lie to me, or I'll kill you even if I have to use my entire life strength. Xia Xing took a deep breath. Don't worry. He then looked hopefully at Lu Yin's cosmic ring. Progenitor Chen's blood. I'll give it to you when I'm done. I guarantee that I'll give it to you this time. After all, the remaining members of the Lu family are still in your hands. Xia Xing nodded and turned to leave. Lu Yin watched him leave. Did Xia Xing really have no way to save the remaining members of the Lu family? That might not be the case, but Lu Yin couldn't force him. The remaining members of the Lu family were a bargaining chip that Xia Xing had used to threaten Lu Yin, forcing him to hand over the real progenitor Chen's blood. This was an accident, as Lu Yin hadn't expected the Xia family to actually want to massacre the remaining members of the Lu family. Even so, it didn't matter, as he would find a way to save them in the future. As long as he didn't use Yu Hao's identity, he could use his life to threaten Xia Xing. However, this was a matter for the future. Right now, Lu Yin's expression sank, and he sent a message to Wu Yao, who was outside the valley. Wu Yao opened his eyes. Yu Hao had contacted him. What was this person's motive for contacting him? Lu Yin sent a message back to Wu Yao. The Shenwu Plain has wrongly accused the frigid immortal sect of hiding Xia Xing's clone, Wang Jing, and Long Ku in the Cloud Forest Tower. Sect Master, please deal with this matter as soon as possible. Wu Yao's expression changed. What was this Yu Hao trying to do? The Shenwu Plain had wrongly accused the frigid immortal sect. Wasn't he from the Shenwu Plain? Why had he told him about the Shenwu Plain? What was his motive? Had his previous guess been wrong? Wu Yao didn't understand, and he couldn't help but want to enter the valley, but he was stopped by half-ancestor Chai and Sir Yu. Their goal here was to contain all 3 parties and prevent any of them from winning over Yu Hao. How could they let Wu Yao find Yu Hao alone? They had agreed that each person would only have one chance to speak with Yu Hao alone, and Wu Yao had already used up his chance. Wu Yao frowned and looked into the valley. Who was this Yu Hao? What was his motive for telling him this? Also, if the Shenwu Plain had wrongly accused the frigid immortal sect, then did half-ancestor Chai and Sir Yu know about this? Wu Yao wanted to see something from their expressions, but he couldn't. Not long after Wu Yao was stopped, Xia Ziheng found half-ancestor Chai alone. When Wu Yao saw him, Yu Hao's message to him immediately surfaced in his mind. Was the Shenwu Plain only starting now? After a while, half-ancestor Chai returned with no expression on his face. Soon after, Xia Ziheng found Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu returned with no expression. As for Wu Yao, Xia Ziheng didn't look for him, which made him even more certain of Yu Hao's words. However, Xia Xing's clone wasn't in the Cloud Forest Tower, so how could the Shenwu Plain wrongly accuse the frigid immortal sect? Or did they have a backup plan? Wu Yao couldn't sit still anymore. If the Shenwu Plain had done this, then they must be confident. He wanted to send a message to Yu Hao, but he was stopped by half-ancestor Chai and the others. Yu Hao could send a message to them, but they couldn't. This was to prevent others from trying to rope them in. Originally, this was to guard against others, but now, Wu Yao felt disgusted. Helpless, Wu Yao decided to reveal the truth to half-ancestor Chai and Sir Yu. He didn't want the frigid immortal sect to be in a passive position. No matter what the Shenwu Plain wanted to do, it would definitely be detrimental to the frigid immortal sect. Since that was the case, then he would reveal the truth and join forces with the other 3 half-ancestors. He didn't believe that the Shenwu Plain would dare to make a move. What did you say? This is all part of the Shenwu Plain scheme. The usual smile on young Master Yu's face was gone. Instead, it was filled with astonishment and suspicion. Half-ancestor Chai looked at Wu Yao and said, "Do you think you can wash away the suspicions of the frigid immortal sect by saying this? Before, we guessed that Xia Xing and the others were captured by the frigid immortal sect. You said that it was the god of forgotten ruins who did it, and we did indeed know that it was the 7 sky gods who did it. However, until now, we only have information and no traces of the 7 sky gods. Now, you want to push all the blame onto the Shenwu Plain. Does that mean the god of forgotten ruins was a lie?" Wu Yao sighed and said, "At that time, we really thought it was the god of forgotten ruins who did it. After all, the god of forgotten ruins did appear in the Yin Mountain region, but we couldn't find any traces of the 7 sky gods. That doesn't mean the Shenwu Plain did it. What proof do you have?" Sir Yu asked. Wu Yao said, "You suspected the frigid immortal sect, but you didn't have any proof. If Bai Ting's disappearance was an act, then why wasn't the Shenwu Plain acting when Xia Xing disappeared?" "Xia Xing went to the central world because of Yu Hao," said half-ancestor Chai. Wu Yao's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he stopped. If he told these 2 that Yu Hao was a fake, then their methods against Yu Hao would change. Now that Yu Hao had joined the frigid immortal sect, of course, he had to be accepted by the frigid immortal sect. However, that was under the premise that the other 3 families couldn't rope him in. Once Yu Hao's real identity was exposed, the Wang family and the White Dragon clan's methods would change, and the frigid immortal sect's advantage would disappear. Even though Yu Hao was most likely a member of the Xia family, Yu Hao had told him about the Shenwu Plain's plan to frame the frigid immortal sect. This made Wu Yao feel even more confused. He was afraid that if Yu Hao's identity was exposed, then the frigid immortal sect would lose this peerless genius and be taken away by the Wang family or the White Dragon clan. This wasn't something he could bear. Apart from the fact that Yu Hao was Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple, everything else was just a guess. It wasn't that no one had ever used Ancestor Chen's sword before, so it wasn't necessarily someone from the Shenwu Plain. If what? Half-martial Ancestor Chai stared at Wu Yao. Wu Yao muttered to himself, if the Shenwu Plain intentionally made Xia Xing disappear, then any reason is acceptable. Half-martial Ancestor Chai and Prince Yu looked at each other. They had just been called over by Xia Ziheng, who had told them that Wang Zheng and Long Ko might be at the Cloud Forest Tower. Now, Wu Yao was telling them that everything had been done by the Shenwu Plain. They didn't know who to believe. In fact, as long as Wu Yao announced that Yu Hao's identity was fake, they would definitely believe him. After all, seeing was believing, unless they found Wang Zheng and Long Ko at the Cloud Forest Tower. However, Wu Yao subconsciously concealed this fact. He still held on to a glimmer of hope. If the person who had impersonated Yu Hao didn't belong to the Shenwu Plain, then the frigid immortal sect would still be able to obtain him, especially if they knew that he was an impersonator. This was an advantage over the other sects, even though the possibility was very small. There were many choices one had to make in life, so Wu Yao chose to hide it for now. Wu Yao's guess about the Xinwu Plain couldn't be immediately believed by half-martial ancestor Chai and Prince Yu. They were actually more willing to believe that the Frigid Immortal sect was behind this because the Frigid Immortal sect gave them too much pressure in the four-way balance. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2289. Whether it was in terms of progenitors or lock-breaking, the Frigid Immortal sect surpassed the other three powers. But now that he thought about it, the Xinwu Plain wasn't much weaker than the Frigid Immortal sect. When the students from Yi Xian Academy had been on the Wang continent, Lu Yin had been afraid of the Xinwu Plain because of Qiuling. It wasn't unacceptable for the Xinwu Plain to do all of this. Half-ancestor Chai and Sir Yu looked at each other. Actually, I hope that the Eternals are behind all of this. At least we won't have a civil war. Sir Yu pondered for a moment. From the very beginning, Divine Martial Heaven suspected that the Frigid Immortal sect was behind Bai Ting's disappearance, so they joined forces with the three of us to threaten the Frigid Immortal sect. However, the Frigid Immortal sect used the Forgotten Ruins deity to divert our attention. Coupled with the information we obtained from the battlefield on the other side, we all believed that this was indeed a plot by the Eternals. Now, the Xinwu Plain says that they found Xia Xing's clone in the Frigid Immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower. Wu Yao says that the Xinwu Plain is behind all of this, which denies the possibility that the Eternals are behind all of this. We can be sure that this has nothing to do with the Eternals. If it's not the Xinwu Plain, then it's the Frigid Immortal sect. Half-ancestor Chai said, no matter who did it, we have to work together. Sir Yu nodded. The Xinwu Plain swore that Patriarch Wang Zheng and Patriarch Long Kuo are in the Frigid Immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower. We'll wait for news from them. As for the Frigid Immortal sect, don't you think that Wu Yao is hiding something? If it was just a guess, he wouldn't have been so determined. He must be hiding something. I think so too. He wants to prove that the Xinwu Plain is behind all of this, but he's also hiding something. What is it? Half-ancestor Chai was puzzled. The two of them looked at Wu Yao. The truth will be revealed soon. I want to see who did it. Over the next few days, the students from Yi Xian Academy trained in the Xinwu Plain. In the outside world, news of the purge of the Lu family's remnants had spread quickly throughout the Peak Realm and the Central Realm. Many pairs of eyes looked at the Xinwu Plain. The purge of the Lu family's remnants was to lure Lu Yin, who might have come to this region. So even though there weren't many of them, it took a long time. The remnants of the Lu family's remnants weren't killed, but rather, they were punished. 2 months. This bloodbath will take at least 2 months. Xia Ziheng found Lu Yin and informed him of this matter. Lu Yin's heart was filled with murderous intent, but he didn't show it on his face. Isn't that too cruel? Xia Ziheng smiled coldly. Everything we do against the Lu clan is justified. Everyone from the Lu clan deserves to die. Yu Hao, since you've joined Xinwu Heaven, you should know about our history. If it hadn't been for the Lu clan, ancestor Qin, Xia Shang, would have willingly submitted to us instead of betraying us. Even though this history has been buried, you should know about it. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you, half-ancestor Ziheng. After a short time, they arrived at the border of Xinwu's celestial continent and saw dozens of people tied to pillars. We wanted to attack at the border of the top world, but considering that Lu Shaoxian has Kuei Luo on his side, we decided to leave him here. If Lu Shaoxian dares come, he won't be able to leave. Lu Shaoxian probably wouldn't dare to come to the Divine Martial Heaven for the execution. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xia Ziheng sneered. Don't worry. As long as Lu Shaoxian is in this part of the universe, he'll definitely come. The Lu clan's personalities are all too clear. Even if he doesn't come this time, he'll definitely come next time. Every once in a while, we'll execute a group of Lu clan surviving members, and their blood will flow from here to the central realm. Even if Lu Shaoxian doesn't come, he'll attract the other surviving members of the Lu clan. This is just the appetizer. Lu Yin praised, not bad. I wonder who came up with such a ruthless but effective method. Xia Ziheng's lips curled up. Of course it was me. Lu Yin grunted. I'll have to learn more from half-ancestor Ziheng in the future. Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin and said with satisfaction, I can hear that you agree with me. That's right. Let go of your past grudges, and you'll always be a member of Shenwu Heaven. In the future, Shenwu Heaven will help you reach greater heights. Although your surname isn't Xia, you're more important than most members of the Xia clan. Yu Hao, you must remember this. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. The next day, the massacre of the surviving members of the Lu clan officially began. Aside from those from Shenwu Heaven, there were also people from the other families of the four-way scale and students from Yi Xian Academy. Everyone looked at the Lu clan surviving members who had been tied to the stone pillars, and no one knew what they were thinking. Soon, terrifying wails filled the sky as blood covered the land. This scene would last for 2 months. Shenwu Heaven would not let them die easily. Just as Xia Ziheng had said, this was just the appetizer. Not far away, Xia Xing looked at Lu Yin and saw that there was not only calmness in his eyes, but also admiration. Xia Xing's heart turned cold, as Lu Shaoxian had truly changed. If this had been the old Xia Xing, he would have attacked without any regard for the consequences. But now, he actually had such a look in his eyes. Even if these were not the true surviving members of the Lu clan, their methods were still enough to make one's heart turn cold. Lu Shaoxian did not seem to care at all. This was the current Lu Shaoxian. Xia Xing retracted his gaze and thought about the matter of progenitor Chen's blood. As long as he obtained it, he would immediately pull out the broken blade and ask the progenitor to break the seal on his body. He would then tell the progenitor everything and kill Lu Shaoxian. He was Xia Xing, the head of the Xia clan. How could he truly become Lu Shaoxuan's puppet? Far away from Shenwu Heaven, a figure held a mirror and was being carried by the white fog towards the center of the top realm. This person was Lu Yin, and the one who had watched the massacre was Lu Shaoge. Lu Yin had Lu Shaoge replace him once again. This time, he was going to the Red Garden. Since the people from the Star Alliance could not save them, he would save the people from the Red Garden first. Wu Yao already knew part of the truth, and he was not far from the truth. He did not plan on returning to Shenwu Heaven. It was time for him to end his identity as Yu Hao. At the same time, in the cloud forest tower of the frigid immortal sect, the way covering Long Ke's body suddenly dispersed. He staggered and fell down, looking around. Where was this? He searched for a while and found the entrance to the cloud forest tower. He carefully pushed the door open and walked out. The moment Long Ke walked out of the cloud forest tower, a spy from Shenwu Heaven who had been keeping watch outside saw him. His expression changed, and he immediately sent a message to Shenwu Heaven. In Shenwu Heaven, Xia Ziheng was admiring the miserable state of the Lu clan surviving members. Of course, he knew that these were not the real Lu clan surviving members. Originally, the real Lu clan surviving members should have been massacred, but Xia Xing had found him and suggested increasing the number of massacres. This would not only attract Lu Shaoxian, but also the other surviving members of the Lu clan. Xia Ziheng thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he hid the real Lu clan surviving members and found a group of fake ones to pretend to be them. At a critical moment, the real Lu clan surviving members would appear. The cloud stone suddenly shook, and Xia Ziheng's eyes flashed. In front of half-ancestor Chai, Suryu, Wu Yao, and the food god, he answered the call. What is it? Ancestor, Long Ku has been discovered in the frigid immortal sect's cloud forest tower. Xia Ziheng's eyes widened, and he stared at Wu Yao. Suryu also looked at Wu Yao. Everyone who heard this sentence looked at Wu Yao. Wu Yao was confused. What had he just heard? Long Ku had been discovered in the cloud forest tower? Dream on. He was the guard of the cloud forest tower. How could Long Ku be there? Wu Yao, what else does the frigid immortal sect have to say? Xia Ziheng's voice was cold. Hand over the sect leader's clone. Suryu shouted, Senior Wu Yao, is our sect leader really in the cloud forest tower? The culinary god was confused. What was going on? Wu Yao reacted and glared at Xia Ziheng. Shenwu heaven is so calculative. You want to frame the frigid immortal sect. Fortunately, I already knew about your scheme. You said that Long Ku was in the cloud forest tower, but where's your proof? Half-ancestor Chai and Suryu looked at Xia Ziheng. Without any proof, they wouldn't believe Xia Ziheng's words. Xia Ziheng was furious. Long Ku is in the cloud forest tower. Don't try to deny it. The people of Shenwu heaven saw it with their own eyes. He looked at Suryu. You still don't believe me. This was all done by the frigid immortal sect. Xia Ziheng, your scheme has been exposed. Xia Xing's clone went missing on purpose. You were the one who captured Wang Jing, Long Ku, and Bai Teng. It was all done by Shenwu heaven. Wu Yao shouted. Xia Ziheng hadn't expected Wu Yao to bite back. It was as if he had discussed this with half-ancestor Chai and the others in advance. He had thought that the frigid immortal sect wouldn't be able to defend themselves after discovering that Long Ku was in the cloud forest tower. Brother Xia, is Long Ku really in the frigid immortal sect? Do you have proof? Half-ancestor Chai asked. Xia Ziheng pointed at the cloud stream stone. My people saw it with their own eyes. He's in the cloud forest tower right now. At that moment, an image appeared on the stone. They could vaguely see the cloud forest tower in the distance, as well as Long Ku's figure. Wu Yao's eyes widened. Impossible. How was this possible? Why was Long Ku in the cloud forest tower? Was it really the sect's doing? Why didn't he know about it? Suryu's expression darkened. Senior Wu Yao, your frigid immortal sect is so calculative. Are you confident that you can fight against all three of us? Wu Yao stared blankly at the image on the cloud stream stone. He couldn't explain. It didn't seem like it. Xia Ziheng coldly said, Fortunately, the sect master was able to detect the clone's location, allowing us to keep an eye on the cloud forest tower. Otherwise, no one would have known what your frigid immortal sect was doing. Xia Xing looked at all of this and thought back to when he had appeared in the frigid immortal sect. At that time, Lu Shaoxian had probably released Long Ku. He once again sighed at how scheming Lu Shaoxian was. Even the frigid immortal sect couldn't defend themselves. Wu Yao was being targeted, and Suryu could act at any time. Xia Xing himself had no hope of escaping from Shenwu Plain. He suddenly pointed at Yu Hao. I also have proof that all of this was done by Shenwu Plain. It's him. Everyone looked at Yu Hao in confusion. Yu Hao. What did this have to do with him? The food god frowned and stood in front of Yu Hao. Wu Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Shaoge remained calm. Wu Yao shouted, Yu Hao is a fake. He's not Heavenly Teacher Gu Yan's disciple at all. He's from Shenwu Plain. At this point, he couldn't care less about Yu Hao. No matter who Yu Hao's true identity was, he had to blame it on Shenwu Plain. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave this place alive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2290. Wu Yao's words shocked everyone, and they all looked at Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Senior, I don't know what you're talking about. Wu Yao sighed. Stop pretending. Mu Shang went to Celestial Master Gu Yan and found out that he doesn't have a disciple named Yu Hao. He's never even heard of that name. The culinary god looked at Lu Xiaoge. He wasn't Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple? Wait, what's wrong with this kid? At that moment, he felt that something was amiss. There seemed to be a layer of hazy fog covering this kid's face. It wasn't just the culinary god, Xia Ziheng and the others had also noticed it. The mist ancestor's subtle ability made it difficult for a half-martial ancestor to detect, but that didn't mean that it couldn't be detected. As long as a half-martial ancestor looked carefully, they could still see the problem. They hadn't noticed it before because they hadn't thought in that direction. With a wave of Sir Yu's hand, Lu Xiaoge's disguise completely disappeared. He had been exposed. Elsewhere, Lu Yin saw the red flower garden, and the mist ancestor's voice sounded out at the same time. That kid's disguise is gone in Shenwu Plain. Had Lu Xiaoge been exposed? Lu Yin wasn't in the mood to think about that right now, and his eyes were fervently focused on the empty space in front of him. That was the place that Qing Chen had brought him to, the red flower garden. As he approached the empty space, Lu Yin's domain swept through the void as he shouted, "Who dares trespass in the red flower garden?" "Your grandfather." Lu Yin streaked through the void and raised a hand. Formless ripples spread out and collapsed the void, causing a beautiful red flower to appear in the void. "How dare you!" An elder walked out and glared at Lu Yin. "You're courting death." Countless meteors fell from the sky and replaced the dome of heaven. They were about to turn this entire world into a wasteland. This was an inner world, and this elder was a half-martial ancestor. The person guarding the red flower garden was a half-martial ancestor, which was not unexpected. The mist ancestor walked out from beside him, and a white fog rapidly spread out, causing the meteors and everything in front of Lu Yin to turn into nothingness. The elder's expression changed. You. The mist ancestor smiled. "Kid, take a nap." A pure white palm ignored space itself and descended in front of the elder. With a light flick, the elder sent him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Lu Yin had no time to pay attention to the mist ancestor's strength. He touched the red flower and entered the red garden, where he once again saw the red world. The sky was filled with bewitching flowers. It was like a red rain, beautiful and boundless. The red flowers covered the sky, and below his feet was a bamboo forest path, with rivers and bridges. Everything looked so peaceful and comfortable. "How beautiful," the mist ancestor praised. This was his first time here, so he did not know who these lunatics were. He only knew that they were lunatics, one lunatic after another. Half-ancestor Clear Dust had said that the most powerful lunatics in the universe were imprisoned here. At that time, he looked at the madman at the bottom of the river and heard him say, "Don't be naughty, don't look at the old ancestor, copy the scripture 100 times. At that time, he saw the fat old woman squatting on the ground, chopping something with her arm. Her arm had already rotted, revealing the white bones. She said that it was almost done, and what else did she want to eat? Fried ice fruit. Grilled fish. Her laughter was so hearty and happy. At that time, he had heard her call out, "Young mistress." She had clearly been sober, but half-ancestor Clear Dust had said that she was also a lunatic. However, her gaze was empty, and she was not completely focused on Lu Yin. She was not looking at Lu Yin alone, but rather at the world around her. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and loftiness. Lu Yin was even more direct, and his gaze could kill. However, their actions were becoming more and more ambiguous. "You're back." The woman smiled, appearing even more beautiful than before. The bewitching red flowers around them emitted a sweet fragrance, and they slowly rotated as if they were dancing. Lu Yin's grip gradually tightened, as if he wanted to crush the object in his hand. "Where are they?" The woman's eyes were smiling, and she did not seem to care about how much force Lu Yin used. It did not affect her in the slightest. "Are they here?" "I'll ask you again, where are they?" Lu Yin's tone was icy, and a savage look appeared in his eyes. The woman sighed. "You've changed. You wouldn't have spoken to me like this in the past. You said that you would protect me for the rest of my life. Now, I want to protect them even more," Lu Yin said, emphasizing each word. The woman's lips curled up. "Then what should we do? They might die." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his power manifested in his heart. The red world around him suddenly changed, turning into a universe of stars that twinkled. A powerful force tried to invade the woman's body, but her expression did not change. She even took a step forward. The two of them shuttled through the red garden, shattering the void as they spun. Their bodies were tinged with gray, and it looked as if they were dancing. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had already used the tyrannical power in his heart that could dissolve anything, and he had even used reverse step to try and destroy everything that Baixianer could do. However, Baixianer ignored reverse step, and Lu Yin could not understand what she was doing. He knew that there was a huge gap between them. What he lacked wasn't just his memories, but also a period of time. Although that period of time was not very long, it was enough for people like them to change qualitatively. He had not only attacked to test her, but also because the fog ancestor was nearby. He had a certain level of confidence. However, Baixianer did not attack him. She merely nullified his power, and even her hand was grabbed by Lu Yin. Suddenly, Baixianer closed her eyes and slowly leaned against Lu Yin's chest, hugging him. "Brother Xiaoxian, do you hate me?" Lu Yin looked at Baixianer, not knowing what to do for a moment. With his current strength, he was no threat to this woman. Baixianer hugged Lu Yin as the two of them shuttled through the red garden. Ordinary people would not be able to see them clearly, but to the fog ancestor, their movements seemed to be slowed down by countless times. In order to prevent Baixianer from attacking them, the fog ancestor had used micro to envelop the two of them, turning it into a floating ribbon. At this moment, it looked like a dance that belonged solely to Lu Xiaoxian and Baixianer. It was a dance that leapt through the red garden. "Brother Xiaoxian, you're too weak," Baixianer muttered to herself. Her hand that had been grabbed by Lu Yin broke free, and Lu Yin had no chance to resist at all. He was struck in the chest by Baixianer, and his body was sent flying. Baixianer looked at Lu Yin with a smile. "They're the remnants of the Lu family that were executed by Shenwu Plain. Weren't they the ones that you wanted to exchange for them?" Lu Yin's face went pale. Baixianer knew that she knew everything. "Senior, trap her." The fog ancestor acted, and a white fog wrapped around Baixianer with a serious expression. In truth, she had never felt troubled by someone who was not even a half-ancestor. This woman had a strength that even she could not see through, and she could not understand. Baixianer allowed the fog to wrap around her, and she looked at the fog ancestor for the first time with a smile. 9 mountains and 8 seas, senior fog ancestor. Before the fog ancestor could say anything, Lu Yin charged out of the red garden. He had never thought that the remnants of the Lu family that he had asked Xiaoxing to exchange for would actually be from the red garden. This woman was too ruthless. If the people from the red garden died, then it would be his fault. He was the one who had caused their deaths, and they would be tortured for 2 months. The more he thought about it, the crazier he became, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Baixianer. However, he knew that this was not realistic. Logic told him that Bai Xian'er would not die so easily, even if the fog ancestor acted. He did not know when he had been exposed, or how Bai Xian'er had found out. He only knew that he had to rush to Shenwu Plain to save them and prevent them from being tortured. Before he left the Red Garden, Lu Yin looked back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bai Xian'er was still as beautiful as ever, and she had a faint smile on her face. "Senior, please take me to Shenwu Plain as quickly as possible," Lu Yin requested with a solemn expression. The fog ancestor waved a hand, and the white fog coiled around him and floated towards Shenwu Plain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2291. If he went to Shenwu Plain now, he would only face a battle to the death. However, he had no other choice. He had to save those people. He couldn't allow them to die after being tortured for 2 months. He should leave and return to the fifth mainland. There was no point in staying in the astral tree now, so he should borrow progenitor Chen's power to cultivate. Only by returning to the fifth mainland would he have the confidence to talk to the astral tree, but so what? He had sacrificed so many people. Even if he took revenge in the end, destroyed the 4 Libras, and killed Bai Xian'er, what could he do? Would those people be revived? This was very naive, and it was no different from suicide, but he didn't regret it. He borrowed the mist ancestor's power and rushed to Shenwu Plain to make up for his mistake. He had underestimated Bai Xian'er, and even now, he didn't know what she was capable of. The mist ancestor didn't try to stop him. Some things were worth fighting for, just like Xia Shang's choice. Far away, Shenwu sky was also in chaos. There was blood at the corner of Wu Yao's mouth. He stepped on a huge half-moon ring and fought against Xia Ziheng's birdcage made of countless blades. This was a battle between inner worlds. "Wu Yao, stop resisting. This is the frigid immortal sect's fault. We'll make them give us an explanation," Xia Ziheng shouted. Wu Yao roared, "Everything was caused by your Shenwu Plain. Yu Hao is one of your people, and Long Ke was placed in the Cloud Forest Tower by you." What a joke. The frigid immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower is filled with secrets, and you're personally guarding it. Who can bring Long Ke in under your nose? Xia Ziheng retorted. Countless blades slashed at the half-moon ring beneath Wu Yao's feet. The entire void shook. This was a battle between 2 half-ancestors. Even Xia Xing and the other emissaries could only stay far away, not daring to get involved. Xia Shenfei stared at Lu Shaoge from afar. This person wasn't at the third origin tribulation, and he wasn't Yu Hao either. He was also a fake. "Father, that person is also a fake." Yu Hao ran away. Xia Xing was confused. "What do you mean Yu Hao ran away?" "That person was impersonating Yu Hao. The real Yu Hao died a long time ago." Xia Shenfei anxiously said, "No, it's someone else who impersonated Yu Hao." "Seventh Elder, capture him." An old man walked out from behind Xia Shenfei and grabbed at Lu Shaoge. Suddenly, a giant towered between heaven and earth, bringing with it a holy radiance that illuminated the divine martial sky. Even the prison flood dragon opened its eyes and looked over curiously. Upon seeing the giant, the culinary god's expression changed drastically. "Bastard!" The giant was young Master Yu. This giant was also the manifestation of his inner world. He was obviously full of holiness, but if one were to look at the other side, one would see a disgusting malevolence and resentment. This was young Master Yu, an existence with 2 contradictory personalities. It was precisely because he had awakened the resentment side that he did what he did back then, which left the culinary god unable to walk out of the trauma. Young Master Yu was the giant was young Master Yu, and the giant was also the inner world. Seeing Wu Yao and Xia Ziheng's inner worlds collide, Prince Yu attacked and punched Wu Yao. Release the patriarch. Wu Yao was caught off guard by the giant's punch, and his half-moon bracelet almost shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I told you that it was done by the divine martial sky. Half-martial ancestor Chai sighed. Long Ku is currently in the Cloud Forest Tower, and my Wang family has confirmed it. What else is there to quibble about? Wu Yao, surrender. You are a half-martial ancestor, and you should not die like this. Wu Yao was furious. He did not know whether or not the sect had done it, but logically speaking, it should not have been. Yes, but a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Was it her? If it was, why didn't she tell him? If it wasn't her, who had the power to leave Long Ku in the Cloud Forest Tower? At that moment, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. Wu Yao looked over and hurriedly accepted the call. It was by Siener. At that moment, young Master Yu punched again, ruthlessly smashing towards Wu Yao. Xia Ziheng's blade birdcage suddenly shrank and pressed down on Wu Yao. Half-martial ancestor Chai also attacked. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Compared to the White Dragon tribe's attitude towards Long Ku, Wang Zheng was much more important to the Wang family. He was a pure descendant of Wang Fan and the true patriarch. He had to be saved. When Wu Yao heard by Siener's words, he was delighted. He looked up and said, "Stop. I know who it is. It's..." Before he could finish speaking, 3 attacks descended and shattered the crescent ring. Wu Yao was shocked. He raised his hand and took out a cloud to cover his body. In an instant, the attacks of the 3 half-martial ancestors gradually dissipated. Caged flood dragon's gaze landed on the cloud above Wu Yao's head. That was the power of a half-martial ancestor. Pfft. Even though he had used the cloud to block the attacks of the 3 half-martial ancestors, Wu Yao was still seriously injured. He knelt on one knee and looked up, his face pale. Lu Shaoxian. It's Lu Shaoxian. Xia Ziheng and the others stopped. What did you say? Wu Yao used the withering secret character to recover. His eyes were filled with rage. It's Lu Shaoxian. Lu Shaoxian is here. He captured Long Ku and the others. He impersonated Yu Hao and imprisoned Long Ku in the Cloud Forest Tower. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Shaoge. In front of Lu Shaoge, the 7th elder had already arrived. Junior, come with me. Lu Shaoge did not resist, as there was no point in doing so. He was just an ant, and no matter how great his schemes were, he was still an ant at this moment. At that moment, Lu Yin arrived with the help of the Fog Ancestor's power. He did not conceal himself, and when he approached, he heard Wu Yao's screams. He had been exposed, so there was no need for him to do anything else. There was an explosion, and Lu Yin returned to his original appearance. He tore through the void and descended upon Shenwu Plain. I heard that you were looking for me. The Fog Ancestor's voice rang out. You've actually been exposed. That girl is more powerful than I imagined. I thought that I could trap her for longer. Lu Yin was no longer in the mood to care about any of this. Since it had already happened, then he would fight. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time, and he wanted to see if this astral tree realm could block his path home. Everyone looked into the distance and saw Lu Yin step through the void. All of Shenwu Plain fell silent. At this moment, even the culinary god, a long-lived half-martial ancestor, could not believe it. Lu Shaoxian was Yu Hao. How had he done it? No one could believe what they had just seen or heard. Yu Hao was Lu Shaoxian, and Lu Shaoxian was Yu Hao. How was this possible? How had he managed to deceive so many half-martial ancestors? Xia Xing's expression turned ugly. This was bad. Lu Shaoxian had been exposed, and he would definitely be captured soon. How would he obtain progenitor Chen's blood? This was troublesome. Xia Shenfei stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was standing in the void. This was the second time he had seen this person. Last time, in the sovereign realm, this person had suppressed the 4 young masters with his own strength. He had suppressed everyone with an unparalleled domineering aura. Now, he had returned. Xia Shenfei's eyes burned with passion as he tossed his gourd aside. This time, he wanted to see how much more capable Lu Yin was. The difference between them should not be that great. One person had attracted the attention of all of Shenwu Plain. This was Lu Yin, and this was the Lu Shaoxian that the astral tree realm had seen. The same scene played out again decades later. Back then, Lu Yin had been exposed at Dragon Mountain and had been hunted down. This time, he was trying to save someone. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yin suddenly looked at the people who had been executed. His domain extended into the void, and he swept past them. His figure disappeared as he traveled through the void. In the distance, Mr. Tang was shocked by Yi Xian Academy's domain. A void god domain. This time, Lu Yin's use of the void god domain could not be hidden from everyone. He was too obvious. This domain's power swept past the cultivators who had been executing the group of people from Shenwu Plain, killing dozens of them. The closest to Lu Yin was the 7th elder of Shenwu Plain. The 7th elder could not be bothered with capturing Lu Shaoge. When he saw Lu Yin appear, his Shenwu's astral energy surged. He leapt up and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu family's remnant, die. Lu Yin looked up, but he did not even move. The void was peeled away, and the 7th elder's body was pierced through. The 7th elder continued to slash at Lu Yin, but his head had already been separated from his body. This scene was terrifying, and it at least frightened the surrounding cultivators of Shenwu Plain. Xia Ziheng was furious. Lu Shaoxian, you're courting death. At the same time, Sir Yu and half-ancestor Chai attacked together. Within Shenwu Plain, multiple auras rushed out, and the ground distorted. Chains shot up from the ground and into the sky to bind Lu Yin. Shenwu Plain had a sourcebox array, and Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate it. Senior, please, Lu Yin called out. The Mist Ancestor sighed. I never thought that the first battle after I appeared would be against the Xiao family. She then looked at the 3 half-ancestors rushing over and the chains rising from the ground. The mist around her seemed to have a mind of its own as it stretched out and restrained the chains that had been formed by Shenwu Plain's sourcebox array. A mysterious and indescribably terrifying aura swept through the entire Shenwu Plain. Xia Ziheng and the rest suddenly stopped and looked at the mist ancestor in shock. Progenitor's power. Impossible. How could Lu Shaoxian have a progenitor by his side? In the distance, the food god stepped forward and stared at the mist ancestor. She was clearly an absolute beauty, but she gave him a feeling that she was inviolable. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. This was the power of a progenitor, but what about that woman? The mist ancestor slowly said, not even Xia Shinji can stop me here. Kids, back off. Xia Ziheng and the rest stared at the mist ancestor in shock and called out Ancestor Shinji's name. Senior, who are you? The mist ancestor was calm. Back off. Behind her, Lu Yin walked over to the blood-stained stone pillar and saw the face of the person who had been executed. The person pleaded, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, save me, save me. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly walked over to the next pillar. He looked at the people one by one. No, it wasn't the people from the Red Garden. Bai Xianer had lied to him. No matter what, the remnants of the Lu family cannot leave Shenwu Plain alive. Xia Ziheng looked back at Xia Xing, sect master. Xia Xing took a deep breath. Lu Shaoxian, don't blame me. If I don't act now, there won't be a future for me. He then looked up at the hellworm. One less time. Just these 3 words caused the glowing hellworm's eyes to widen. It then moved, roaring at the sky. A terrifying aura that caused one's scalp to turn numb shook the sky. It rushed into the horizon and was released without restraint towards the topmost realm, causing even the mother tree to tremble. Within Shinwu Plain, countless people covered their ears and squatted down, enduring the pain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2292. Over at East Xian Academy, many of the students were still immersed in the fact that Mr. Haoyu was Lu Shaoxian. The sudden roar of the hellworm caused nearly half of the students to vomit blood and faint. The food god's face paled. It was another progenitor's power. This hellworm really was a progenitor. Below, the mist ancestor looked up and met the hellworm's gaze. This will be difficult to deal with. The hellworm was still bound by the broken blade and chains, but in the Shinwu Plain, it could move freely. The fog ancestor sighed. Brat, you're on your own now. The most I can do is help you block this hell dragon. Whether or not you can escape is up to you. With that, she leaped into the air, and the white fog turned into another layer of sky that blocked the divine martial sky. It separated the hell dragon from the divine martial sky, and at the same time, it also separated herself. The entire divine martial sky lit up, and the fog illuminated the divine martial sky, splitting it in 2. The progenitor's power disappeared at the same time. Xia Ziheng and the rest relaxed and stared at Lu Yin. Little bastard, what a vicious method. You pretended to be Yu Hao and captured the master of the 4 cardinal scales to incite internal strife. If we hadn't discovered this early, the sky above the top realm would have been overturned by you. You're the biggest redback in the human race, and your Lu family is the redback through and through. Lu Yin's back faced the crowd. Was he relaxed or angry? He didn't know that Bai Xiener had tricked him. The people being executed weren't from the Red Garden, but rather the criminals of the Shinwu Plain. He should be relaxed, but what about the people from the Red Garden? Where had Bai Xiener taken them? Lu Shaoxian, I couldn't do anything decades ago, so I allowed you to escape from Dragon Mountain. This time, you won't be able to escape, Mr. Yu said. Half-Ancestor Chai spoke up as well. The remnants of the Lu family should all be killed. I don't know how you managed to escape from the wastelands back to this part of the universe. Perhaps you and the Eternals destroyed the new Void Corridor, but it doesn't matter. Once you're executed, the new Void Corridor will be repaired, and the result won't change. Even further away, countless people were watching. Some rejoiced, some felt pity, and some had mixed feelings. The Lu family had been exiled, but Lu Shaoxian had appeared decades ago. Now, this legend was about to end. There was no way he could have escaped from the Shinwu Plain. Lu Yin was facing a half-ancestor and the entire Shinwu Plain. Lu Yin exhaled and slowly turned around to face Xia Ziheng and the rest. You guys are very noisy. Xia Ziheng's eyes went wide. Lu family's remnant, kill. He then stepped forward and arrived in front of Lu Yin. He did not immediately activate his inner world, as he believed that once he did so, Lu Yin would be finished. He did not want to end Lu Yin's suffering so quickly. Yu Hao had brought great expectations to the Shinwu realm, and the Shinwu realm had been overjoyed to obtain Yu Hao's equivalent to Xia Ziheng's fury at this moment. Lu Yin had completely fooled him by pretending to be Yu Hao. After this incident, even if Lu Shaoxian died, it might not be enough to make up for the consequences of being fooled. Forefather Shenji might not let him go, and he would have to pay the price. Lu S was lose Lu. Where Lu Yin was lose. He had faced such an opponent before, and that was Wang Xi. During the above Sky Sect's founding ceremony, Lu Yin had used the progenitor's sword to erase Wang Xi. He was no stranger to such power, but he couldn't use the progenitor's sword here, at least for the time being. Against Xia Ziheng's powerful palm, Lu Yin's body moved without any wind. Then, a black and white gale swept past him. His entire appearance changed, and he took on the appearance of the Reaper transformation. His pure black eyes stared at Xia Ziheng as he raised a hand, causing the hair that fell to his waist to flutter upwards. The giant Golian slashed out and collided with Xia Ziheng's palm. There was a loud crash, and shockwaves tore through the void and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin's normal state allowed him to fight against powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 1,000,000, but after the Reaper transformation, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, and he was able to block Xia Ziheng's palm. Xia Ziheng's pupils shrank. Impossible. How could a mere 3 origin tribulations block his attack? In the distance, Xia Shenfei's expression turned ugly. This was the Reaper's power. Ever since he had returned from the ruler's realm, he had investigated and found out that the black power belonged to the Reaper. It was an invincible power. Lu Shaoxian had once needed to transform into a cocoon to use this power, but now, he had directly transformed. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. How had he managed to fight against a half-ancestor with only 3 origin tribulations? The students from Ishian Academy were stunned. What kind of appearance was this? Nong Xinyang's eyes burned with passion. She liked Mr. Haoyu because of his face. Now, after seeing Lu Yin's Reaper transformation, even though he wasn't as handsome as Yu Hao, his unparalleled aggressiveness and killing power far surpassed Yu Hao's. This made him even more handsome. Bai Weiwei watched in shock. Yu Hao, Lu Shaoxian, he was actually Lu Shaoxian. Bai Weiwei couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Lu Yin and Xia Ziheng battle. He was so young, and he had lost his memories and cultivation. How had he become so powerful? Were these the 7 heroes? How many moves can you block from this old man? Xia Ziheng roared. Being blocked by Lu Yin, a mere 3 origin tribulations cultivator, was a disgrace to him. The divine martial qi around his body suddenly transformed into the divine martial transformation, and a huge divine martial transformation pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his left arm, and white gas formed a shield to block the divine martial transformation, but his body was still pressed into the ground. Xia Ziheng raised his hand, and a long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed down, wrapped in divine martial qi, in an attempt to break through Lu Yin's defenses. But at some point, chains had wrapped around his feet, and his body was forcefully dragged up and thrown away. Lu Yin put down Go Lian, transformed his astral source into a sword, and slashed out. The 13th sword. There was no movement, but Xia Ziheng coughed up blood. This was the 13th sword. As long as there was emotion, it could be transformed into a sword. Lu Kai suddenly stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. The 13th sword. That's right, this was the 13th sword. Lu Shaoxian really did know the 13th sword. Xia Ziheng crashed heavily onto the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a half-ancestor, but he had actually been injured by a mere 3 origin tribulations cultivator. Rage boiled in his heart, and he saw that the chains that had emerged from the nebula behind Lu Yin's back were still wrapped around his feet. An uncontrollable killing intent spread out, and he immediately activated his inner world. Lu Yin frowned. With the Reaper transformation, no one in the same generation could defeat him. Even Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis would find it difficult to break through the chain's defenses, and they would need to attack multiple times. However, a half-ancestor was different. The moment Xiao Ziheng's inner world appeared, his chains had been cut apart. This was the true strength of a half-ancestor. The greatest difference between a half-ancestor and an emissary was their inner world. Every half-ancestor's inner world was different, and Xiao Ziheng's was extremely murderous. Seeing Xiao Ziheng activate his inner world, the others calmed down. Lu Shaoxian was doomed. While it was possible for an emissary to challenge a half-ancestor, it was impossible for a third tribulation cultivator to do so. The difference between them was too great. It was already inconceivable for a third tribulation cultivator to challenge a sixth tribulation cultivator, but Lu Yin had already displayed the strength to challenge an eighth tribulation emissary. This was enough to go down in history. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to challenge a half-ancestor. Lu Yin also knew that it would be very difficult to defeat a half-ancestor with his own strength. However, he did not only have his own strength. Countless blades slashed out, and Xiao Ziheng attacked viciously. These blades formed a cage that could cut Lu Yin to pieces. The culinary god clenched his fists and wanted to intervene, but this was Shenwu plain. If he did, not only would he not be able to save Lu Yin, but he would also be in trouble. He was not prepared to break through to the progenitor realm. Xiao Ziheng, spare his life, half-ancestor Chai could not help but speak up. Xiao Ziheng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lu Yin cruelly. Lu Yin was surrounded by blades from all directions. Within his inner world, even a domain void deity would not be able to avoid it. This included the plan's secret art. This was the tyranny of an inner world. Thus, at this moment, a small person appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder. It was the candle god. History has not ended in this universe. It's time for you to remember the symbol ancestor's power. He then looked up at the blades that were descending. Universe evolution scripture, knowing truth. A huge explosion rang out as the blades formed a cage around Lu Yin. This cage was about the size of a person. Xiao Ziheng did not plan on killing Lu Yin. He wanted to cut off all of Lu Yin's limbs and make him experience pain. Thus, he had controlled this move very tightly. Nong Xinyang subconsciously closed her eyes, and her heart sank. Who could remain unscathed within a half-ancestor's inner world? Only a half-ancestor. Mr. Tang sighed. Lu Shaoxian was an absolute genius, a true absolute genius. What a pity. Xiao Ziheng patted the dust off his body. Being injured by a junior with 3 tribulation was enough for others to mock him for the rest of his life. He would make Lu Shaoxian repay this humiliation 1,000 times over. Suddenly, he stared at the birdcage and waved his hand, causing the blades to disperse and reveal the scene within. Lu Yin was completely unscathed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Lu Yin be unscathed after taking an attack from a half-ancestor? Wu Yao was also stunned. He had just fought with Xiao Ziheng and had a deep understanding of the destructive power of those blades. How could this kid be completely unscathed? Impossible. Lu Yin was not completely unscathed either. His clothes had been torn to shreds by the blades, and his Grim Reaper transformation had been forced back. After all, the birdcage had closed in, leaving only his human form. His Grim Reaper transformation had the chains, Go Lian, Nebula, and shield, but they had all been torn apart by the blades. No matter how powerful the Grim Reaper transformation was, it could not make up for the gap between him and a half-ancestor. This was within his expectations. However, the universe evolution scripture had borrowed the candle god's power. Although the candle god had cultivated himself into a candle, his rune lines were comparable to a half-ancestor's. Using a half-ancestor's rune lines to resist a half-ancestor's inner world was enough to keep him safe. However, this move had consumed a lot of the candle god's rune lines, so it could not be used frequently. No one had expected Lu Yin to be completely unscathed. Xia Ziheng's face paled, and he suddenly attacked again. Little bastard, do you think that you can block my inner world with just an external object? How many times can you block it? This time, Lu Yin was faster than Xia Ziheng. He had already disappeared, but when he reappeared, not only had he not been far away from Xia Ziheng, but he had even brushed past him. Thank you. Please follow the wind, 4 updates a day. And Junior surrounding stars back in reincarnation. Thanks for your support and rewards. I'll add more chapters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2293. Gray energy circulated, and Xia Ziheng's movements paused. He had been about to unleash his inner world, but it had been forcefully disrupted, and he had been forced to reverse time and space. Lu Yin could not attack while Xia Ziheng was in his inner world, but as long as his inner world did not envelop him, he could attack. Even a half-ancestor would not be able to withstand this reverse step. As he stepped forward, his body withered from its normal state. Xia Ziheng would not be the only one to attack, and the others could not hold themselves back either. Sure enough, Suryu attacked. He had not expected that Xia Ziheng's inner world would not be able to take down Lu Yin, so he could only attack. The giant appeared once again and reached out to press down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished, as everyone's inner world was different. Whether it was Xia Ziheng or Suryu, their inner worlds did not envelop him, but Lan Xian and old Shuegui's inner worlds did. Lan Xian and old Shuegui's inner worlds were definitely not as powerful as Xia Ziheng's or Suryu's, but they could easily deal with someone like Lu Yin. Once he was trapped in his inner world, Lu Yin's movements could not be concealed. However, while Xia Ziheng's inner worlds were powerful, they could not do this. Were these 2 options? Lu Yin's eyes flickered. In the astral tree domain, there were many half-ancestors, and there were many opportunities for them to compete. There was also a battlefield on the other side that constantly faced life and death situations. Thus, they wanted to strengthen their inner worlds like weapons. On the other hand, there were only 3 half-ancestors in the 6th mainland, so there was no need to consider the power of their inner worlds. The 5th mainland had someone like the drunkard, who could envelop an area, and someone like Xia Ji, whose inner world was just a blade. Regardless, it was fortunate that Xia Ziheng, Suryu, and the others could not envelop an area with their inner worlds. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have had a chance. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, he noticed that his surroundings had changed. White shadows appeared and wrapped around him. His expression changed. Not good. There was another half-ancestor, and it was half-ancestor Chai. His inner world could envelop an area. It's not easy to reach this step. Lu Shaoxian, it's time to end this. Half-ancestor Chai's voice rang out as the white shadows wrapped around him. At the same time, a giant fist descended from Suryu. There was a thump as Lu Yin's body was struck and sent crashing into the ground. Xia Ziheng's blade descended. Die! Stop! Half-martial ancestor Chai hurriedly stopped Xia Ziheng. A white shadow coiled around him and pushed Xia Ziheng away. Xia Ziheng shifted his blade and looked at half-martial ancestor Chai in dissatisfaction. You want to save him? Half-ancestor Chai said, Lu Shaoxian can't die yet. There are still some things we need to ask him. Whether or not he was the one who captured clan leader Wang Zhang and clan leader Long Ku has yet to be determined. His appearance doesn't necessarily mean that he's related to that matter. Then let's capture him first. Suryu's huge palm pierced into the ground, intending to grab Lu Yin. Soon after, under everyone's shocked gazes, Suryu's palm broke. He stared blankly at the ground, at his broken palm, as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing. He wasn't the only one. Xia Ziheng, half-ancestor Chai, Wu Yao, and even the culinary god, Xia Xing, and the others who were even further away were all dumbfounded. They had already been shocked many times today, but they had never been as shocked as they were at this moment. Even when Xia Ziheng had been injured by Lu Yin, they hadn't been as shocked as they were now. Young Master Yu's severed hand was his inner world. Beneath the ground, Lu Yin's gaze was blazing. Astral rivers flowed around his body, as if a universe was revolving around him. This was the power of his heart, and as he took a step forward, this universe-like power instantly spread out. The black and white fog formed the shape, the fate's end formed the core, and the astral source formed the shell. There were also two streams of energy revolving around him, one black and one white. Not only did this force push Suryu away, but it also caused half-ancestor Chai's inner world to become blank. Half-ancestor Chai's pupils shrank. An inner world. Xia Ziheng's face went pale. An inner world. Impossible. How could a third tribulation cultivator have an inner world? On this day, everyone who had witnessed this scene felt that it was impossible. However, no matter how impossible it was, this scene had still happened. Lu Yin walked out of the ground step by step. In fact, he hadn't expected the power in his heart to be so strong. No, it should be said that it was tyrannical. It was incomparably tyrannical, as if it wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. Under this power, any other power would either be assimilated and absorbed or be pushed away. There was no second choice, and even a half-ancestor's inner world would be pushed away. Back then, this power had received Shu Yuan's countless blade strikes from the time realm and had broken through the river Mavis's power. It had also dissolved the divine marshal's astral chi in the astral tree realm. There was nothing that this power could not break through. The only person that this power could not understand was Bai Xianer. Aside from Bai Xianer, Lu Yin had never met a match for this power. This was the first time that he had used this power to fight against a half-ancestor, and even a half-ancestor's inner world had been pushed away. Lu Yin was currently in half-ancestor Chai's inner world, but this power had caused his inner world to become blank. Wherever he went, there would be a blank space. No one could sense this more deeply than half-ancestor Chai. His inner world belonged to him, and he could sense every bit of it. The only thing missing was Lu Yin's region. In fact, he could sense the power that existed in Lu Yin's region. It was a power that could not be invaded, and even his inner world was being invaded. No matter how much stronger he was compared to Lu Yin, he still felt powerless in the face of this power. Kill him. Kill him. You must kill him. Half-ancestor Chai's voice grew louder and louder until he was close to madness. His eyes were bloodshot. Kill Lu Shaoxian. You must kill him. Otherwise, no one will be able to resist him in the future. Following half-ancestor Chai's crazed words, Xia Ziheng, Suryu, and even Wu Yao attacked at the same time. Their crescent rings slashed towards Lu Yin. They no longer hesitated and used all the methods at their disposal. They only had one goal, to kill Lu Yin. No matter how monstrous Lu Yin's previous performance had been, they had been able to accept it. Even if his performance had exceeded their expectations, they could still accept it. However, at this moment, they could no longer accept it. They could not accept that a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations could erupt with a power similar to his inner world. If this kid reached 6, 8, or even a half-ancestor, just how powerful would he be? They instantly thought of many things, such as Lu Yin's lock-breaking innate gift and the realm beyond heaven trial. They had 10,000 reasons to kill Lu Yin, even if he was not a member of the Lu family. Such a person should not exist. Lu Yin took a deep breath, as he was finally getting serious. He looked up in front of him and used the reverse step to take a step forward. Under the protection of the power in his heart, he could ignore half-ancestor Chai's inner world and reverse space-time. This caused Suryu, who was the closest to him, to pause in his attack. Following that, the black and white energy flowing above him turned into smoke and flowed into his body. Lu Yin instantly transformed into the Grim Reaper transformation and raised his Go Lien to slash at Suryu. Mr. Yu no longer dared to look down on Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin gave off an aura of confidence. At this moment, they felt an unprecedented pressure, even if this kid was only at 3 origin tribulations. Tears flowed down the giant's holy face and formed a lake in the void that blocked the Go Lien's attack. Lu Yin's attack was useless, and the crescent ring tore through the void behind him. Lu Yin turned around and used his white shield to block, but his body was sent flying with a bang. Countless blades descended from above his head, and the chains around his body were torn apart by the blades. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at the countless blades and then disappeared. The blades only paused for a moment. Even with the Torch God's rune lines, which were comparable to a half-ancestor's, they were still unable to suppress Xia Ziheng's inner world. It was difficult for these half-ancestors to deal with a single half-ancestor, let alone 4 of them. Even though Lu Yin was having a hard time blocking them, the shock that he brought to the others would never be forgotten. Who would have thought that someone with 3 origin tribulations could reach such a level? Not only had he challenged a half-ancestor, but he had also challenged 4 half-ancestors from the 4 cardinal scales. At this moment, no one spoke, as everyone was shocked. Lu Ke lowered his arm. He wanted to challenge the 4 young ancestors, but he also wanted to challenge Lu Shaoxian, who had suppressed the 4 young ancestors. However, the power that Lu Shaoxian had displayed left him in despair. Was this something that a human could achieve? No one could answer Lu Ke's question, not even the progenitors. Such a thing had never been recorded in history. Qing Ping had once said that Mr. Mu's criteria for accepting a disciple was for an emissary to fight a half-ancestor, then a half-ancestor to fight a half-ancestor. Now, Lu Yin's performance had perhaps shocked even Mr. Mu. No one would ever forget this earth-shattering battle, as they had just witnessed history. Lu Shaoxian, you won't live. Wu Yao pushed the rainbow cloud away. It was similar to the clouds above the frozen immortal sect, and anyone who approached it would experience a trial in heavens beyond. Thus, the rainbow cloud could protect Lu Yin even against the attacks of Xia Ziheng and the other 2 half-ancestors. This rainbow cloud had come from Bai Wangyuan, and it was a life-saving item that Bai Wangyuan had bestowed upon Wu Yao. Now that Lu Yin was facing such an inconceivable threat, Wu Yao had pushed it out. Lu Yin used reverse steps to avoid most of Xia Ziheng's blades, but his left arm and leg were still struck. His body continued to recover from its withered state, and he once again activated extreme reversal. The rainbow cloud descended in front of him, and he rushed over without hesitation. He then tore it apart and stared at Wu Yao. He raised Go Lien, and the Warring States era suddenly erupted. The void boiled as the imprint on Go Lien slashed down diagonally. Wu Yao was still immersed in the scene of Lu Yin tearing apart the rainbow cloud, and he did not immediately react. Fortunately, a white shadow had dragged him away, and the void was split in 2 by Go Lien's slash. Lu Yin stared at half-ancestor Chai, who was even further away. If not for him, Wu Yao would have been struck. Although he might not have been severely injured, every bit of damage was worth it. These half-ancestors had not only joined forces to deal with Lu Yin, but they had also begun to coordinate with each other, increasing their strength. Blades whizzed over from all directions, and above him, tears flowed out from the inner world of Suryu's giant. It was as if the world had been turned upside down as it enveloped Lu Yin. Lu Yin's left hand clenched tightly, and then he suddenly loosened it. His spiritual force suddenly erupted and swept out in all directions. The sudden burst of spiritual force caused even half-ancestors to faint. Lu Yin had been reciting the primogenitor scripture for many years, and his spiritual force was not much weaker than Kuei Luo's. Even half-ancestors found it difficult to withstand, especially Suryu, who had the weakest spiritual force resistance, and the giant nearly collapsed. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to use reverse steps to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2294. Since the people who had been executed were not from Red Garden, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay. Shenwu Plain had originally captured the remaining Lu family members to lure him here. As long as he escaped from the astral trees, those people would be fine unless they were certain that he had returned. As long as he escaped from the astral trees, the 4 Libras would definitely gather everyone he cared about to threaten him and force him to save them. However, he also had the astral trees expeditionary army, and they were both bargaining chips. As long as he could think of a way to lure more people to the 5th mainland, he would be able to capture as many as came. As long as he escaped this time, the initiative would still be in his hands. No matter how powerful Bai Xian'er was, she was just an ant against Lu Yin, who could borrow progenitor Chen's strength. Lu Yin did not believe that she could resist progenitor Chen's power. The fog ancestor had only revealed a portion of his strength, which was why he could not do anything to her. As long as she dared to come to the 5th mainland, he would have to escape. What he needed to do now was to escape from this starry sky, to escape in front of everyone in the 4-direction scales. Lu Shaoxian, if you dare to escape, those remaining Lu family members will be hacked to pieces. Xia Ziheng threatened Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back, but he did not say anything. It was pointless to say anything now. As long as he escaped from the astral trees in front of them, they would not attack the remaining Lu family members. It would be meaningless since he could not see them, so what was the point of attacking them? They would only gather all of the remaining Lu family members and wait for a showdown. They would not do anything pointless to vent their anger. At that moment, a roar came from above and shook Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin, who had been fleeing, hurriedly stopped and covered his ears. He looked up and saw that the white fog had been torn apart, and the fog ancestor fell down. His face was pale. How difficult to deal with. No wonder Xia Xinji wanted to use his ancestor's broken blade to suppress him. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Kid, are you going?" "Yes," Lu Yin replied. The fog ancestor's hands fluttered, and the fog above his head coiled around him like a rope that wrapped around the caged Wirm. "Let's go. We won't be able to trap him for long." Lu Yin relaxed, as it was fine as long as they could escape. "You're underestimating my Shenwu Plain too much. We're one of the 4 Libras, and you think you can escape just because you want to." Xia Ziheng's voice rang out. Following that, the chains that had been rising from the ground broke free from the fog's restraints and swung towards Lu Yin and the Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor frowned. "If you can trap the Hellworm, then you won't be able to stop the Sourcebox array at Shenwu Plain. Kid, give me that needle of yours." Lu Yin took out a needle and handed it to the Mist Ancestor. He had upgraded this needle twice. The first upgrade had consumed 100 billion crystal essences, which was enough to break through a half-martial ancestor's inner world. Wang Si had been severely injured before, and the second upgrade on the junior progenitor planet had consumed 460 billion crystal essences to allow the Mist Ancestor to display the progenitor's power. This needle now had the strength to resist progenitors. The Mist Ancestor took the needle, and the mist shuttled back and forth like threads as he controlled the needle to fly past. It directly pierced through the chains and broke a large section of the chain. The chain then smashed into the ground, crushing several large mountains. The people of divine martial heaven hurriedly fled. They were shocked. That was the sourcebox array that protected divine martial heaven, yet it had actually been broken. Xia Ziheng couldn't believe it either. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth. "Can you make them stay?" "Young master," Yu asked in a deep voice. Xia Ziheng coldly replied, "Yes." Chains shot out from the ground. These chains were all manifested from the sourcebox array and were made from extremely rare materials. Each chain had the strength to bind a half-martial ancestor, but under the mist ancestor's flying needles, the chains broke apart and crashed to the ground. This scene had never occurred in divine martial heaven before. Even when the Lu family had established the fifth mainland, divine martial heaven had been in existence second only to the Lu family. Whether it was on the fifth mainland or in the cosmic tree realm, divine martial heaven's main gate had never been destroyed in such a manner. Lu Yin grew anxious, and he looked up at the sovereign realm. He was afraid that Xia Xinji and the four-way scale's forefather would appear, as they definitely knew what had happened here. He had thought that there wouldn't be many chains left, but the mist ancestors' flying needles had already broken more than 100 of them. There were still more chains shooting out from the ground, blocking their path. Another roar sounded out, and the mist ancestors' expression changed. "Not good. That beast has escaped." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and he retrieved a pair of slippers from his cosmic ring and handed them to the mist ancestor. "Senior, use this." The mist ancestor glanced at the slippers, gritted its teeth, and accepted them with a look of disdain. "After this battle, you'll have to compensate me for my mental damage." After that, it ascended into the heavens, lifted the slippers, and swung them at the hellworm. The hellworm did not care about the mist ancestor's attack at all. During its battle with the mist ancestor, the hellworm had been on the offensive while the mist ancestor had been on the defensive. Now that the mist ancestor had suddenly attacked, the hellworm did not even care. Then, the hellworm's head was smacked by the slippers, and the world-shaking roar that could shake the topmost realms suddenly stopped. It was as if something had been stuck in its throat. Xia Ziheng and the rest stared blankly at the sky. The hellworm looked as if it had been beaten silly. Its claws continuously extended and retracted, but it did not move at all. Lu Yin gulped. The mist ancestor's attack had not been light. When he had first obtained the slippers, he had used it on the ancestral turtle, and the ancestral turtle had almost cried. Even though the ancestral turtle was not a progenitor, the power of the slippers had been enough to show. This time, the slippers had been used on a progenitor, and Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine what it would feel like. The mist ancestor held the slippers and curiously sized up the hellworm. She blinked. Had the hellworm fainted? The Shinwu plane was silent. The mist ancestor was so happy that she had fainted. She hurriedly looked for Lu Yin. "Let's go." Chains appeared from all directions, and Lu Yin could not understand where the Shinwu plane had gotten so many chains. One of the chains did not attack them, and instead, it lashed out at the hellworm. Neither Lu Yin nor the mist ancestor noticed. Then, the chain struck the hellworm's head. The hellworm quivered, and it suddenly woke up. It subconsciously touched its head with its claws, and its eyes were dazed at first. But then, it seemed to remember something, and its eyes turned red as it suddenly glared at the mist ancestor. It was furious. It had been beaten silly by the slippers, and it felt like a normal person who had been slapped. The humiliation and anger that it felt surged uncontrollably. The mist ancestor was shocked. "Why is it awake?" "Senior, go hit it again." "It might not work, but I'll try." The mist ancestor then soared into the sky and lashed out at the hellworm. The hellworm had learned his lesson this time, and he stared at the slippers in the mist ancestor's hands. He could not allow himself to be hit. Without the mist ancestor, Lu Yin could not leave the Shinwu plane at all. Chains surrounded him from all directions, trapping him like a wall. "Lu Shaoxian, I told you that you can't escape even with the help of a progenitor. You deserve to die. Xia Ziheng attacked, and countless blades descended. Sir Yu, Wu Yao, and half-ancestor Chai all attacked together. The food god watched on with a complicated expression. He wanted to help Lu Yin and return the favor, but there was nothing he could do. This was the Shenwu Plain, and even a progenitor could not escape. Bang! Lu Yin. After being struck by Sir Yu's fist, Lu Yin's body recovered once more. He continued to circulate the extreme matter reverses technique, but he also continued to recover from the attacks of the four half-ancestors. Finally, the extreme matter reverses technique reached its limit. When Lu Yin was struck by the crescent moon, his body recovered, and he could no longer wither. The extreme matter reverses technique was not invincible, and the difference between him and a half-ancestor was too great. A casual attack from a half-ancestor would be able to reach the limit of his body's endurance, let alone four half-ancestors. Time after time, the extreme matter reverses technique accumulated a huge amount of energy within his body. After the final recovery, Lu Yin suddenly looked up and took a step forward, reversing spacetime as the Akalanatha King's image appeared above his head. He appeared in front of half-ancestor Chai and punched out. This punch contained the energy that he had accumulated from the extreme matter reverses technique. The Akalanatha King's image was accompanied by the power of the Warring States domain and the Grim Reaper transformation, as well as the power in his heart that could counteract a half-ancestor's inner world. This punch was the strongest punch that Lu Yin could unleash. This punch directly exploded half-ancestor Chai's head. Everyone watched in shock as half-ancestor Chai's corpse fell from the sky. A dignified half-ancestor had died just like that. No one had thought that Lu Yin would be able to kill a half-ancestor while being surrounded by four half-ancestors. This was impossible, and it was even more inconceivable than jumping realms to challenge a half-ancestor. There was a fundamental difference between a half-ancestor and a third tribulation origin cultivator. Logically speaking, even if a half-ancestor just stood there and did not use his inner world, a third tribulation origin cultivator should not be able to harm him in the slightest, let alone kill him. However, Lu Yin had killed a half-ancestor without any suspense. Not only that, but the aftershock had also forced Sir Yu, who had been standing behind half-ancestor Chai, back, causing him to vomit blood. Lu Yin's punch could have killed anyone present, but he had chosen to target half-ancestor Chai because his inner world had a great influence on him. He could not constantly release the power in his heart, and once that power dissipated, he would be powerless to retaliate. Covered in half-ancestor blood, Lu Yin panted heavily as he stood in the void. There were still three half-ancestors around him, and at this moment, they were all looking at him with vigilance and apprehension, as well as a trace of undetectable fear. Even though they were all half-ancestors, it was not that easy to kill another half-ancestor. However, Lu Yin had done it, which they could not understand. However, this had also caused their killing intent to soar to an unprecedented level. There was no need for any nonsense, and there was no need to say anything about killing Lu Yin. Xia Ziheng and the other two silently attacked Lu Yin. The more silent they were, the greater their killing intent. They could no longer afford to be distracted, and they did not even want to speak. They only wanted to kill Lu Yin and prevent future troubles. At this moment, Lu Yin gave them the same feeling as the Lu family. That unparalleled strength would one day be able to control everything. If they allowed Lu Yin to develop, then everything they had done before would be meaningless. Three silent half-ancestors were terrifying, and Lu Yin's reverse step was difficult to use again. He had exposed too many techniques, such as reverse step, the power in his heart, reverse step, the Reaper's transformation, the Aeon evolution scripture, and the 13 swords. He had used all of his trump cards, including his sourcebox array, but the flow channeling diagram could not disperse a half-ancestor's attack. Half of Lu Yin's body had been torn apart by the half-moon ring, and blood sprayed into the sky as he crashed to the ground. What power did he have left? The commander appointment platform. The most powerful general, Tian Do, and 9-yang cauldron transformation. The 9-yang cauldron transformation was definitely the most powerful yang technique, but it took too much time to use, and these 3 half-ancestors would not give him any time to use it. Lu Yin supported himself with one hand as Xia Ziheng and the other 2 appeared in front of him with gloomy expressions. This was too difficult. Not only Lu Yin, but even these half-ancestors felt that this was too difficult. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult for them to deal with a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2295. In the distance, the people of Shenwu Sky looked at Lu Yin with different gazes. Regardless of their standpoint, Lu Yin's performance had won them over. He was unprecedented, and there would be no one like him in the future. Mr. Tang, Mr. Wei, and the others from Yi Xian Academy paled as they watched Lu Yin helplessly face the attacks of 3 half-ancestors. It was unfair, but this was reality. Blades raged in front of Lu Yin's eyes. He hurriedly dodged, but his chest was torn open. Beside him, the half-moon ring slashed out horizontally. The power that had spread out from his heart dissipated as if it had dried up. He couldn't even maintain the state of the Reaper transformation. Facing the half-moon ring slash, his pupils turned into runes, causing the slash to pause for a moment. He dodged, but his neck was still struck. Sir Yu's palm slapped down, and a huge pressure shook Shenwu Sky, shattering the earth and void. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and used the flow diversion diagram to block. At the same time, he released his spiritual force to deflect Sir Yu's attack, but his body was also sent flying. Countless blades and crescent rings followed. They wouldn't give Lu Yin the slightest chance to catch his breath. Lu Ke watched silently. If there was a day when he could be surrounded by 4 half-ancestors and beat them into silence, then his death would be worth it. Bai Weiwei stared at Lu Yin. Not only did her budding feelings from the cold immortal sect not disappear, but they also grew stronger. 10 years ago, this person was able to suppress the 4th young ancestor by himself. Now, he was even able to fight against a half-step ancestor. Since ancient times, such a person had never appeared. Could eldest senior sister compare to him? Qing Feng recalled Master Qing Chen's words. Regardless of whether it was the era of the 7 heroes or the era of the 4 half-ancestors, Lu Shaoxian had always been the most outstanding. Xia Shenfei loosened his grip. It was over. This person would never appear again, but he would never disappear. He would remember this for the rest of his life. He would remember this opponent that he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. The culinary god stepped forward, wanting to intervene. He couldn't watch any longer. If there was even the slightest chance that Lu Shaoxian could survive, then it might be worth it. With his talent, he could carry the entire human race. Regardless of whether they were hostile to the Lu family or ignored everything that had happened, the sight of Lu Yin facing off against several half-ancestors was enough to shock them to the core. Lu Yin's body landed heavily on the ground and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a scorching flame swept across the void, pushing the blade and the half-moon ring away. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw the food god. Was that him? Xia Ziheng and the other 2 suddenly turned their heads and stared in the direction of Yi Xian Academy. The people from Yi Xian Academy were also surprised and looked at the culinary god. Master, are you protecting the Lu clan? Young Master Yu's feminine voice could be heard. Hearing his words, the students of Yi Xian Academy were terrified. The culinary god sighed. Lu Shaoxian has his value alive, so there's no need to kill him. Just throw him to the back of the battlefield. With his strength, he'll be of greater use. The Lu clan is the biggest redback in the starry sky of trees. Isn't throwing him to the backline the same as letting him go? Young master, you said. The food god was furious. It's not up to you to decide whether the Lu clan is a redback or not. You dash, food god. Xia Ziheng looked over. Are you really going to interfere with the grudge between the four-way scales and the Lu clan? The half-moon ring spun around Wu Yao. Food god, is this your stance, or Xian Academy's? The food god's expression turned ugly. The four-way scales were already pressuring Xian Academy. The only reason they hadn't taken any drastic measures was because they still cared about their reputation. After all, there were many cultivators from Xian Academy in the starry sky of trees, but if he helped Lu Shaoxian, no one would be able to say anything for Xian Academy. The Lu clan was a taboo in the starry sky of trees. Senior, Mr. Tang couldn't help but speak up. The food god looked at them with a complicated expression. Lu Yin's voice rang out from the distance. I don't need anyone else to interfere with my Lu clan's matters. Everyone looked at him. Lu Yin stood up, his body covered in blood. He looked at the food god in the distance with an apologetic expression, but it was soon replaced by determination. What did you do when my Lu clan was exiled? No matter what you do now, my Lu clan will not accept your kindness. You've already repaid the favor you owe me, so get lost. Many people frowned. Lu Yin's attitude was too vile. Some of the students from Xian Academy were also unhappy. The food god sighed. He knew what Lu Yin meant, he didn't want them to be implicated. Xia Ziheng sneered and looked back at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, don't blame us for not giving you a chance to say your last words. It's already your honor to die beside your ancestors' broken blade. It was only then that the crowd realized that Lu Yin was currently beside the Xia clan's broken blade. It had pierced through the caged Wirm's tail and stabbed into the ground, suppressing it. Previously, the Xia clan had paid respects to their ancestors, and many Xia clan members had come here to pull out the broken blade. This was the Xia clan's land of honor. When Lu Yin heard Xia Ziheng's words, he slowly turned around and saw the broken blade. He hadn't even realized that he had landed here. Broken blade, broken blade. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked up at the giant blade. He still had 2 bottles of progenitor Chen's blood in his cosmic ring. He had previously wondered if he could pull out the broken blade, but could he? Little snail Chinese network, you can die now. Wu Yao couldn't wait any longer and slashed out with his half-moon ring. Lu Yin used reverse steps and stepped onto the broken blade to reach its hilt. Wu Yao's half-moon ring slashed out horizontally without any fear of the broken blade. Xia Ziheng and Sir Yu also attacked at the same time. The broken blade couldn't destroy it at all, or else it wouldn't have been able to suppress the caged Wirm. They didn't need to hold back when attacking. Lu Yin was currently standing beside the broken blade. Above him were the rumbling sounds of the battle between the mist ancestor and the caged Wirm. Below him, 3 half-progenitors were approaching. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Senior, I'm going to die." He then took out 2 bottles of progenitor Chen's blood and poured it over his hands. In the distance, Xia Xing saw this, and her eyes narrowed. What's that? As progenitor Chen's blood poured over his hands, Lu Yin grabbed the hilt and roared at the sky as he began to pull it out. At the same time, the 3 half-progenitors' attacks descended. Above him, the mist ancestor appeared and immediately saw the 3 half-progenitors' attacks. She waved her hand, and a fog blocked Lu Yin's side. Behind the mist ancestor, a giant claw descended and grabbed at her. The mist ancestor was helpless, as she couldn't avoid it. However, it didn't matter, as she had only manifested a clone made of micro. But once the clone was destroyed by the caged Wirm, it would be difficult for her to manifest another clone. Lu Yin didn't see the mist ancestor helping him block the three half-progenitors' attacks, nor did he see the giant claw descending behind the mist ancestor. All he saw was the broken blade, and the moment he grasped it, he knew that he could pull it out. That was the feeling. Thus, he used all of his strength and released his Sengoku sword, causing the void to boil. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the broken blade was pulled out. In an instant, an ancient power swept across the Shinwu plain and swept across the entire top realm, causing even the mother tree to tremble. In an instant, Lu Yin pulled out the broken blade, and the sound of a blade being unsheathed could be heard. In an instant, the caged Wyrm's claws stopped, and it stared blankly in Lu Yin's direction. The broken blade was gone, and it was free. At that moment, scalp-numbing gazes fell from above, coming from various progenitors. The shocking changes in the Shinwu plain finally made the sovereign realm's ancestors unable to sit still. No matter what, Lu Yin had been like a cornered beast, and he wasn't worth the price they had to pay to kill him. But now, things were different. No matter who was looking at him, at that moment, Lu Yin pulled out the broken blade and soared into the air. He raised the broken blade high, and fresh blood flowed down the blade's hilt to his body. His entire body was dyed red, but an unparalleled domineering aura soared into the sky. Within the Shinwu plain, some people subconsciously went limp, one after another. They could feel the power of their ancient ancestors, and at that moment, Lu Yin was like their ancestor, Xia Chan. Even Xia Ziheng trembled at the sight of him holding the broken blade high. The mist ancestor watched in amazement, as this domineering aura was familiar. The caged Wyrm's giant eyes stared at Lu Yin, or more accurately, at the broken blade. It wanted to take the broken blade away. If it wanted to do something, it would do it. The caged Wyrm's claws swept past the mist ancestor and directly grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected that the first to attack him after pulling out the broken blade would not be the three half-progenitors, but rather the caged Wyrm. The caged Wyrm was a progenitor, and it was impossible for Lu Yin to escape from a progenitor's attack. However, for some reason, Lu Yin couldn't feel the caged Wyrm's pressure. It was as if the caged Wyrm wasn't a progenitor, but rather a pitiful worm that could be suppressed by the broken blade. He looked up at the caged Wyrm and viciously slashed down with the broken blade. Impudent! The caged Wyrm's claws suddenly stopped, not too far away from Lu Yin. The broken blade slashed down, and a section of the claws was actually torn apart. Even the mist ancestor found this scene inconceivable. This broken blade actually had such great destructive power against the caged Wyrm. The caged Wyrm was horrified, and it hurriedly retracted its claws. It glared at Lu Yin in anger and panic, and its gaze was ferocious as it let out a threatening roar. Lu Yin raised the broken blade and stared at the caged Wyrm, his eyes flickering. This broken blade's destructive power against the caged Wyrm was somewhat abnormal. What was going on? Wasn't this the blade that Xia Xinji had used to suppress the caged Wyrm? If its destructive power was this great, then an ordinary progenitor would have been able to suppress it. Why did it feel like it wasn't just suppressing it? And why was the caged Wyrm trying to steal the broken blade? High up in the sky, Lu Yin gripped the broken blade and stared at the caged Wyrm. The caged Wyrm's enormous eyes stared back at him, and they were filled with savagery. Its long dragon whiskers danced in the wind as it raised its four sharp claws, making a standard threatening gesture. It was clearly a progenitor that was inconceivably powerful. Even the current mist ancestor could not resist it. It was clearly not something that Lu Yin could fight against, and even a trace of its aura was not something that Lu Yin could withstand. However, when he held the broken blade, he felt as if it could suppress the caged Wyrm. It was just a broken blade, but it gave him such a feeling. It was too abnormal. Even if the broken blade was a progenitor, it should not possess such power. Lu Yin could not figure it out, but he decided not to think about it. In any case, he was certain that the broken blade had an inconceivable destructive power against the caged WIRM. Senior, come. Let's deal with it together. Although he was confident, he was still facing a progenitor, and he felt that he should still be cautious. The mist ancestor appeared beside Lu Yin and sized up the broken blade strangely. Kid, find some time and let me study this broken blade. All right. Lu Yin readily agreed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2296. The caged WIRM raised its claws again and let out an earth-shattering roar filled with threat. However, it was facing Lu Yin and the mist ancestor. One held the broken blade and did not feel any pressure, while the other did not fear it. The mist ancestor could not defeat the caged WIRM, but that was because she was not her real self. Her real self was the strongest progenitor in 9 mountains and 8 seas. How could she be afraid of a mere caged WIRM? Everyone below could only watch in a daze. Everyone from the Xia family was filled with despair. That was their ancestor's broken blade, and no one in the Xia family had been able to pull it out. Why had this happened? Why? Xia Ziheng's outlook on life had been shaken, and he even suspected that Lu Shaoxian was an illegitimate child of the Xia family. Only Xia Xing knew the reason. He was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have told Lu Shaoxian that he had used progenitor Chen's blood to pull out the broken blade. He knew that, so he poured progenitor Chen's blood on his hand and forcefully pulled out the broken blade. He shouldn't have said that. High up in the sky, Lu Yin, who was facing off against the caged WIRM, suddenly thought of something. The drawing ceremony had existed for a long time, and since Xia Xinji had given everyone in the Xia family this test, it meant that he believed that someone in the Xia family might be able to pull out the broken blade. If that happened, then the caged WIRM would be released. Could he rely on himself? What if he did not have the time? Lu Yin did not believe that Xia Xinji would allow the caged WIRM to escape. He would not have considered that he would be held back in the sovereign realm. If he was held back and the caged WIRM escaped, then the Xia family would be finished. Xia Xinji was not that stupid. There was only one reason why he had set up the drawing ceremony. Even if the broken blade freed the caged WIRM, the Xia family would still have a way to control it. Lu Yin looked down at Xia Ziheng and saw confusion, despair, helplessness, and a bone-deep desire to kill him. He then looked at Xia Xing and saw regret. He looked at the rest of the Xia family, and his gaze was the same as Xia Ziheng's. How would the Xia family control the caged WIRM? A source box array. No. Lu Yin gripped the broken blade and followed its gaze to the caged WIRM. The caged WIRM continued to stare at him and did not move. It continued to bare its fangs and claws, and as time passed, the mist ancestor's expression turned strange. Does this guy think that intimidation will work? Lu Yin stared at the caged WIRM. Because of this broken saber. This was the divine martial sky. The prison dragon understood the divine martial sky very well and understood Xia Xinji. Now that it was free, it should escape immediately. Otherwise, it would be in trouble if Xia Xinji appeared. However, it didn't escape and continued to stare at Yi Futian. No, it was staring at Yi Futian. Yes, the broken saber. It wanted the broken saber. Lu Yin had a guess as he stared at the hellworm and asked, "You want the blade?" The prison flood dragon roared and raised its claws again. It was so high that it was almost over its head. It wanted to show off its fangs and claws to the fullest. Luin pursed his lips. No. The hellworm was enraged, and its sharp claws danced about as it tried to claw at Luin. Luin hurriedly swung his broken blade, and at the same time, a white mist appeared in front of Luin to prevent the hellworm from injuring him. Broken blade could not touch the prison flood dragon, but the sharp edge of the blade tore apart the prison flood dragon's claws once again. Broken blade's damage to the prison flood dragon was ridiculously high. "Senior, bring me to its head," Luin said to the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor grabbed Luin, and the mist around his body formed a rope that wrapped around the hellworm. Luin brandished his broken blade and continuously slashed out. The prison flood dragon was especially wary of the broken blade's edge and constantly retreated. Everyone below gaped as they watched Luin chase after the prison flood dragon with the incomparably huge broken blade. That was a progenitor, a hellworm. Xia Ziheng and the other two looked at each other. It seemed like there was nothing for them to do. The prison flood dragon continuously avoided the broken blade's edge, and Luin chased after it under the mist ancestor's protection. The prison flood dragon's mournful and angry roars could be heard, but no matter how loud it roared, it was useless. It did not dare to face Luin head-on. Luin was delighted and high-spirited as he raised his broken blade. "Stop!" The prison flood dragon was enraged and raised its claws in a futile attempt to threaten Luin. It was met with Lu Yin's blade. It hurriedly retreated and then raised its claws again. It seemed like this was the only action it knew, and it had always thought that it would be useful. Luin could tell that this fellow was a little stubborn. It only knew how to roar and brandish its claws. The more Luin chased after it, the more it confirmed his suspicions. It then became even more excited and even forgot about Shenwu Plain. Unknowingly, they had left Shenwu Plain. Luin did not want to escape, and neither did the prison flood dragon. However, they were still far away from Shenwu Plain. Shenwu Plain did not stop them, as the Xia family did not know how to control the prison flood dragon. They were afraid that if they angered the prison flood dragon, it would turn around and attack them. The current Shenwu Plain could not withstand a single claw from a progenitor. On this day, a strange scene occurred in the top realm. The prison flood dragon that was clearly suppressed in the divine martial heaven retreated while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It let out a threatening roar while someone chased after it with a huge broken blade. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Even though the scene was strange, the progenitor's might that the prison flood dragon emitted was real. Wherever it passed, those who heard its roar would faint and be unable to resist. The entire top realm shook. Finally, Luin climbed onto the prison flood dragon's head. It floated in place, not daring to move. The broken blade was only half a meter away from the prison flood dragon's scales. "If you dare move, I'll break open your skull today." The prison flood dragon's eyes turned, and its claws drooped. It no longer roared and even retracted its might. The mist ancestor was astonished. It's clearly a progenitor, but it doesn't seem to have any intelligence. It's like a child. Did the slippers make it stupid? Luin was at a loss. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. Of course not. So it hasn't evolved to become intelligent. That's also impossible. How can it become a progenitor without intelligence? Do you think progenitors are cabbages? Besides, this guy's attacks are very simple. The mist ancestor stood on the prison flood dragon's head and continuously observed it. Suddenly, she saw something and walked over. Luin looked over as well. The prison flood dragon was huge, and its head was the size of a continent. However, such a huge creature was floating in the air without moving, which was strange no matter how one looked at it. Luin gripped the broken blade and followed behind the mist ancestor, only to see a strange scene. Lightning flickered above the prison flood dragon's head. "Don't move," the mist ancestor barked, looking at the lightning with a solemn expression. Luin looked over and saw that the lightning was coming from a wound in the shape of a tree. It looked like it had been struck by lightning, and the wound had yet to heal. "Senior, what's this?" Luin did not take it. The mist ancestor said, "No wonder it acted so strangely. So that's why." "Senior." The mist ancestor sighed. "This prison flood dragon has been heavily injured by this lightning attack. The wound is on its head, and if I'm not wrong, its brain has been constantly stimulated by the lightning. Its intelligence has been suppressed, and only its instincts remain." Luin was shocked. "The power of lightning. Is it Xiaoshinji?" "No, Xiaoshinji doesn't cultivate lightning." The mist ancestor was certain. Luin sighed. "The prison flood dragon is a progenitor, so it's terrifying that lightning could injure it to this extent. The prison flood dragon has been in Shinwu Plain for so many years, which means that this lightning has tortured it for so many years. Even with its strength, it still can't resolve this problem. Where did this lightning come from?" "Senior, do you know of anyone who has cultivated lightning to this level?" "No. In our generation, or even in our knowledge, there has never been a progenitor who has cultivated lightning to this level." The mist ancestor squatted down and reached out to touch the lightning. The closer she got, the more shocked she became. The closer she got, the more she could see the shocking scene of the lightning. It was as if the entire sky had been filled with lightning and had been replaced by lightning. In the end, the mist ancestor stopped and stood up. "If I was at my peak, I might be able to resist it, but I can't touch it right now." Luin stared at the tree-shaped wound. The prison flood dragon had been tortured by this wound for so many years, and it had even struck its head. "Hold on." Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. 9 clones. He had almost forgotten that Xia Xing had said that the 9 clones technique of Shinwu Plain was in the prison flood dragon's head. Did that mean that he could obtain all 9 clones? He hurriedly searched for them. "Kid, the ruler realm situation has changed. Ever since you pulled out the broken blade, many gazes have been fixed on us. Let's leave quickly," the mist ancestor reminded him. Luin was startled awake, knowing that it was the ancestors. They couldn't leave the ruler realm because of the Eternals, but that didn't mean that they were powerless against him. Luin suppressed his urge to search for the 9 clones and used the broken blade to threaten the prison flood dragon. "Go wherever I say. Attack whoever I say. Do you hear me?" After understanding the prison flood dragon situation, Luin knew how to deal with it. This prison flood dragon had lost its intelligence and was only left with its instincts. The broken blade was enough to control it as long as it couldn't be snatched away. At the same time, he also knew why the Xia family had a ceremony to draw the blade. Even if he pulled out the broken blade and allowed the prison flood dragon to escape, as long as the broken blade was in the Xia family's hands, the prison flood dragon wouldn't be able to escape. The Shinwu Plain sourcebox array was enough to suppress the prison flood dragon. The prison flood dragon remained motionless, but when it heard Lu Yin's words, it didn't move its head. Instead, it bent its claws in agreement. The mist ancestor thought that Luin was going to escape, but he didn't. Instead, he directed the prison flood dragon in a certain direction, where Star Alliance was. Luin had 2 goals in coming to the cosmic tree realm. One was to rescue the Red Garden, and the other was to rescue Star Alliance. Now that the people in the Red Garden were nowhere to be found, he could only rescue Star Alliance. Otherwise, Star Alliance would be controlled by the 4-way scales, and there would be many ways to threaten him. Although the prison flood dragon had lost its intelligence, it still had the strength of a progenitor. It could cross a great distance and directly arrive at the four-way scales, using star alliance to lure the seven gods' sky. Since the four-way scales dared to gather everyone in star alliance to lure the seven gods' sky to attack, they naturally had absolute confidence in themselves. They positioned themselves at the center of the four-way scales, within a forest that was made up of stone pillars. This was a stone forest that was completely made up of giant stone pillars. Each pillar was as tall as the sky, and it was only second to the height of the four-way scales agreement. Each pillar was hexagonal in shape, and it was obvious that they had been meticulously crafted. At the center of this stone forest was the Star Alliance. Aside from the battlefield at the back and Yuchuan, there were a total of 110 people. A total of 110 envoys were bait that the four-way scales had prepared for the seven gods' sky. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.